Hey, 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 it is an unstoppable day. Welcome to the Becoming the Best You Masterclass series. I'm your host, Terrence, the Unstoppable Coach Leffridge, alongside with the visionary, the genius, the professor of change herself, and the founder of Becoming the Best You movement, Miss Brenda Ringwood. Hey, Brenda, how are you?
I am just absolutely unstoppable.
Yes, you absolutely are. And thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for bringing this movement to the forefront. We're going to have a great day today with all these phenomenal thought leaders, speakers who are coming to not just share their message, but to give you, the audience, some tools, tips, and strategies to help you start becoming the best you right now. And I am so excited about that opportunity to share this information with our audience today, Bryn. How about you?
Absolutely, because everybody should always want to do better and to be better. Sometimes we just kind of get stuck and we don't know how to do that. So that is what this movement is about. It's about getting unstuck. It's about second chances. It's about having the life that you want. And it's about changing your mindset to change your actions so you truly can change your life.
Absolutely. We're about helping you become the best you. So it's not that you're already there, it's something that you are putting into action. And over the next 7 hours that we're going to share with you today, we're going to share information that's going to help you start putting some things into action. And speaking of actions, here's what we want you to do now. We want you to put in that comment bar where you are, what city you're watching us from, and then, secondly, we want you to put into action your fingers, your share buttons. Go and share this with other people that you know that are probably stuck in their current situation, that are probably stagnant in their elevation, and they need some motivation to get to the next level of their greatness. Go ahead and share that with them and have them come along for the ride. Come along for the journey today as we help you become the best version of you. Now, Brenda, I gotta address the elephant in the room, because everybody who knows about the BTBY movement had an expectation of seeing us not here on this 4x4 screen, but seeing us live in person
Mhm.
in St. Louis, where we were supposed to be this weekend. So we apologize that that was not able to take place. I know there's a lot of people that was literally broken up about not having the opportunity to see you live and in person and give you some holy hugs and some good vibes, encouragement. So how are you feeling today, and how are we going to still be able to motivate the people just virtually instead of in person?
Well, that's why we are doing this. We still wanted to give you guys something. So, several of us have come together, donated our time, and decided that we would do a mastermind for free that would still give you a snippet of what you would have seen in person. And these speakers that are on here today are also speakers that would have been there in St. Louis in person, but they're also going to be there in February, and you're going to get that chance to see them as well.
Absolutely. We've got a jam packed schedule today. We've got thought leaders from all across the country and some people across the world that share their message on a daily basis. And now, see, here's what we want you to understand: the people that we have here are powerhouses in their own niches, in their own industry. They do great things and they speak before audiences all over the world, and they get paid for what they do, but they also believe in donating their time to worthy causes like helping you
Mhm.
become the best version of yourself. So they are giving their information away today, and today only, for free. So I want you to get your pen and your paper and your favorite libation and get ready, because this is not just a presentation mastermind. This is a interactive mastermind. We are ready for you to put some work. So you might see me all suited and booted right now, but I'm about to take this jacket off and I'm about to take some notes so that I can help myself become the best version of myself. I'm good right now, but by the time we get through half of these speakers, I'm gonna be better. And I guarantee you, just like me, if you stick and
Mhm.
stay to the end, you are going to leave here the best version of yourself today that you could have been before you woke up this morning. I guarantee you that's our pledge today. We're going to give you some tools, tips, and some strategies to help you start the process of becoming the best version of yourself. But Brenda, I want to ask you, let's talk about that statement, becoming the best you. What made you start this movement and what does that statement mean to you? And I'll give you the floor for about a minute.
Well, I needed to change myself. I needed to change my own actions. And I didn't quite know where to start or how to do it. And then I realized not only did I owe that to myself, I owed it to my family, I owed it to any relationship that I had with, friends and businesses, because if they're doing business with you, they're paying you to be the best person that you are. Your family is expecting you to be the best person that you can be. And I wasn't that person. And because I have a past, I was letting that past dictate what I could and couldn't do in my life. And I was letting it be a stumbling block. I was letting it be a crutch. I was using that to not do the things that I wanted to do because you know what? It's easier. It's easy to just hide. It's easy to just stay comfortable. It's easy to just stay familiar with the things that you know. It's not so easy to change. So I created my own platform because there's people just like me that need that change, that need some type of a movement that can help them become the best version of themselves, to give them a second chance, to even give them a great first chance, a great start.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we in the coaching industry, we say even coaches need coaches because
Mhm.
you can't see the picture when you're part of the frame.
That's
When
right.
you're part of the frame, it looks one sided to you. You are seeing yourself in your own situations. You're seeing yourself in your own representations. You're seeing yourself in your own misguided judgments of yourself. You're seeing yourself in your own misgivings about yourself. And
Mhm.
sometimes you need to be around like minded people that have your best interests at heart, that can see you not for who you are, but for who you can be. And so that's why we do these things. We help each other. We are a group. It's not Brenda is the founder, but Brenda is a part of the movement. She's a
We are a
part
team.
of the group, part of the team of like minded individuals who are coming together for a singular purpose to help each and every one of us move to the next level of our greatness.
Yeah,
And
we
so,
are here for you.
yes, absolutely. There's an adage that says iron sharpens iron. And that's what we're doing here. We're a group of people that are sharpening each other's iron so that we can all be sharper together. And so that's what I definitely love, love, love about this whole thing that we are doing here at the Becoming the Best You movement. So why don't we tell them about some of the speakers that we have coming up today, and then we are going to jump right on in and get started. Okay.
Some of these speakers I have worked with for a couple years now, actually, yourself included. Um, I'm in awe every time I hear them because every time they come to the stage, I learn something new. And, we're going to start off with our Archivius. He's got one heck of a story. He's a community activist. We have Velton Scholl's going to talk about leadership and how to apply that in your life. And I'm sure Mr. Unstoppable is going to talk about being a little bit of accountable to your actions. And then we have Aaron who's going to talk about being heartful and what that means. Man, but then we have Sabrina Produce going to talk about finances because let's face it, we all have to deal with finance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Part of becoming the best you is
Saccone,
be
though.
say that again.
Forget Saccone.
No, we cannot forget him at all because he's the one that really helps introduce you to yourself, and you can't do anything for yourself until you know yourself. So that's something that we definitely are looking forward to. We're looking forward to all of our speakers today. So again, once you are coming in, go ahead and let us know where you are watching this from, and let's share it with some friends because we want to help everybody today become the best version of themselves. So Hey, why don't we get started? Let's introduce our very first speaker, Brenda.
Absolutely. Arkevius Armstrong, this is who this next speaker is. I met him in Atlanta at an event, and he was a speaker at a different event, the one I wasn't even attending. And we just kind of were watching him and said, he's kind of got a story. We brought him on. We did a little TV show about him. And he has devoted his entire life now to being a community activist. He's an international speaker and he's a personal development coach. He's a mentor, he's a youth advocate, and he actually goes into schools and teaches kids to make the right choices and makes their mindset change to the place that it needs to be instead of following the crowd. He really is changing lives, but he first had to change his life. This is a man that had several run-ins with the law. It landed him in prison for 2 different occasions. While he was incarcerated, he earned his GED because he was a high school dropout. And, you know, you got to give people credit for actually being behind the wall and then starting to improve themselves through classes. He got his hands on any material that he could. He started changing. So when he came out, he was going to make a difference. He likes
Yeah.
to help people make a healthier choice in life. And he puts social development programs in the hands of young men in hopes that they're not going to make the mistakes that he did. He engages and he captures all people that he is in front of. And I just admire his energy. I admire what he stands for. And I think you're going to be a little shocked at what he's going to bring to the table.
Well, let's literally bring him to the table right now. It's Arkevius Armstrong. What's
You
going
already.
on?
Hey, hey,
Well,
thank you guys. Thank you guys, man. I want to say thank you so much for even having me. And I want to say this too, man. Terrence, man, you're an amazing host, dude. You're an amazing MC. And so you're very gifted with what you do. Brenda, thank you so much. Us having a conversation and knowing the purpose and the passion behind what you're doing and why you're doing it. I feel like it's going to inspire so many other people to realize, like, listen, I'm not going to allow my mistakes. I'm not going to allow my trauma. I'm not going to allow what people say or think about me stop me. And so again, thank you for being so bold and courageous and keep leading yourself against all of those who talk, doubt you, and wish bad upon you. Keep leading.
well, we
I
thank
am because you know what? People matter. You
Yes,
matter.
yes, absolutely, absolutely.
And we thank you, man. We thank you for sharing some of your time and sharing some of your knowledge with you. What we're going to do is we're going to get off the screen and leave you and the PowerPoint because it says, like the screen says,
The
the
time is now.
time is
The
now
time is
for
now.
you guys to become the best you. I'll be in the
Absolutely.
background, so when you need me to just rotate, just say rotate, and we'll make it happen.
Hey,
But
I
this is Arkevius J. Armstrong.
appreciate you. Thank you, Terrence. Thank you, Brenda. Listen, guys, I want to just say this, man. Like we all understand how important the thing that we have inside of us, right? Like we know that thing that we have inside of us, that it has caused us some discomfort because God has called you to do something. Like God has pulled you out of something. That's why you can't sleep at night, right? That's why you have those moments where your brain is always rattling, right? Like that's why you always are always set off into a daze because you know that you're called to do something greater and bigger than what you are right now. And that's why I titled this slide, The Time Is Now. The time is now that you answer that calling, right? Like the time is now that you get out of your way. The time is now that you stop procrastinating, right? Like the time is now. We're not going to waste no more time. And with that being said, Terrence, go ahead to the next slide. And I want you to understand this to that the thing that we got to understand in becoming, and I got to thinking, becoming the best you, right? Like becoming. Have you ever looked up the meaning of becoming? And the process is what the definition is: the process of coming to something. Like that is so profound, right? Like the definition of becoming. And I don't even know if Brenda understood the profound meaning of becoming the best you. Becoming, that means the process of coming to something. Then I said, let me dig a little deeper. Coming, the meaning of coming is everything you want to be, you already are. So with that being said, like whatever God has called you to do, you already have it in you. You just have to make that step, right? You just have to move forward. You just have to get out your way. And I want to tell you right now that everybody is waiting on you. Your story, that talent, that gift, whatever it is, that thing that you have inside of you, the world is waiting on you. The process of coming to become something. What is that something? What is that something? Go to the next slide for me, Terrence. Remember that. What is that something? Identifying your why. Do you hear me? Identifying your why. And when you understand that your why has an attachment to it, and that attachment is something that's going to push you. And I always tell people, your reason and your why is what's going to get you up in the morning, right? Your reason and why, when you look at your family, when you look at your kids, when you look at your circumstances, when you look at your situation, when you identify your why, is what's going to fuel you to go to the next level, what's going to fuel you to get up and go after that thing. And this is not about motivation. This is about being inspired to become the best you. This is about being inspired to be the best version of you. Turn your pain into purpose. Like, we all have experienced some type of pain. Like, we all have been through something, right? I think we all can identify that. Like, we all have experienced some type of trauma. Like, how can you become the best you when you're holding on to the pain? And like the bullet says, we all have faced some struggles in life. Overcoming these challenges shapes who we are becoming, and gives us our own unique strength and perspectives. Think about that. Your perspective on life will determine how you view life. Are you constantly looking in a rearview mirror? Are you constantly worrying about those who are always talking about you? Are you constantly worrying about those who always try to keep you where you used to be? Those who always constantly try to remind you about the mistakes you made? Are you constantly looking in the rearview mirror? That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to understand, like, the challenges that we face, the challenges that we overcome, it shapes us. It prepares us. But you can't be shaped, nor can you be prepared looking in the rear view. The next thing I want you to understand, and I want you guys to be writing this stuff down. You need to join something. You need to be a part of something. Just like what Terrence said earlier, this is a community. Becoming the best you is a community, is a family. And it's about building. It's about connecting. It's about being a part of something that helps you go to where you feel like that you should be a part of, like community centers, right? If it's a church, I mean, I don't know what it is. Like, I had to get a part of an organization that I knew mentored young men, because I knew that's what my passion was. That's what my heart was. I wanted to focus on the young men. I wanted to focus on the younger me. You know, the young man that I used to be, the young man who experiences all the trauma, the young man who had experienced all the violence. Like, I wanted to make sure that everything that I did, I taught myself in redirecting the young men from making the same mistakes I did. So I had to find other organizations. And like the bullet says, read it with me. We all have a cause that we all feel passionate about. And my passion is making sure I mentor young boys, giving back, feeding the homeless, forming some part of community, doing something you're passionate about, right? Surrounding yourself around people who inspire you. Like, when you identify your why, you have to connect with like-minded individuals, right? You can't say, listen, I want to be great. I want to do this. I want to do X, Y, Z. And you're still surrounding yourself around people that don't see your potential. You got to you got to be around people who see that gift in you, right? You have to be around people who see what God is doing through you. Right to the next, it said, practice self-acceptance. One of the biggest things so many people struggle with, accepting their flaws. Many people struggle with accepting their flaws. They don't want to accept it. They don't want to accept who they come with, the family they come from. They don't want to accept the things they had to experience growing up. They don't want to accept the fact that their father ran out their life. They don't want to accept the fact they don't have a relationship with their kids or their parents. They don't want to accept that. But the moment you come in acceptance into your reality, the moment that you realize that the why that you have inside of you, it's going to help you overcome those things. And it's going to help you help other people overcome those things. So like the bullet says, self-compassion, right? It helps you become more self-aware and self-accepting. When you accept all of when you accept all of yourself, you're more likely to give the best. You like to give the best of yourself in every situation. And like Brenda told you guys, I have a story. I've been through the foster system. I've been through the justice system. I've been molested. I've been abused. I've been violent. I committed crimes. I hurt people. But one of the things I had to understand is that does not define who I am now. And I will not allow my past to dictate my future. So I use it. I use the things that I've had to experience to help other people overcome. Practice that. It's so important. Go to the next slide for me, Terrence. And I hope I'm not going too fast, and I hope you guys are taking this in. And if I need to slow down, I will, but I want you to be taking these notes. And the one thing I want you to focus on too in this PowerPoint, as not myself, but other people come on here, is to take it all in. Take notes and make sure whatever applies to you, whatever you feel like resonates with you, you stick with that. So right on to the next, authenticity, man. Listen, we talked about identifying your why, right? Once you identify your why, you understand what fuels you, right? This is the most important thing to me because a lot of people don't understand how valuable this is. Authenticity, being your true authentic self. Like, okay, I just told you my past, right? I just told you the things I experienced, right? Like, I just told you what I had to go through, what I dealt with, and what I had to overcome. Being authentic, being real, being yourself is what draws people, to you, right? Being yourself draws people to listen to you. Being your true authentic self will allow people to understand I can be myself. I don't have to fake it. I don't have to hide it. I don't have to pretend. Appreciate who you are. Understand, appreciate who you are. Being your true authentic self. You are different. You are unique. You are special. Do you hear me? No matter how different you are, appreciate yourself. Each person is unique and everyone has at least a little weirdness of themselves. I promise you, I do. I am a piece of cake. Trust me. I am something to work with. I have my own special ways. I'm not all put together. And that's what makes everybody's different. We all have our own unique thing about us. Not everybody's going to like you. See, let me pause right there for a second. Becoming the best you, becoming, chasing your dreams, going after your dreams, whatever it is that you have inside of you, whatever that God has called you, understand you're not for everybody. But I challenge you to never fake it, never be phony, never be fake. Be you, be your true authentic self. That's your audience. That's who, listen, that's who going to attract everything. That's who you're going to attract. And that's who people are going to fall in love with, you. Don't aim to please others. Oh my goodness. Man, I hope you guys are writing this down. I want you to be the best you, but you have to be real with yourself first. We ain't in this thing trying to please people. The only thing we're trying to please, the only person we're trying to please is God. And we still can't do that all the time. You hear what I'm saying? Like, please do not aim to try to please people. They're going to always let you down. They're going to always bring up your past. They're going to always listen. They're going to always show you your flaws. So love yourself. Be real with yourself. Listen, there is a problem if you are never doing what you want to do for you, right? Yet always do what everyone else wants to do. I see this so much. As an influencer, as a speaker, I see this all the time. Everybody want to be like everybody. Everybody want to sound like everybody. Everybody want to do what everybody else is doing. But I challenge you, those who are on this mastermind, to be you. Dig deep, pull out your gifts, your talents, whatever is that thing is that sets you aside, separates you from everybody else. I'm talking about that thing that makes you unique. I want you to harness that. I want you to push that. And I want you to drive that, because there's only a limit of people out here that's really authentic and that's real. And once you get into this industry, once you tap into that thing where you're out here speaking, you're out here inspiring people, you're going to realize everybody is trying to be like everybody, but you must not fall into that crowd. You must not, listen, you must not get into that herd of sheep. I want you to be like that one sheep that just want to run off and do his own little thing, because you are different. And listen, lead. Follow God. Listen, God is the shepherd. Let God lead you. You don't have to follow the stock. Right on to the next one. Your authenticity attracts. Is very attractive. Your authenticity is so attractive. Let me share this with you. Quick story, because I don't have long with you. I have been told that I sound like Eric Thomas. And if you know Eric Thomas, he's one of the best ones out here. But I don't want to sound like somebody that's already out here. I understand the things that I experience. There's so many people who are struggling right now, right? I have a sense of humor. I love to laugh. I love to joke. Brenda figured that out the first time we met each other. We sat in the hotel, we did the interview, and we laughed. We said some powerful things, some amazing things, and we shared some stories. But I was myself, and it attracted her. When I meet people, it attracts people, because they say it's something special, it's something different, and it's something real about that person. And that's what I want you to understand, to be yourself, because it's attractive. That's going to be your audience. I don't know what you've been through. I don't know what you experienced. I don't know what your struggle was. I don't know what you tried to do to try to kill yourself, whatever it is. Find it, focus on it, and drive it. And be yourself, because that's what's going to draw people. Authenticity is attractive because it is genuine. Can't we all say that it's so challenging, it's so hard to find some true, authentic, and genuine people? People we can trust, people that we can trust their advice, people that we can talk to, people we can share our ideas with, people that we can just sit down and just be ourselves. It's so hard to find true, genuine people. Just because it's hard to find them, I don't want you to feel like that you can't be genuine. Because just like other people are looking for genuine people, they're looking for you. Genuine. It's hard, but I want you to be genuine. I want you to be real. I want you to be yourself. Your authenticity can be felt by others. Man, I just said that. Your honesty and confidence will make people admire and trust you. I just said that. All in a nutshell, I just said that right there. Take that in. Take that in. Authenticity is attractive because it is genuine. Your authenticity can be felt by other people. Energy attracts energy. Your honesty and your confidence will make people admire you and trust you. On to the next one for me, Terrence. Take this. Hey, listen, guys, I hope you guys are receiving this. And I want to say this, though, before I go to the next one, because it's so important that we receive the information, but we do something with the information. We just don't want to listen. We just don't want to just listen to people give you this information and you don't take the notes down and you don't apply yourself to it. And I hope I see you guys in February. But like the next slide says, the process is necessary. This is what I feel like so many people don't get. Like, they don't want to do this. Like, they want the prize, but they don't want the process. Come on, somebody. They want the prize, but they don't want the process. Come on. Have we seen some people? Or let me ask, is that us? Is that you? Is that you? Let me say that. Like I want to be in a certain place in my life. Like, I want to have certain things, like, but I don't want to have to go through. Oh, wait a minute. Because I've seen so many people. They want the prize, but they don't want the process. They want the stage. They want the audience. They don't want to have to go through what it takes to be there. You hear what I'm saying? Like, do you understand the process is what's going to develop you? The process is what's going to make you. The process is what's going to catapult you. That's going to position you. Like the process is where the lesson is. Come on. Can we get an amen, somebody? Hello. Like the process is what a lot of people don't want to do, but it's necessary. Be clear about where you want to go. And where you want to go, you got to understand that there's a process. There's a valley, there's a hill, and there's a mountain in every phase of your life. Do you hear me? Every phase of your life, every process in your life, there are seasons. But see, what you don't want is what you need. Hello, somebody. I just recently got married, right? Quick story. I just recently got married to the woman that I admire the most, I love the most, and she is for me. But I tell people, she is the woman that I need, not want it. Come on, somebody. We have to understand the difference between need and want. See, you want, but you don't want to have to go through what's necessary. And I had to go through what's necessary of being the best man, the best husband for my wife. Come on now. See, what you don't get is that the fact that the process is what's going to prepare you for what God is preparing you for. See, the process is what's going to prepare you for what you need. So that's why you got to learn in that process. It's necessary. Everybody say it's necessary. Add in the comments, add in the chat. It's necessary that I go through the process. Know where you are now before you heading out. One of the things that's strategic about navigating through life, you hear what I'm saying? One of the things about knowing where you're going in life is that you got to have a map. You got to have a direction, a sense of direction. And one of the things about when you leave out the house and you have to go somewhere, come on, somebody, I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere with this. Follow me. You might have to put in your phone and your GPS the location. And in that location where you're going, there might be some traffic. Come on, somebody. Your direction might light up red. That listen, you got traffic ahead, but you're still on the fastest route. The problem with so many of us in the process, the problem with so many of us when we are heading in whatever direction, once we hit traffic, once we hit construction, we want a detour. Woo! Come on, man. Come on. The problem with so many of us, the moment we come up against hardship, the moment we come up against something that's slowing us down, we want to jump ship. We want a detour. But I'm telling you right now, the journey is just as valuable as the destination. Oh my goodness. I cannot be the only one receiving my own information right now. I know I can't be the only one receiving this right now. The journey is just as valuable as the destination. You better stop playing with me. Come on, listen, becoming the best you better be willing to go through some things. Becoming the best you better not be willing to be easy influenced. You better not be easily distracted. You better not be easy to be, pointed in a different direction. What God is calling. I'm telling you, the journey is just as valuable as the destination. Come on, somebody. Every little step I get, it gets me closer to my destination. But every step, every movement, every effort, it gets me closer. But does that makes me exempt from going through some things? Absolutely not. Does that makes me exempt for actually having to overcome some things? Absolutely not. Because there is something in this process I gotta learn. It's something in this process that I have to overcome. It's something in this process that I have to become. You hear me? I'm saying, like, I have to become this person. The problem with us that we have to stop looking at the progress and focus on the process. Ooh. That's a gem. That's a gem. Come on, somebody. I need some hand claps for that one. Stop focusing on the progress and focus on the process. You can't keep looking back and seeing how far you came. See, understand something. In my process and becoming what God has called me, I had to forgive. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Forgiveness. I had to forgive my mom in my process. In my process, I had to forgive my mom. Do you know how hard that was? You know why that was so hard? Because of my pride. Because of my pride. Because of my bitterness. See, you want to become the best you, but you're still holding on to a lot of things that's stopping you. Oh my God, that's another bar. Can we get some hand claps, people? Come on now. I cannot be the only one having fun on this. You have to become the best you, but before you do, you have to let go of everything that's stopping you. My God, Terrence, go to the next one. I'm having too much fun, Terrence. Go to the next one for me, man. Jesus Christ. Come on, guys. If y'all having this, y'all having fun, y'all receiving this, come on now. Give me some hand claps. Give me some hearts. Give me some likes. Give me something in the chat. Give me something in the chat. Listen, we got to eliminate distractions too. Like, how can I become the best me when I got everything in front of me? How can I become the best me when I got all these distractions? Come on, man. Like, how can I become the best me when I got everything in front of me that's distracting me where God is calling me? Like, come on. Have you ever tried to drive in rain? My brother Terrence say he's from Florida. Listen, that's a sunshine state, but I understand. But when it rained in Florida, oh my God, it's just like God opened up the clouds. Have you ever tried to drive with bad windshield wipers and it's raining? You can't see. You can't see. Have you ever tried to get to a destination at night when you have fog headlights? It's hard to see. You have something blocking. You have something interfering your vision. It's a distraction. It's important to ask yourself, what is holding me back? What's holding me back? What's stopping me? What's interfering? Come on. What's stopping me and what's interfering with me going to the next level? What's holding me back? Me for entering into where I feel like God has called me to be. Distraction in your life may be limiting you from becoming the person you truly want to be. And let's break that down. You got to ask yourself, you better be real with yourself, because you can lie to social media. You can lie to your friends. You can lie to your boss. You can lie to everybody in your circle. But the true you, the real you, know you. Say that with me. And now listen, for all of those in the back who didn't hear, the true you, know you, the real you. And you have to ask yourself, why am I not where I need to be or should be? Why am I still in the same place? Why do I feel like my marriage ain't going nowhere? Why do I feel like my marriage ain't thriving? Why can't I get that promotion? Why do I feel like everybody else is enjoying life and I'm just sitting here stuck in the slump? Be real with yourself. Be real with yourself, because the limitations you put on you put those limitations there. And I always tell people that you got to unpack the luggage. And what does the luggage represent? Have you ever, and I'm known, I'm not the only one that when I go to the airport, I have a tendency of watching how people run through the airport. You know what I'm saying? How people be tugging along their luggage. But because they're trying to get one gate to the next gate because they're connecting flight cancel. Like, have you, I can't be the only one, right? But I realized something. What are you toting? What are you carrying? What's in your baggage? What's in your luggage? Sometimes we overpack. Sometimes we pack things we don't need. Listen, I just came back from Paris, just get married in Paris. My wife will tell you, I pack like a woman. I literally pack like a woman. I pack at least 10 to 12 outfits, and I probably don't wear number 4 or 5. Half of that stuff I don't need. Half of that stuff I don't use. Half of the stuff is not even beneficial. Who's in your life that's not beneficial? Who that you got around you that you don't need? What are you holding on to that you need to let go? Come on, somebody. We have to eliminate all distractions. And it's sad to say that everybody's not going to be cheering for you. Everybody's not going to be rooting for you. Everybody's not going to be for you. And the ones that you think that's going to be for you, cheering for you, and hoping that you succeed is going to be family. And they're not going to be there. So be okay with disconnecting yourself and separating yourself from all distractions. Next slide says shifting your mindset. I say this all the time, right? And the thing about shifting your mindset, I always tell people it starts here. It starts here. What you think, what you see, what you think, what you speak. I'm gonna say that again. What you see is what you think, and what you think, what you speak. So everything comes here, through here. Your brain sends a signal to your nerves, right? If you hear something, you see it, you hear it, and your brain sends this alert, right? If you feel something happening, if something hits you, the pain, you see it, you feel it, and it sends a signal. So like everything starts here. It starts from the mind. It starts from the mind. That's why I always say nothing changed till you change. Change the way you think. Change the way you think, and you can change your life. And if you can change the way you think, you can change your circumstances, right? Like if you can change the way you think, you can change the outcome. If you change the way you think, that means what? I'm changing my perspective, my view on life. I'm changing my perspective, meaning I'm changing my vision. Our mindsets gets in our own way and prevents us from success. Facts. That's not fiction. That is facts. Our mindset gets in our own way and it prevents us from success. Success is not money, folks. Success is not having a big house. Success is not driving the nicest car. Success is not taking lavish trips. Success is not making sure that you have a fat bank account. I just wish we get out of the material things of what we identify and label success. Success is overcoming, becoming the best you, coming to. Hear what I'm saying? Like success is not what the world has painted success to be. Saving your marriage is success. Overcoming fear is success. You hear what I'm saying? Forgiveness is success. Turning your life around is success. You hear what I'm saying? That's what I want you guys to get. I think many times when it comes to doing something that might create a shift for us in our lives, we resist it, right? Like we resist it, that the thing that the most, like listen, I'm gonna break that down. We resist the very thing that can help change our lives because we're not used to it. It's not common. It's out of the ordinary, right? Like we're not aware of it. We're not familiar with it. That's the word I'm looking for. We resist the very thing that can change our lives because we're not familiar with it. Do you understand that the person that you are listening to right now, the person that you are watching right now, I was not able to become an author because I came from a family who was authors. I was not able to be a college graduate because my mom went to college. I was not able to be a successful businessman because of my family come from all people who open up business, started businesses. I would not be the amazing father that I am just because my mom was an amazing mother to me and my father was an amazing father to me. No, because my father wasn't in my life. My mom wasn't a very nurturing or supportive mother. She had a drug habit. My father had a drug habit. He committed suicide. Everybody in my family went to prison. Everybody in my family dropped out. I'm the first to do everything. But listen to me. I had to shift my mindset. And the reason why I had to shift my mindset, I had to retrain the way I thought. I had to unlearn so I can learn a different path, a different way, a new way. I had to get out of my way. No one in my family was an author. I'm the first, working on the third book. I'm challenging you. The person that's watching this, the person that's on this live, that's a part of this mastermind, you have to shift your mindset in order to go to the next level. What is that? And again, it's not money, it's not material things. I had to shift my mindset to be the man, to be the best husband before I asked this woman to marry me. And it's not my first marriage. I messed up my last marriage. Can I be transparent? Many people may say, man, you're crazy. This is my third marriage. I was not ready for the first marriage. I didn't know who I was. I was not married to, I wasn't ready for the second marriage. I didn't know how to love. But I had to shift the way I thought. I had to change my perspective because I realized that my way that I always looked at things was not always the right way. And the moment that I changed my mindset, the moment that I changed some perspectives, the moment that I changed the way I view things, I realized that love attracted me. The moment I changed my mindset, success attracted me. The moment that I changed my mindset, guess what? I was able to successfully know how to eliminate distractions without it being hard. Do you hear me? The moment I changed my mindset, I understood the benefit of the process. The moment I changed my mindset, I realized it's important to be you. Don't change for nobody. Be your true, authentic self. The moment I changed my mindset, I was able to become the best me. Brenda, Brother Terrence, I thank you guys for who watched, who listened, who took notes, who received this PowerPoint. I thank you. I hope this was beneficial. I hope you received something. But listen, you have something special. God has called you. You have overcome something. You have been through something. You're going through something. Whatever it is, God has called you to become the best you. Guys, I thank you guys so much.
You know, that was amazing. I have to share a little story though before you pop off. You know, everything you said is so true on so many levels. And I just a few months ago slipped and I let my old nature come back out. And Archivius, you helped me through that.
I appreciate it.
You know, you did. You helped me through it because you told me that doesn't matter anymore. Get off that soapbox, right? And then you're still here with us today. I had to even apologize to you because I sent out some emails that I probably shouldn't have because I was reverting back to my old self, and it's that easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
It is that easy to do.
It
But
is.
when you focus on letting that past and all that experience from the negativity and the people in your life that have done something to you, or maybe you've done something to them, if you let that fester, it stops you
It
from
does.
becoming the best version of yourself. And when you get the right people in your life, you know, it makes a difference.
It
It makes
matters.
it
It
does matter.
matters.
Mhm.
It matters because a lot of people don't allow you to stay where you used to be. It's so easy for us to go back to what we're so familiar with. I
Mhm.
mean, we're all human. We're not perfect. I tell people, man, I serve God, I love God, but don't step on his toes because you'll see the old man in a heartbeat, and and unapologetic about it too. I promise you, like I serve God, but I check you in a minute.
Yep.
you know, but and I'll tell him, Brenda, I've learned to forgive and let it go. And once you get to that point in life to where, regardless of what people say, and I told Brenda this, regardless of what people believe, they're gonna believe what they're gonna believe. You're not for everybody. And I said that in the power, you're not for
Yes.
everybody. You
And
know what
that
I'm
is
saying?
true. And the
It's so
sooner
true.
you realize that, the better you will be.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. I love Archivius how you talked about the two things that resonated with me, and I was taking so many notes, I had to take my jacket off because, like I told you guys, this just ain't no sit in the aisles and look pretty event. This is a working. We are all working to become the best versions of ourselves today. And two things that resonated with me is, and I'm going to say them in reverse order of the way you said it, is be authentic.
Yes, sir.
Being authentic. And you had referenced Eric Thomas and how people said you sound like him. And I always take this opportunity, number one, because I was just excited to be in that moment, to being in the presence of the great Les Brown, to be able to sit at his feet and learn from him, as well as have the opportunity to MC one of his events. But he said to me, you know what, don't focus on trying to be the next Les. Focus on being the best you, being the best Terrence, being the best Brenda, being the best Arkevius. Because here's what I've learned over 5 decades of life. Even if
congratulations too, you don't look like it.
Yeah, well, thank you. I got a skin regimen. I'll send you the link. Even if you have a twin, there is nobody like you. I could do the same presentation you just did, Arkevius, and it would resonate with absolutely nobody. Why? Because it ain't my presentation. It's your story. And that's why it's so important in this journey on becoming the best you, that you don't look at the competition. You don't look at the one on the left. You don't look at the one on the right. You look at the one in the mirror, because that's the only one you are competing with day after day after day. So in being authentic and being real with that man in the mirror, that woman in the mirror, makes all the difference in the world on your trajectory in life. And then you said that the second thing, you got to eliminate the distractions. You know, I call them time wasters. You gotta turn off that TV. You got to turn off the social media sometimes, even though, you know, in our business, social media is one of our main platforms for getting our message out there. But even we have to unplug. We have to eliminate the distractions. Someone else, another speaker, said you got to divorce the distractions. You got to actually break up with those distractions, because you were in relationship with those distractions, because those distractions do something for you. Those distractions distract you from maybe your problems. Those distractions distract you maybe away from your procrastination. But the only way I know of you being able to become the best version of yourself is you've got to divorce the distractions and focus on actually becoming that which you were created to be. So I'm glad you restated that and you stressed those points. Those are my takeaways. Brenda, did you have any other takeaways from Arkevius before we let him go?
You know, he said something that really resonated with me. He used the word love. Love and forgiveness. If you can practice those two things in your life, you're going to win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because forgiveness ain't for anyone else. It's for you.
It's for you. And piggyback before I get off on it, Terrence, that right there was something that I had to understand. The forgiveness was not for nobody. It was for me. It was for me to get that monkey off my back. You know, it's nothing worse than waking up every single day in a good position, knowing what you doing in life, where you're going in life, and you still got that monkey on, you still got that weight, you still got that burden. Like, it's not like, it's just like, I don't care how good I feel, but I just got this, and it's like when you get around certain people, it's just like, I had to let that go. I had to let that go. And it was those who I love. You know, listen, for those who are on here, it's always those you love the most that hurt you the most.
Yeah. Nobody can do you like family.
Nobody can do you like family. No one can do you like that close friend, because they know you. They know which buttons to push. They know which nerve to hit. But I tell people, you got to forgive and move on. You can't hold on it, and you can't stay there. And I just wanted to share that, because that's how I forgave my mom. after 30 something years of being around this woman, and I couldn't love this woman. I couldn't embrace this woman. I couldn't wish her well. I couldn't get her gifts for birthday. I couldn't get enough for Christmas. I couldn't get enough for Mother's Day. I just couldn't get enough. And I'm like, it's just something about that thing in me won't allow me to celebrate for you and with you. And I knew it wasn't right. It didn't feel right, but I didn't know how to overcome the thing. But the moment I forgave her for me, that's when I was able to embrace her and celebrate her.
I love it. You know, you got Coach Chuck all the way over in Hawaii singing "What the World Needs Now Is Love, Sweet Love." We ain't gonna bring him on camera because that might just break the internet if we have him singing on singing live. But you get what he's saying. Stacy Watchke is saying, "Understanding is a superpower. It's on the inside. It's an inside game." So, Archivius, we appreciate you, but I know somebody's going to want to have a deeper conversation with you. We know you got your link on your name on IG at Arc Inspire 81. But if they want to have a personal conversation with you, if they want to tap into what you're doing in your business, how can they reach out to you?
Man, listen, please visit my website. That's www. I've always said about 4 W's every time I do that. www.arcinspire.com. Like you said, the Instagram is right there, ArcInspire81. Facebook, it is Archivius J. Armstrong, as well as Archivius Archinspire Armstrong. I'm on LinkedIn as well. That's Archivius Armstrong. The thing is, like I always tell people, man, if you want to email me, but I'm not hard to reach nor approach. If you want to tap into anything that I'm doing as far as like in the community or as far as mentoring, if you're in Charlotte, North Carolina area, please reach out to me. If you're looking for a speaker, if you're looking to see me, what I'm saying, I always say every information that I put out there, tap into it, the website. Brenda, thank you so much. February, I think it's the 17th to the 19th.
Mm-hmm. Can't wait to see you in person again. I've already had the pleasure of seeing him in person, but get to do it again. And I'm telling you, he's worth the ticket price alone. So
yes, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. You guys, thank you again, Archivius. And for you guys who are watching, let's make it absolutely clear. This ain't E.T. Thomas. This is
not. This is Archivius Armstrong.
J. Armstrong. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Have an unstoppable day, my friend.
Man, thank you so much. Y'all be blessed, man.
Absolutely.
All right.
That was Archivius J. Armstrong here at the Becoming the Best You Masterclass. We hope you guys did what we told you in the beginning, because he was dropping nuggets. I had my pen, I had my pad, I had my computer, I had my iPad. I was going so back and forth. You see, I had to take the jacket off because I was sweating. I was doing so much, trying to make sure we got those golden nuggets that Archivius was
Notes
dropping
are always good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now hey, this is live TV, you guys. So you understand that sometimes we may be a little bit off schedule, but that's because we're working. That's because the work is good. The knowledge is there. And we don't want to stop when the knowledge is good, because we know it just gets gooder after that. But we're going to keep this moving right along, because we've got another phenomenal presenter that is about to come to the Masterclass stage to get you focused on becoming the best you in your finances. And Brenda, tell us a little bit about our next speaker.
Well, Sabrina Prodick is just like the rest of us. She had a regular job, and she lost that job, and she decided that she was just going to step out and become the person that she's always wanted to be. So she created her own new life in her own new place. So what did she do? She went out and got a financial license, and she started working with people. Not only did she do that, she was teaching people how to be millionaires, and realized that she needed to take her own advice, and she just hit that mark. So, I love it when leaders lead by example. They're teaching because of what they do and what they know. But there's just so much going on with this woman. She was just on the cover of She Exists magazine. The cover, You're going to be able to get it soon.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? She is the epitome of what I like to call, and Brenda, this will resonate with you. It's never too late to
Mhm.
start over, and it's never too late to keep learning and keep growing and growing not only flawlessly, but agelessly. So let's bring to the stage our next presenter of on the BTBY Masterclass. She is none other than the phenomenal Sabrina.
Hello, and can you
Prolific.
hear me? I cannot hear you.
Yep, we can hear you.
We can
I
hear you.
cannot hear you.
Mic check, mic check. Can you hear us at all?
So that is
We can hear you
I
loud
cannot
and
hear you.
clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. If they'll allow, oh, I don't know why I can't hear you. So I maybe not have an interactive conversation. I can just take it and run with it though. What do you think? Let me just run with it. Okay. So my name is Sabrina Protic, and I'm here to talk to you today about insights to wealth building. And really, let's think about the word wealth. When I was younger in my home, we didn't use the word wealth. My parents referred to things as rich. I'm telling my age now. So when we saw people that had an abundance, they had a lot. They were considered rich. So we didn't use the term wealth. Consequently, when I grew up and I became of adulthood, I wasn't connecting with the word wealth. All I knew was rich. Well, Webster's dictionary defines wealth as an abundance of material possessions and resources. So let's understand that wealth is not always cold, hard cash, but yet it's an abundance of materials, resources, assets. So when we talk about wealth building, we're talking about a portfolio of things. And the word building requires a continuous movement of multiple materials to make one finished product. So how do you like that? So wealth building is not a one and done. It's an accumulation of resources on a continuous, let's just call it movement of wheel. So we're going to talk about this wealth building. Now, I want to put something out there. I have a book coming out and it's going to be on pre-sale the end of December. And it's called, here's the word insight, because insight means a lot. Insight means knowledge. It's called Insight from Hindsight to Insight, Money Between Family and Friends. Well, of course, it has to include family and it has to include friends, because as we build our wealth, our family and sometimes closest friends are involved, maybe involved in the process, or maybe they will be part of your estate inheritance, when you got that built up. So we want to dive right into this wealth building. I'm going to encourage you to look for my book because I go into detail. So what I'm going to share with you are really some excerpts from that book. And it's about 15 chapters. It's going to be a phenomenal book. But I have a chapter in there called Wealth Building Process. Yes, it's a process. Anything that's going to amount to something and become tangible is going to have a process. So first of all, wealth building starts with earning money. That's right. You got to earn some before you can save some. You got to earn some before you can build some. So it starts with what we call active income. And what is active income? It's something that you do on a continuous basis. It's a continuous flow of things so that something happens. So active income could be your entrepreneurial business. All you coaches out there, that's active income. It could be an employer. You could be a career employer. You could be CEO of something. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's still active income. And the IRS has defined rules on what active income is. So if you're an Uber driver, that is not passive income. That's active income. So anything that you're doing where you are addressing your business on a regular basis and involved, and you got your hands in your business, like they say, working in your business, that is considered active income. So you have to start there. Now, there's a rule of thumb. Even if you're an entrepreneur, any book coaching, any business coaching tells you you have to pay yourself first. So always when you are entrepreneurial, Have a budget, have a system set up where you are paying yourself. Now let's talk about this wealth building process and your income. Your income has to be enough, not just to meet your expenses. And a lot of people get excited when they get hired. Oh, I got hired. They're going to pay me $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $100,000 a year. And we get excited about that because now we can make the rent or the mortgage, the car payment, all of that. And we may have a little bit left over. Well, let me tell you, you're not going to build wealth that way. You're not going to wealth build with just a mediocre income. So for some of us, it may mean changing what we do. Maybe you have to change employers. Seek that promotion so that inside of your annual salary that you have set aside dollars that's going to contribute to your wealth building plan. And we mean significant dollars. What about $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month, $5,000 a month, $10,000 a month? That gets segmented as part of your resources. Remember, an abundance. So I'm going to encourage you to check your salaries, check your businesses, earned money, and having enough to contribute towards your wealth building plan. Secondary, any successful businessman and these mega corporations, they have additional, they're diverse. They have other resources of money flowing in. So what you want to do is have what we call income generation or passive income. Yeah, that's right, passive income. You're going to need that money for your wealth building plan. Unfortunately, some people, when they get that extra money, that passive income coming in, they spend it. They, we're saving for vacation. I got this extra gig, or I got this bonus. You know, the boss paid all of us an extra $1,500, or you started this new side hustle. And guess what you do? You spend it. You go buy that car you've been wanting, or you go out on extravagant meals and you just do what we call blowing it. And I know it feels good. I've blown some bonuses before and it feels good, but that does nothing for your wealth building plan. So we want to think about increasing that cash flow and getting something in there we can hang our hat on and start establishing a steady flow of additional income to feed into your wealth building plan. Now, as a financial coach, I have a laundry list of passive income opportunities. So if you're interested in that, drop me an email at Sabrina@sabrinaprotech.com. That's Sabrina@sabrinaprotech.com. I'll be happy to send you a list of possible passive income ventures that you can get into. Just this year, I got into one. I'm so excited. I got into it. And it's called real estate syndication. I'm a passive investor in that. Now, if I were an active investor, I would be out seeking other investors. So the active investors are buying the property, they're securing it, they're finding other people to fund it, they're doing the maintenance on a regular basis. They are actively involved in dealing with tenants, dealing with legal, dealing with taxes. That's not me. I just get my little quarterly money coming in 3 to 5 years, my investment may double. So that's what you want. You want to get into something that's a passive. And I'll share a little secret with you at the end of the day about what I did and how I wealth built in 2 years. I'll share my secrets. The next thing you want to do is you want to stash the cash. What does that mean? Put your money in jail. I call it money jail. You got to lock that money up so that you aren't tempted to touch it. One of the biggest mistakes I see with people is say, oh, well, I don't want to put my money here because I won't be able to get it for 5 years. I won't be able to get it for 3 years. You think? That's what we want. We don't want you to get it. We want it to be there for you as part of your estate, part of your wealth building plan. Easy access means easy use, and that's a wealth building destroyer. Now, that doesn't mean you can't watch your coins. Doesn't mean you can't track it. As a matter of fact, you should track it. I have a portion in my book that's talking about tracking and reviewing and seeing. But what we want is to lock that money up. No easy access. People get comfortable with the banks. Oh, I got my money in my savings account. And I got it in my checking account. Well, that means you could touch it right away, right? We don't want to put it there. There's so many different places you can put your money where you can get to it. Maybe there's a slight penalty. Maybe there isn't a penalty, but you can still get access. But you got to go through a few hoops to get it. And that's what I did with my money. That's right, money jail. You got to put it in money jail, Brendan. You are so right about that. So I have my money in money jail. I have money set aside in my financial portfolio that will mature in a year, money that will mature in 3 years, money that will mature in 5 years and 10 years. So what does that tell you? This girl ain't going broke. It tells you that I've set up my wealth building plan and my financial portfolio, what I call my financial house, so that I always will have resources, always have financial resources, because money today is money spent today. So we want to get in the mindset of stashing that cash. Let me do a quick review. Earn money, that's active income. Income generation, that's passive income. Don't forget to send away for your list. Stashing the cash, put your money in money jail, out of sight, out of mind. Okay, let's go to our next process point. Putting your money to work for you. Oh, I just love that part. Putting your money to work for you. It cannot work for you in your checking account. You get zero interest in your checking account. Now, what's happening in your checking account is the bank is investing your money. Did you know that? For every dollar you have in your banking account, that's why they have banks. Hey, let us keep your money and you can use it on a daily basis, but they're investing your money and making a lot of money on your money. Put your money to work for you. That's right. Here's the other thing. You put in a savings account. Have you ever looked at the interest you're earning on your savings account? 0.2% or some crazy number? Well, if you put two decimal points out there, the bank is probably investing and making 20% on your money. Why don't you be your own banker? Be your own banker and you make the interest on your money. Put your money to work for you. Now, what I have to tell you as a licensed financial coach, and I have to say this, that everything that you're hearing is for educational purposes only. And why do I say that? Because a lot of people, when they think about growing your money, they think about investing. Well, there are a few people, there are qualified professionals, and I want you to listen. Licensed, qualified professionals with securities license that can talk to you about investing. Not your brother, not your mother, not your aunt, not your sister. Never take advice from people who are not legally responsible for your money and the outcome of your investments. So I use the word growth because we shouldn't be giving investment advice, because that takes sitting down and talking with someone. There's no one size fit all. So we're not giving you investment advice today. We're giving you growth advice. Put your money somewhere where it will work for you. As a licensed financial coach, I have the authority, the skill set, and the qualifications to put your money in certain financial products where you'll never lose a dime. That's right. Your money can grow, but you'll never lose. And I feel a responsibility to let you know that because those products are out there. Again, you'll get a measure of growth. It won't be exponential like some products, and we're going to talk about this for a minute. When you get into investment type products, there's normally risk. That's why you have to have a securities license to talk about that. There are normally risks. What that means, the money can go up, the money can go down. You can have gains, you can have losses. So that's why you need someone with a securities license. And I keep mentioning this. Do your due diligence. If you're talking to someone and you're in that boat of trying to invest, make sure they're properly credentialed. I can offer products where you don't lose any money. You're doing that wealth building, which is exactly where I have my money. And I tell all of my clients, I walk the talk. I will never coach a client to do anything that this girl's not doing. So people can read textbook, they can talk the talk. Are they walking the talk? Where's their money? And I always I tell my clients, look, ask them where their money is. What are they doing with it? Now, full disclosure, I do have my money in some low risk places because you want to have a diverse portfolio. Remember, this is wealth building. The general rule of thumb is the older you get, the safer you want your money to be. So if you're in your 50s and 60s and you're teetering on retirement, you may want to have your money in safer places, maybe even no risk places. because statistics show that it takes about 10 years to recover from a financial loss. I don't have 10 years. I don't have 10 years. So, I mean, I do, but I don't want to spend that 10 years trying to recover from something. Now, I do have some of my money and some of those products, but it's low risk and it's something that I feel like I can tolerate. So when you talk to your financial professional, they're going to ask you, what is your risk tolerance? And got to put your money where your mouth is. If you say it's big, they're going to put you in something big. So wealth building is an accumulation of products. Now, here's a wealth building sabotager. So wealth building comprises of not just cash, it's also items. So it could be a home. Let's go back to your financial portfolio. I'm going to back up a little bit because this is a very critical point here. There's 3 types of income. Yes, we keep coming back to income. There's active income. We already talked about that. There's passive income. We already talked about that. And if you want your list, again, sabrinaprodict.com, because there's a lot of things you can do. EFT, CDs, all kinds of things. Inside your financial portfolio is an abundance and an assortment of things. It's ownership. Now, passive income could be rent. That's the rent check you get from your property. But inside your portfolio income is the ownership of that property. So it's anything that you own. That's going to be, it could be stocks, it could be bonds, it could be annuities, it could be retirement products, it could be certificates of deposit, it could be your savings account, it could be family heirlooms that appreciate in value. It could be investment properties, like I mentioned to you, the real estate syndication that I just got into. It could be any of those things. Now, let's be clear. When we get older, we like to have adult toys, but some adult toys depreciate in value. So if you drive a car at a showroom, oftentimes they depreciate $10,000, $20,000 right off the bat. Now imagine saying, well, my portfolio is $1 million. Now you got to subtract $20,000 from it because you hit depreciation. So wealth building is not buying items that appreciate. Now they're nice to have. I'm not going to front that. You know, we should enjoy life. You get to the point you want to enjoy life, but don't confuse the fact that those toys that appreciate in value do not grow your financial portfolio. It does not grow it. It can detract from it. And yes, you can put the value, but it continues to depreciate in value. So keep that in mind about what type of things that will be in your portfolio. So let's go back. Depreciative items. We don't want those things in a place that depreciates. So what did I do? How did I achieve my wealth building goals? Well, first of all, I had to understand what wealth building was and what it is not. Again, it is not having $1 million in the bank, millions and millions. Yes, you can have money in the bank. It's an accumulation of assets, material things that pull together your wealth building plan. So I got into this industry a little over 2.5 years ago, and I'm licensed to do what I do. I realized I was not on a wealth building plan. That's why I didn't have any. I just didn't have it. And 2.5 years, I'm happy to say that my net worth just hit $1 million. Yay! I wish I had a bell that go ding, 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 ding. $1 million. That's because I followed the strategy. I followed the process. So when I say my net worth, what do I mean? What do I mean with this wealth building plan? Well, your net worth is your assets minus your liabilities. You heard that? Your assets minus your liabilities. So what does that mean? It means that if you owe somebody large sums of money, you have to subtract that from your assets. Here, yeah, I love that, Brenda. She's all on it with this money. Here's a rule of thumb. So I was talking with a client and she had, I guess, about $100,000 that she had managed to save. I think it was in a 401k or some product. And I said, it's great. You know, this looks good. You look real good. But she had $140,000 in student loan debt. What did that mean? That meant she was negative $40,000. She was all excited. She had that 100K, but no, you can't do that. Her financial portfolio, her net worth was in the negative. You know who else was in the negative? Michael Jackson. When he died, he was in the negative. What? The king of pop? That's right. I did my research. When he died, he owed more money than what he had. They said he liked expensive toys and all these things. And at least for that first year, his estate was not valued at anything. Now, a couple years later, with all the memorabilia, the licensed items they were able to do, they were able to turn it into a positive. But at time of death, he was in a negative. I'm sure everybody thought, oh, his family, they're all going to get this, that, and the other. No. Same thing for Sammy Davis Jr. Sammy Davis Jr. died broke. As a matter of fact, his wife had to sell their possessions. And I believe, don't quote me, it's in my book, and I have to go to that part. She had to sell off some assets. So, you know, we can think we're somewhere, but unless we crunch the numbers, unless we're constantly looking at it, are we upside down financially? Do we have the negatives? So I will tell you, my net worth at $1 million, that's after everything's off the table. Anybody that I owe, I'm in the positive. I hope to be able to tell you next year it's 2 million, or at least let's be realistic. You can't do that in a year. To be realistic, if you don't have anything, if you don't have any cash, if you're starting from scratch, it might take you 5 years to do it, maybe even 10, but you got to start. If you're going to finish, you have to start. You got to start somewhere. You can start with something as simple as $100, you know, $50. There are all different types of things that you can do to start, but start somewhere. Let's don't be distorted with our money. Let's don't front. I tell people fronting. You see people fronting. They're wearing designer this, designer that. And they have the appearance of money, but they're saturated with debt. I'm at the point now where I really think about it before I spend my money. I was that person. I was spending like water, like water, just flowing out the back end. And I don't do that anymore. I really think about it before I take money out of my wealth building pot, because I got to be loyal, keep my money in money jail. So those are my thoughts for you today. I'm sending out some financial love to you to let you know that you can wealth build. It is going to take more than one setting. I'd love to meet with anyone out there that's serious about a wealth building plan. I can help you devise one. Growing your assets is very important, and that is what I do. So we have what's called a financial house. When I meet with you, I'll talk with you about what's the foundation, what's on the very bottom of the house. We got to get that situated first. Then we talk about the walls. One of those walls is debt. We'll talk about those things. We talk about the roof, which can be retirement plans, different kind of things, but you got to start with the foundation first. And then we have something on the top. Do you know your wealth building plan should include charity? You should be willing to part with $100 to $1,000 to $1 million. I don't know what your tolerance is to give. Always give. Givers get. Remember, givers get. So reach out to me, Sabrina, at sabrinaprodict.com. I will help you devise a wealth building plan so you can grow your assets. I'm here to help.
Well, congratulations on meeting that first goal. How'd that feel?
I don't know if Sabrina can still hear us.
That's
I think
right.
you might, Sabrina, if you can real quick, check your microphone settings because on your computer, because we hear you loud and clear. We heard all the great information that you shared with us. I just don't know. It might be your computer settings that's not allowing you to hear us in your system. I'm gonna put in the private chat for Sabrina to repeat her information where they can get in contact with us. And so hopefully she is still seeing that and she can share that with us one more again because she shared some great bits of information with us. So let me send that to her in the private chat and see if she gets it.
Again, I want to give my contact information. My email address is Sabrina at sabrinaprodict.com, and you should see my name on the screen. That's a Serbian name, by the way. Sabrina at sabrinaprodict.com. You can also visit my website. I have a contact form out there, and it's sabrinaprodict.com. sabrinaprodict.com. Visit my website. You'll get a little bit more detail on what I do. You can also schedule a time with me. I have a calendar link out there. You can schedule your free financial review with me, and we can get started on that wealth building plan. I'd love to chat with you.
Thank you so much. And you can also get information, a little bit more information about her upcoming book. book, her upcoming book, From Hindsight to Insight. Check out Sabrina at sabrinaproduct.com. And also just be looking out for Sabrina, because Sabrina is going to be on the upcoming cover
yes.
of She Exists magazine. So go to sheexistsmagazine.com, where you can get more information, and look forward to seeing Sabrina in the upcoming issue. Thank you, Sabrina. All right. Thank you so much. We are back. So again, check her out. Sabrina gave some great nuggets. Don't you think so, Brent? I know you was writing feverishly. What are some of the takeaways that you got from Sabrina's presentation?
Well, I love the money gel, because the whole point of saving money is to not touch it. So if you can have easy access to it, and there's something you really want, you can just kind of say, oh, I'll just do it and I'll put it back later. Well, it never gets put back. You never go back to it. So yes, I think that was a great thing. And then a lot of people think that being a millionaire or multimillionaire or whatever it is that's over the amount that they think that they want to become is cash, and it's not. Your assets are part of your net worth, but even more so, your debt is part of your net worth.
Absolutely. I love that. I love that phrase, money jail. Put your money in jail. Put it in a place where you can't touch it, so that it can grow, 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 so that at the end of the quarter, after the end of half a year, at the end of the year, you can look back and you can ring that bell. You can ding, 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 because your money has grown, because you've shown some discipline. Chuck Doyle said, awesome presentation, awesome info. He also said that about 2 years ago, he founded an investment club with 14 other people, and they teach themselves smart ways about investing in their future. And that is a great, thank you for sharing that, Chuck. And that's a great thing. Basically, what we're talking about today in Becoming the Best You, it's getting together with like-minded individuals for a common goal, for a common cause, to make something happen in your life so that you can become better. And what better way of becoming the best you than to become better in your finances and watch your finances grow, grow, grow as you grow, grow, grow into the best version of yourself. So, Brenda, we're going to keep this moving. I'm going to put you back down, because I know you've got to go prep this fabulous presenter that's coming up next. So we're going to let you hit backstage and make sure that our next presenter is ready to go. And in the meantime, we're going to talk about one of the reasons why we are also doing this event today. We are doing this event today because Becoming the Best You wants to help you in every aspect of your life. And one of the aspects that we've seen from our group is that they want to, now that they've overcome some obstacles, now that they have gone through some trials, tribulations, and found themselves on the other side, they want to help other people. And so they want to tell their story. And because they may not be world-renowned speakers like some of the speakers you're seeing here today, like Arkevius or like Sabrina or like myself or like Brenda, they want to learn the art of becoming the best speaker that they can be. So we have started the Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. And I want to give you a little insight, a little testimonial from some of the people that have gone through our course, and then give you the opportunity to sign up for our next academy coming real soon. So take a listen.
Hi, I'm Stacy Laban with Laban Life by Design. I'm a recent graduate of the course Becoming the Best Speaker You Can Be. Thanks to the amazing coaches, Anthony and Terrence, as well as the support team of Maud and Brenda, I got through those 8 weeks and feel very rewarded and confident with what I learned and what I took in from this opportunity. We learned each week through homework assignments how we can craft our own message, find our own rhythm, and get really focused and detailed on how we want to present those. We were gifted with wonderful feedback, suggestions, and different ideas on how to put together a speech, how we can learn to expand that idea or shrink it depending on the audience. We also learned the business end of being a professional speaker, the marketing, the networking, the relationship building, the timing, the branding, all of the things that go on behind the scenes to becoming a professional speaker. If you're on the fence about this course, don't be. You get incredible value for the price. I took so much from this course. I can confidently say I'm ready to walk out and step out onto a stage today, which I was not able to do 8 weeks ago, and I credit it completely to this class and the people that put this together. So thank you.
Yes, 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 yes. So if that resonated with you, the testimonial from one of our former students, Stacy Laban, on how she was able to turn her message into a polished speaking presentation, then we want you to come on and get ready to tell your story, because we know your story matters. We know your story makes a difference. And we know that there is room on stages across the world for your story. But you just need a little bit of help. And that's why we're here. So, our winter session is starting real soon. So, go on over to our website, btbspeaker.com. That's btbspeaker.com. And join our 8-week academy, where you'll get the tools, the tips, and the strategies to become the best speaker you can be. All right, so let's jump right back into our masterclass. Hopefully, you guys are getting some great information out of this. If you are getting great information, if you found some things that you can put into action already right now, just go ahead and put a 1 in the comment. Put a 1 in the comment if you found some value in our presenters that we've had so far. As we introduce to you the visionary creator of Becoming the Best You movement. I am so proud to be a part of this movement, but this isn't my vision. This was the vision of the professor of change. She is the person that is the epitome of what becoming the best you is all about, because she had those bad days like we've all had. She's had a number of bad days where she had to sit in literal solitude because the bad days were so bad she couldn't do anything else. She'd been put into a position where she had to think about her life, and was she really being the best version of herself? And she took that time to discover herself, rediscover herself, reevaluate what was important to her, and she used that time to make a change. Somebody put in the feed, make a change, because that's what happens when you become the best version of you. You make a change, not only in your life, but subsequently in the lives of others. And that's what Brenda Ringwood is doing now with this BTBY movement. She is the professor of change, which means she is certified, she is qualified, she is more than established in this area of change to share with you what it means to become the best version of yourself. She's been an entrepreneur since high school. And just like the rest of us, she's had some hard times. She's survived cancer and other life struggles. And she's a biologist who turned her challenges into a need for change. Now, amongst being this change agent, she's a speaker, she's an artist, she's a salesperson, she's a trainer. She does so many hats that, I can't keep up with which hat she's wearing on any given day. But that's what life is all about when you are the professor of change. And she's going to speak to you now from the heart to let you know what it takes to change your life and become the best version of you. So let's give a warm BTBY welcome to the Professor of Change, Miss Brenda Ringwood.
Thank you, Terrence. You know, many hats, we all wear them, and we don't even know that we're doing it because it just kind of happens. So, you know, you're in high school, you graduate, you get married, you're become a parent or not, or an aunt and uncle. All these things start to change for you, and you don't have control over it. So you just got to put that hat on and go with it. And that is exactly what I had to do. You know, there was a time in my life where things were just fabulous. You know, I had the house and the company, the marriage, the kids, the cars. From the outside, things looked pretty stinking good. And you know what? I really did have it good. I did. But I was miserable and I was unhappy because I was doing a job that I hated. And that is horrible for your self-esteem. When I was in high school, I didn't have the self-esteem that I have now. I was actually very insecure. And people say, what? You were 100 pounds. You had the body assets. You had the brains. You had everything that people wanted. But you see, I didn't because I was living for other people. I didn't have what I wanted. And that is what becoming the best you is all about. Becoming the best version of you, to live the life that you want to live with the family of your picking. And when I say that, you can't choose your family, right? But you can choose who you associate with and how you spend time with them and at what level that you spend with them, even with family. And I had to learn that nobody was going to make a way in life for me. I had to do it by myself. And I did it. And I was very successful at it. But the very thing that I was successful at also destroyed me. Did you hear me? Because it wasn't what I wanted to be doing. And it gave me the opportunity, and hear this, the opportunity to sit in a jail cell. Had that opportunity not been handed to me, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. I wouldn't be helping others find their purpose, helping others to become the best version of themselves, because see, it had to start with me. And my actions were horrible. And it landed me in a spot that turned my life around. And it doesn't always work that way for some people. Some people are in and out, in and out. The hate becomes so strong that their heart becomes hard. And mine did. It did come hard. It was very hard for a very long time. But I had to change that too. See, I had to change everything. I had to change from the inside out. The inside out. Because if you change on just the outside, and that's what people see, it's not true change. But when you change on the inside, that reflects on the outside. Now you're truly starting to change. And Terrence said something in February at our in-person event in Kansas City, that the tongue in our mouth doesn't always match the tongue in our shoes, that we have two tongues. And that was me. I was not matching. My walk and my talk were not matching. And Sabrina just said it. Her walk matches her talk. And I had to reevaluate and say, I need that to happen to me. I need my walk and my talk to be the same. I need my actions to match what's coming out of my mouth. Inside is where that has to start. Not only does it start inside, it has to be practiced. You have to consciously think about how you're going to change your life. So I got to thinking, how is this going to happen for me? Because I've just ruined my life. I have literally landed myself in a 4-year prison. How am I going to come back from this? And then I got to thinking, come back. Why do I need to come back? Because coming back means that you're going back to a place that where you already were at. I don't want to be in that spot anymore. You know, we want our health to come back. We want other things to come back. We like people to come back. But I don't want the comeback spot where I was at. Does that make sense? I want to be better than that. I want to do better than that. I want to have better than that. So I want to come back past that. So sometimes you have to go through where you were to get to where you're going. You also have to use your past as the stepping stone to get to the next level. Sometimes that next level is as simple as the next relationship. So I got to thinking, I still have my experience. I still have my knowledge. I still have my education, but I got to start over. And what is that going to look like? It's hard. At 50 years old, I had to start over. I walked out of a jail cell at 50 with nothing. We absolutely had nothing because we lost it all in a house fire. So I literally had the clothes that I went into jail with on my back. That was it. I had to start from scratch. Not only did I have to start from scratch, I had to do it from a very unhealthy place, both physically, my health was horrible, and then mentally. I was in a deep state of, I can't do this. I don't want to do this. What will people think? What are they saying? I was embarrassed and I was ashamed. Didn't even want to go out to eat because I might run into somebody that knew me. I had to get over that. I had to get over it because I wasn't that person anymore. I was just at an event where one of the speakers says, I changed my address. I don't live there anymore. I have a whole new world and it's mine. I just got to figure out, what do I need to do to get there? And the stepologist, Regina Platt, always says we're trying to get to there. There is a place that we want to be. Are you there? Or are you still trying to get there? And see, the question is, I don't ever want to be there. I want to always be trying to get there because my destination is always going to change. What I'm doing in life is always going to change. I'm going to always try to be better. I'm better than I was yesterday. I'm better than I was last week. And I'm better than I was a year ago. Definitely better than I was 4 years ago, even 10 years ago. But why did I need to change? I owed it to myself. I owed it to my family. And I owed it to the people that I associated with. So I started thinking, what is your background? You know this. You're in sales. You've been doing sales all of your life. In fact, you were selling. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I was a serial entrepreneur by the time I was 21 and didn't even know it. My dad would tell me, get the yard mowed. You didn't mow the yard. Get out there and mow that yard. I'm not paying you $10 to not mow the yard. I got the yard mowed. I hired the boy next door or the boy up the street or the boyfriend. I'd pay them $5, I'd get 10. My dad came home one day and said, who's that boy mowing the yard, to my mom? And my mom said, well, you told her to get the yard mowed, so she did. Well, I'm going to go pay him. And she says, no, you're not. You told her to get the yard mowed. You didn't tell her how. You need to give her some credit for what she's doing. So when I met my husband, Dennis, he mowed the yard for free. And today, 35 years later, he's still mowing that yard for free. But that's where it started. So I decided, what do I know how to do? And how can I apply that to my life that can still make a difference in others? So we started the Becoming the Best You movement. And I say we because it truly is a team. There is a team of us that do this. Nobody can do things 100% by themselves. And you know what? I don't want to. We're better together. Friends matter. Relationships matter. And see, I had ruined a lot of relationships. I was lying. I wasn't being honest even with myself. And it landed me in places that I just couldn't get out of. And I was digging that hole deeper and deeper and deeper. And that hole was being filled with water and it was turning to mud and it was caking on me. And it was just pulling me down. God happened and he reached down and he yanked me out. And when I was out, doors were open for me almost 3 years earlier than they should have been because my heart had changed. My mindset had changed. My relationship with Christ had changed. And God opened those doors. He opened those doors to let me out because, see, I had a purpose. I was supposed to be doing something for him. And that's where I messed up. I wasn't. I was doing stuff for me. So I get out and I get my health under control and I decide, okay, I'm going to speak. I'm going to get back into doing some of the things that I enjoy doing, that I've been doing for many, many years. And then COVID hits. Then the virtual world happened. So I started doing little shows on becoming the best version of yourself with people who had been incarcerated, or with wardens of prisons, or with correctional officers, with law enforcement, with family members of those who had been incarcerated, to get the story out there of the good, the bad, the ugly of incarceration, because people need to see the truth of it. People need to see it is definitely a needed system. However, the system is flawed. And that's a whole different conversation. But I wanted to just get the stories out there that, you know what? People who have come back into society, they have a value. They can still make a difference. And look at yourself like that. Sometimes you don't have to go to prison to be incarcerated. I was just talking to Erin Page about this the other day, and she's going to be coming up here a little bit after Velton, she's up. But let me tell you what she said. A lot of people are in prison because of their mindset. Their mindset keeps them incarcerated. It stops them because they think they're not good enough. They think they don't have a value. People are going to laugh at me. What will they say? My spouse won't let me do that. Whatever it is, it's just an excuse, because you see, if you really want it, you're going to do it. So I got to thinking, okay, I can do this. So that led to other things. It led to other opportunities. And I was on some other virtual shows because of it. And that's where I met Terrence. And I met a lot of these other folks that have just really embraced the Becoming the Best You movement. So I want to give you some tips on becoming the best you. You see, people think that this is just personal growth, but why can't it be both? Why can't you grow your business with these same concepts? I want to talk to you about the sales process, because selling is part of becoming the best you. We're all involved in sales. You're probably saying, I'm not a salesperson. I don't sell. I don't want to sell. That's not the job I want. But you're involved in sales. You're either buying or you're selling. I know we all buy groceries. We all buy a car. We all buy clothes. We buy things. So you're part of the sales process, like it or not. So why do you buy a certain item? What was the marketing behind that product that made you buy it? Or why did you hire a certain company because of their services? What sold you on it? So, part of becoming the best you is sales, like it or not. We sell ourselves every day. As a speaker, we have to sell ourselves on the stage. We have to sell you what we are talking about. We also sell our friends. And the sales process can be a lot like perception. You ever bought something where it looked really good and the labels were good and it was the most expensive thing, so you thought it was going to be the best thing. And then you get it and the product was absolutely horrible, or the taste was disgusting. But you bought that product because of the way it was marketed. We tend to treat our relationships that same way. Sometimes we're phony. Sometimes we want them to believe that we're something that we're not. Sometimes we want to mask the problems instead of embracing who you are and using them to try to get better. So our perceptions become our reality because people perceive things about you, but they're not necessarily true, just like selling a product or a business. See, I like the motto, overproduce and undersell, not oversell. And when you can't do that, your word has to be good, because sometimes things happen where the product isn't going to be what you promised. So you better be prepared to give a refund, make it right. And that also works in our relationships. Sometimes what we've sold them in a personal relationship isn't what they got. And sometimes we have to give a refund on that. And what does that mean? It means you got to say, I'm sorry. It means you got to say, will you forgive me? Not only is forgiveness to be asked, you also have to practice it. So let's get back to selling. Everybody has a job, right? Because we got to make money. You got to have an income. You got to live your life. What are you doing right now in your job that is reflected around sales? Some of you are probably saying, I don't need to sell at my job. I'm just a paper pusher. Okay. You had to sell yourself to get that interview. When you went in for that job interview, you had to sell yourself. When you put that resume together, you had to sell yourself. You had to put something on there or say something that was going to make you stand out above everybody else that was applying for that job. That works the same way when you're self-employed. You see, for me, I've been self-employed since high school. I have hundreds of bosses, probably thousands of bosses in my lifetime. But every single time that I went in to bid something or to solicit business or even asked if they needed a speaker, I was applying for a job. I was being interviewed. When you're being interviewed, now you got to sell yourself. So do you know how to sell yourself? Do you know how to sell what you really are? And then in order to do that, you have to know what you want before you can even sell yourself. So let's say you want to do a career change. Do you know what you want to do? Do you know the type of people that you want to associate with? Sometimes you need a friendship change or a circle change, an environment change. But it's hard to do that if you don't know the type of change that you want. So I want to talk a little bit about communication. Because see, communication is huge with sales. Communication is huge in becoming the best version of yourself. And it's huge in every relationship that you have. Personal, professional, communication is key. So let's just say that you're applying for that job, whatever that job is, and you don't communicate the right things and you don't get hired. And you wonder why the person that you just were sitting in the lobby with got that job over you because they didn't seem to have what you have. Well, they don't know you have it if you don't tell them you got it. They don't know you have that experience if you don't show them that experience. So the number one thing in sales, so especially if you want to be an entrepreneur, communicate who you are, communicate what you do, and communicate what you have. And then allow them to see that you actually know what it is that you're doing. Because you can say it, but if you don't do it, then it's a lie, right? So let's talk about communication. Communication is how you show up. It is how you live your life. It's what you look like. It's how you act. And it's how you present yourself. So you have somebody that's coming in. You're the boss. And you're hiring a new receptionist. This person shows up in sweatsuits that are all wrinkled. The hair is in a ponytail. It's crooked. Fingernails are dirty. And the first thing that that person is going to say is, wow, that's not what I want representing my office. So they might actually sit and listen to you, but they've already made their first impression and their perception of you by the way that you looked. What they didn't realize, however, is that you probably were the best person for the job, but on your way there, you had a flat tire and you tore your skirt while you were changing it. So you had to put on the clothes that you had in your workout bag that were in there from 2 days ago to show up to make this interview on time. And your hands were dirty because you were changing this tire. But they didn't see any of that. They saw what was in front of them. So my point to you is if you would have said, hey, look, I'm here, I'm on time, this is what's happened to me. Please look past this and look to the inner self. Maybe they would have given you that job, but you didn't explain to them why you were there in the state that you were there. Or you showed up all prim and proper and you looked that part, man. You looked that part, but there wasn't a thing going on up here. You looked really good. But what was up here that was coming out here was not getting you that job. So you need to find that happy median that what you look like is also who you are. That way you don't have to pretend. You don't have to pretend. You get that? When you're genuine, you can sell yourself. You can sell the product that you're selling because it's the truth. And when it's the truth, you tend to believe in it. You tend to believe in it. So communication is key. And what you look like, unfortunately, sometimes is the perception of what people have of you. And that's not good. And you know that saying that says you have to look the part? Perception makes that true. I once was speaking and my background was janitorial. So I dressed up like I was the maintenance gal. And I was walking around the room. I had the keys, I had the t-shirt that said the company name on it, the khaki pants. And, I looked like I was there. I pulled a trash can out and took the trash out, brought in a new bag. So they really thought I was the maintenance person, right? Until they called me to speak. And I got up in my janitorial gear. They were like, what? And I said, for those of you who said good morning to me, thank you. For those of you who stubbed me, shame on you. For those of you who carried on a conversation with me, you're the ones I'm talking to right now because they accepted me for who I was. So when I got up there and shared my story about being the janitor and the way that people treated me during my life, in my career of that, they had to put their own self into check, their own perspectives back inside to say, maybe I need to stop judging the book by its cover. So you see what I'm saying? How you show up is how they're going to perceive you. So show up in your true authentic self. If you're going to wear your sweatsuit every day, then that's what you show up in your job interview. If you're a person that likes your suit and tie and that's what you dress in every day, then show up like that. There's nothing wrong with that. But what is wrong is showing up to be the person that you're not. And that's where I'm going with this. Always show up to be the person that you are, not the person that you're not. And then you don't have to worry about things later. So, perception is not always the truth, is what I'm saying. It's not always the truth. So then the second part of sales, you have communication, but then you got the follow through. And this is in any relationship, you got to follow up with them too. The relationship can't always be one-sided. It can't always be about you. You need to listen to what they have to say. You need to listen to what they're going through. And you need to be that friend that can listen and then offer them some advice. Same thing in sales, same thing in a company. If people don't know what you do and they forget about what you do because there's no follow through, they're not going to buy from you again. And, it was my experience when I was selling real estate. My agents would say, how do you get all of this business? And I would tell them, it's my follow through. You see, they bought this house and they had one child. So they think a couple of years they're not going to need another house. But the reality is she was already pregnant with second child. By year 3, they were outgrowing this house. I stayed in contact with them. I emailed them. I sent them cards. I called them. And when that happens, I stayed in their mind. So when they were ready to buy another house, I was able to resell the house that I sold them and find them another house. Where an agent in my office got looked over because he didn't stay in connection with his clients. And Susie down the street's cousin just started real estate and she's been talking about her, so they went with her. You have to do the follow through. And in a relationship, you have to follow through. You have to let people know that you care about them, that they are important, that they matter. Don't just call them when you want something. Call them to tell them they're special. Call them to say hello, or how about I love you. Love is huge. Follow through is going to get you anywhere that you need to go. So you can say, I want to do this, but if you don't follow through with it, you're never going to do this. If you want to lose weight, if you don't follow through with the process to lose weight, with the diet, the exercise, the change of mindset, you're not going to lose that weight. Then you're just saying things. But when you follow through with what you say and you follow through with what you do, you're going to achieve what it is you're trying to sell. So let me go on with the next thing. Do you have confidence? Confidence. We think we do, right? But you need to have it. You need to be secure in what you're doing, especially if you're a speaker or you're a public figure or you're in sales. You have to be confident in what you're doing. Because if you're not going to be successful at it. And let's talk about the word success. Success isn't always about money. We tend to make it about money. But if you've met one goal, I'm going to go out and I'm going to make 10 new leads this week, and you connected with 10 new people, then that was a success. That was a successful plan, and you achieved it. So start making your successfulness about things that you can actually reach. That way you're not going to get discouraged because you said, I'm going to set a goal of meeting 10 new leads, and you did it. But if you set it for 100 new leads and you fell short at 90, you might be a little bit disappointed in yourself. So make the successful goal at a goal that you know that you can achieve. And then when you do that, you can start increasing things and start adding value to what it is that you're doing. So then I want to talk to you about timidness, meekness. There's nothing wrong with that because, you can't really change if you're bashful or you're shy, but you can still have confidence. See, there's a difference. You can still be confident in what you know. You can still be confident in who you know, and you can still be confident in how you're going to perform. And in business, in sales, in a relationship, friendships, whatever it is, that is key. Confidence. Confidence is huge in a relationship because they need to know that you're confident about being their friend. They need to know that you're confident about that relationship, that support is going to be there. Same thing if they're buying a product or a service. Your confidence is what's going to sell them on that. And here's the other thing. Don't be an egotistic jerk when it comes to your relationships. That is a turnoff. There is a difference between being confident and being egotistic. And then you need to be secure in what you stand for. Just like my faith, I believe that Christ is the king of my kingdom. And through him, he allows me to rule my kingdom. And I talk about that in several different sessions. But I have to be secure in that faith, or I'm going to come across that I can be persuaded easily. I can change my mind. But if you're in security in what you believe, your foundation is solid. And that's what you need. You need that solid foundation. So I'm secure in who my Savior is. I am secure in why I do the things that I do. Therefore, I can't have somebody else coming into my life trying to change my mind on what it is I want for my life. The naysayers and the negative people are going to come in and they're going to try to say, I don't think you should be doing that. Maybe, have you thought about doing it this way? And then you got the friends that say, you know what, that's a really good idea. But have you thought about maybe doing it this way? You see the difference in that? And because you are secure in what you want, you can back up why it is that you want that. So then I want to talk to you about increasing your sales. So, and I'm doing this both for relationships and for business relationships. But before we get into increasing your sales, I want to talk about the word ship. Do you know what it means? Everybody thinks it's a boat. Well, actually, a ship is bigger than a boat, but it's not even that. Ship is the state of something, the condition of. So you have relationship. You have flagships, like a flagship office, which means it's supposed to be the best one, right? Or the first one. You have stewardship. Stewardship, responsibility is what that means. How you handle your money, how you handle your relationships, how you handle your life. We have leadership, the condition of your leadership. The condition of is what that word means. So what is the condition of your relationships? What is the condition of mentorships that you have? So do you mentor or are you being mentored? And what is the relationship there? What is the ship? What is the status of that? So when you don't know your ship, you don't know what your condition is, how can you go out and sell it? How can you go sell yourself? And then how can you change yourself? So you see, when you change yourself from the inside out, you don't have to sell yourself. Your actions do it for you. You have as Sabrina says, you have a passion for her word for this was what? Passive income. So you have a passion for passiveness. It just flows and it happens. Did you hear that? You get passiveness that just happens. You don't have to effortly do anything anymore because you are who you are and it's seeping out. See, when you're not happy with yourself and you're not willing to change from the inside out, that stuff's still going to seep out. And the rottenness and the evilness and all that's going to seep and it's going to ooze and it's going to show. But when you have true change and you are living your life in the purpose that you want to live, then that's what flows out. And it's like honey. It's soothing, it's sweet, it's nourishing, natural. So what kind of ship do you have in your life? What are you oozing is what I want to know. So let's talk about getting out there. You know, networking is very important. Very, very important. I don't really like doing it all the time, but it's a necessity because, again, how do you expect people to know what you do if you don't tell them? So networking is huge in that. And I tell people, get involved in networking events, go to events, go get that self-help that you need. Get into the membership of something that's going to benefit you, either a chamber of commerce or a business club or a Toastmasters, whatever it is, because they're going to support you. And then if you do your job and they like what you do and you're delivering because the ship of what you are selling is in good shape, that business is going to come. Those relationships are going to come. And then get it out there on social media. You know, social media, it can be a bad thing and it can be a good thing, but it's what you do with it that's going to matter. So let everybody know what you do. If they don't know what you do, how are they going to hire you to do it? And then you're going to get discouraged and you're going to say, well, it just didn't work for me. Well, it didn't work because you didn't tell anybody. And if you did tell people, if you weren't secure in it and you didn't have the confidence, why would they buy from you? So think about that. Think about that. So you can increase your sales through marketing, through email, through social media, through networking, through current customers and clients, and through current friendships. Then your friends, if you're confident and you're secure and your tongues match, will refer you. And when that happens, man, you're golden. You're golden because they're doing it for you. Now you've got the passive sales going on that you've already done the work for, and now other people are doing it for you. Isn't that what you want? You never have to worry about being a different person. You know, I tell people sometimes we're a different person at work than we are at home, and we're even different at church. But what if you could be that same person in all three places? That's who you should strive to be. Be you no matter what, wherever you are, however you are, and who you are. Do it. So I also want to talk to you about connecting. We are creatures of habit. So we tend to go to the same old places, same old connections, same old things that are familiar. But what if you could start changing something each time you go that's different? Because that differentness might make a difference in your life for the better. It can also go the other way, but only if you let it. You know, you learn what not to do again. But then I want to talk to you about investing in yourself. You know, everybody says, I can't afford it. Investing in yourself could be as simple as reading a book, an ebook, a used book, whatever. It could be getting a friend and sitting down and just shooting some ideas. But investing in yourself also means taking the time to see what it is that you need, taking the time to focus on that and then applying what you've just focused on. Because see, you can read about it and you can even go to an event and hear about it. But if you don't apply it and practice it, then you've just wasted your money. But when you apply it and you practice it and you truly change what it is that you're doing, how you're responding, how you're talking, what you're doing, now you've just invested in yourself. And that investment's going to pay off because your family's going to see the change. Your employees are going to see the change. Your employer, your relationships, everybody's going to see that change in you. And then they're going to want what you got. How many things have you wanted that other people have? And I'm not talking about things like cars and house and status. Right here. How many people want that peace, that happiness, that mindset? That's what self-growth is all about. That is what investing in yourself will do. And that peace of mind, it's not worth any amount of money because you can't buy it. You can create it and you can have it, but you can't buy it. And you can't give it to anybody else. They have to want to do it themselves. So I want to go back and talk about communication. How are you communicating? And is it successful? Because if it's not successful, then you need to learn a different way. So how do you communicate? Are you a yeller and a screamer at home? Do you threaten and then don't follow through? Do you say you're going to do something and then not do it? Well, who wants to work with anybody like that? Ask yourself that. Are you one of those people? Because we don't like dealing with those people. So why would you want to be one of those people? That works the same way in your job, works the same way in sales. And then I tell people, quit texting and emailing all the time. How about pick up the phone or go in and visit with that person in person? Let them know they matter. It's harder to get fired if they like you. It's easier for them to hire you if they like you. And they're going to hire you if they see you in person over the person that's just emailing all the time. So your actions is what's going to sell yourself. Your actions is also going to put you in the circles that you want. And your actions is also going to get some people out of your life that need to be out of your life. But the point that I'm trying to make is, are you ready to do it? Are you ready to make those necessary changes? Because people need to be cut out of your life. They do. And sometimes it's our families. It is our family that holds us back. And we love them, and you cannot pick your family, and you can't change your family. But I will tell you this. You can associate with them differently. You can love them. You can celebrate with them, but you don't have to share all your hopes and dreams with them. You don't have to tell them everything. Those moments are for the people in your circle who support you, who want to see you grow, who want to see you succeed, and they're going to help you do it. Because, jealousy is a very bad thing, very bad thing. And I'm going to go back to Cain and Abel in the Bible, first murder that's documented, right, that we know of. And Cain kills Abel. Abel is doing what he's supposed to be doing. He's giving his stuff up at the altar, his first fruits. He's giving the Lord what he's asked him to do. And Cain's not. And Cain is seeing all the favor that Abel has. And he gets jealous. And he's jealous, and he's jealous, and it's festering, and now hatreds come into play that eventually leads to murder. Don't let that be part of your life. Let the jealous people go, because they're just going to pull you down. I'm going to clap for you until it's my turn. I'm going to help you until it's my turn. And then when it is my turn, I'm going to reach down and pull you up. That's what it is about. That is what selling is. That is what relationships are. And that is how you change your life. Another way that you can get some self-help is through coaching, attending seminars, webinars, in-person events, self-help books. Go out there and get educated. If there's something that you want to do in your life that you need to change to do, you can do it. If you want to be that doctor, then go on and get that degree. I don't care if you're 50. I don't care if you're 60. Who cares what the classmates are saying? I went back to school at 32 years old, was probably one of the oldest ones in the class. And I didn't graduate till I was 40 with my biology degree. It took me 8 years because I had life. I had 4 kids. I was married. I had businesses, but I did it. And it took me 8 years. I didn't let them stop me. In fact, my counselor, when I first went in, told me most people your age that come in here to start in a scientific field, maybe you should go into, an easier field. They don't succeed. They don't finish. They drop out. And it's because of what he told me that I did finish, because I wasn't going to let him win. See, he already counted me out before I'd even started. He was already using that against me before I had even started. I hadn't even picked my classes yet. But I did finish. And I did get an apology because I went to a smaller school. So he was over some of the biology department, and he was seeing my process. And at the end, when I was graduating, he said, I owe you an apology. I didn't think you were going to do it. So see, how you communicate with people can also hurt them. Had I had been weak-minded, had I not been secure in what I wanted, had I not been confident, I maybe would have let his comment distract me and say, maybe he's right. I can't do this. No, I can do this. You can do this. You can do anything you want in your life. You can have anything you want in your life, but you got to take that first step. Because if you don't take that step, you're going to be stuck. You're going to be stuck. You're going to be stuck there forever. That mud's going to cake on you. It's going to continue to weigh you down. Get off that couch and go to work. Quit making excuses. You want that new job, go get it. You want new relationships, go find them. You're in a bad spot where people are hurting you, change your mindset and get out of it. Get out of it. Don't be lazy about it. Terrence, I'm going to have you come back up for a minute because I got a question for you.
Welcome back to the hot seat.
What are you doing right now to make a difference in your own life?
Well, what am I doing right now to make a difference in my own life? We have a speaker coming up a little later that is you're the professor of change. He is the doctor of helping you discover yourself. And that's what I'm doing on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm constantly in discovery mode and taking a little bit of what you said. How are my ships? Is my ship safe? Is my relationships ship safe? Am I working on being the leader of one so that I can be the leader of many? So I'm in that discovery mode. I'm finding myself so that I can, as I talk about, go from good to better to best each and every day, because, every day is a new day to do it a little bit better than you did it the day before. And you never want to just get lost on your laurels. You just don't want to just lean on the person you were the yesterday, because you're always in a race. As long as you have breath in your body, you're always in a race with yourself to be the best version of yourself. So that's what in walking the walk and talking the talk, I'm making sure my two tongues are doing what I say they should do.
And you see how I incorporated people who have made a difference in my life into my conversation. I talked about what you spoke about. So I was learning at an event that I was putting on about the two tongues in my possession, right? And then I'm listening to Aaron talking about how you can be incarcerated in your brain. You don't have to be incarcerated physically, but it stops you and it keeps you locked away. There's so many different things. Dr. Ruben West talks about hanging out with zeros and ones,
Yeah.
0 times what is what? Nothing.
Yeah.
You're never going to multiply yourself. Same way with the one. But then the thing I really like about what he says is, are you that 0 or 1? Are you the person holding somebody else back? Even yourself. So I just want to know what you are doing in your life right now, because everybody needs to do something to make a better situation for themselves.
Absolutely. And that's why we are doing this masterclass, because it's important to not only remind you, the viewers, but it's also important to have that reminder ourselves, because there's a saying that says, if you're the smartest person in the room, you need to go to another room. Right. Yeah, you need to go to another room, because there's always something else for you to master. There's always another class that you can be a part of to master becoming this best version of who you are. And I thank you for being the professor of change that took us to class over these last 45 minutes and gave us a course on how we can be shape and recognizing that sales is a process, and we are part of that process each and every day. Yeah, I got a page full of notes here, and I've been posting in the room, and people are agreeing with you. Jeff Markinet said, "Boom, that's what's up." We had other comments. I really loved how you broke down the definition of ship as being the state of, and it's important. Before we can see where we are, we have to define the measures by which we determine where we are. And if we can't determine that, if we can't define the measurements that we're going to use to figure out where we are in this best you journey, we're never going to get there. Someone way smarter than me said, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. So I love how you had taught that to us today. So, and I don't know if you have some more nuggets to share with us. I don't want to take away from the rest of your time. You tell me.
You know what? I might just reveal some things as we go on today, but sales is key. We are always selling, and people say, "Oh, sales is just a business thing." It's not. It's not.
No. I am a firm believer that you are the product well before you talk about any of your products. And for the purposes of today's conversation, that doesn't just determine for the people that are watching us who are in business. In the personal development field, you are still you
Mhm.
before you tell me anything about
That's
you.
right.
Jeff, you
Right.
are you before you tell me about what you do. Aaron, you are you before you tell me about anything what you do. And it's important for us to be able to distinguish between who you are and what you do. Too
Mhm.
many of us have been defined by what we do. Many through history, our last names were reminiscent of what we do.
Right.
Smith, locksmith, blacksmith,
Shoemaker.
yeah, shoemaker, yeah.
Mhm.
But who are you? That's what we want to get to today as we help you become the best you, not what you do, because we don't want to define you by what you do. We want to know who you are so that we can get to know the best version of you.
And the other thing is, I like to tell people your real life is your home life. That's your real life. Your job is not your real life. It's what you do. It's not who you are. Your real life is your home and your family and the things that you are going to work towards together. When you walk through that door, that's your real life. Those kids, what you're going to cook for dinner, paying the bills, what you're going to do with your spouse, all these things are your real life. And it's because of what you do that can maybe make your real life a little bit easier, but it's not who you are.
Absolutely. We thank you, Brenda. Brenda, we know that people are going to want to have a more deep conversation with you. So, how can they get in contact with you?
I am all over the place under Brenda Ringwood, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Brenda Ringwood at gmail.com. Go to my website, Things by Bren, or BrendaRingwood.com. It'll get you there.
All right. So make sure you guys go check her out at thingsbybren.com. You can get more information on her books. You can get more information on her speaking. You can get more information on her upcoming events. And real quickly, our one of our speakers wanted to share this comment, and I just dropped it in the comment section. This comes from our next speaker, the leadershipologist, as he likes to be called. He says, "You are selling from the minute the doctor slaps you on the behind from day one." Wow.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
That's a visual. I'm going to take that for the rest of the day. But yes, absolutely. From the time you utter your first breath to your first cry, you have let the
Mhm.
world know that you exist. And from that point forward, we hope that you are putting in the effort to continue to become the best version of you. All right,
Absolutely.
Brenda, thank you so much for that. That's why she's the professor of change, y'all, because she has the ability to help you change your mind. And if you change your mind, you can change your situation. I think Arkevius said that earlier today. So we've got a theme going on today, helping you change your mind, helping you change the way you think, helping you put that into perspective so that you can move forward towards becoming the best you. Now, before we get to our next speaker, again, we want to invite you, give you the opportunity to do what we do each and every day. We are not only coaches, we are not only trainers, we are professional speakers here on this platform. We speak as part of what we do for a living. But we didn't come out of the womb day one speaking professionally. We may have came out of the womb saying something, but we had to learn how to really have something to say. And we know you have something to say because you have a story. You've gone through some things, you've overcome some things, and now you want to share how you overcame with the world so that you can help maybe one, or maybe 1,000, or maybe 1 million people overcome the way you did as well. That's why we've created the Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. It's an academy, a multi-week course that we are offering to everyday people like you to help you craft your message and to help you get the tools, tips, and strategies so that you can learn how to be the best speaker you can be, whether that's in front of one or whether that's in front of many. So let's share one of the testimonials from one of our recent students, and then we'll come back to the BTBY Masterclass.
How you doing? My name is James Griffin, and I attended the Becoming the Best You Speaker class hosted by Brenda Ringwood and Terrence Leffridge, Anthony Russo, and I can say that class was amazing. That class provided me with flavor. I was trying to find my voice, and that class provided space for me to find exactly how I can communicate my message in a way that hits the hearts of the people. So I recommend that class to anybody who's looking to find their voice, who's looking to find their flavor.
Absolutely. If you are looking to find that voice, if you're looking to find that flavor, like our previous student, James Trey Griffin said, then you want to join us at the BTB Speaker Academy. We got classes starting soon. You can go on over to btbspeaker.com, btbspeaker.com, and you can get all the information. Our winter 2022 session is going to begin real soon. So go on over to btbspeaker.com, and who knows, you may be on your way to becoming the best speaker you can be. And Brenda, we had a great class that just ended recently. And they've gone on to actually start speaking on BTBY platforms, correct?
Yes. James is actually speaking, and so is Stacy. Yeah,
absolutely. And
another one had the opportunity to speak in a completely different conference in the Kansas City area in her field. So we really try to reach out and to give people access to other stages. So it's not just a class and then you go find your own work. We actually give you tips and leads on how to do that. We teach you the business of speaking.
Absolutely. So you guys, if you want more information, go on over to btbspeaker.com and sign up for our winter session that's beginning real soon. All right, so we're getting back into the masterclass. Are you guys finding this beneficial? Are you picking up what our speakers are putting down? If you are, go ahead and put a 2 in the comment. Put a 2 in the comment if these wonderful presenters and all the knowledge that they're sharing is resonating with you and making a difference. And if you love what you're seeing here virtually, then we invite you to go ahead and register for our February event. February 2023, we're going to be in St. Louis doing this event live and in person, a full-blown conference with breakouts and private master classes that you can only get access to if you go and register. So go on and register over to comechangeyourlife.com, comechangeyourlife.com, and get all the information on how you can have your face in the place February 2023 for our live in-person Becoming the Best You conference. We got Corey Fox. He's putting a 2 in the room, so he's picking up what we're putting down. So we appreciate you, Corey, for being here. Stick and stay in, and go ahead and invite a friend, because we've got some more fabulous speakers along the way. And so, Brenda, hey, are you ready for our next speaker?
You know, I am. I'm really excited because I'm going to get to hear him in person in February. So this is going to be kind of the precursor. But man, this guy is known as the leadershipologist, which we all know the word ology is the study of, which means he has had to study leadership.
Absolutely.
In order to study it, that means you got to research it, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's done this. Yeah, he's done it for over 30 years. He's studied numerous individuals, leadership situations, how they interact, impact, and affect individuals. He also talks about leadership inside of your circle influence. He studies and works with individuals in their circles of influence, and he studies and works with individuals seeking the responsibility and recognition of being placed in leadership roles from supervisory positions all over the place. He's an international speaker. He's just a great man. You know, from what I'm seeing, he's a great friend, a great dad. He's just living what he teaches. And who does that on a regular basis? We should all do it. So let's welcome Velton Shaw to the stage.
Yes, yes, yes. Come on up, Velton Showell the third. Hey, Velton, how are you?
Good morning, everyone. Or I guess it's morning everywhere. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited about spending some time with my good friends, Brenda and Terrence, and the rest of you. And Brenda, great message. I really enjoyed it. I came in and listened to it, and you knocked it out of the park, but you do that all the time. So appreciate
it's the experience that nobody can take from you.
There you go.
No matter what you've done, they can't take it from you.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, you know, and you talked about an area that I've been in for many years, which is sales. And that's why I made the comment, you're selling from the time the doctor slaps you on the behind. Yeah. Because if you're hungry, guess what? You got a sales pitch. You start screaming and hollering until somebody feeds you. If you're wet or soiled, you got a sales pitch. Right. You're screaming and hollering until somebody makes a change.
And what do? They make the change. Yeah.
Well, Velton, we know you've got some great tips to share with us on leadershipology and from a sales as well as a personal, practical standpoint. So we're going to give you the stage, let you cue up your PowerPoint, and let's hear from the leadershipologist himself, Velton Showell.
Well, again, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I am excited about being here and having the opportunity to share with you. Can everybody see my screen? There we go. All right. Well, let me just say this. As I was preparing for this, I met with Terrence and Brenda yesterday, and they said, this is going to be a working session. And it reminded me of a speech that I did a few years ago called Success Never Goes on Sale. You got to put in the work. You've got to be willing to get down in the trenches and do the things that other people won't. If you plan on having the things that other people can't. So this is a working session. So get your pads, your pencils, your papers, whatever, your iPads, your PCs, your laptops, and we're going to get into it. But guess what? To get to work, we got to get prepared. So I'm going to take off this jacket. Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit because I'm sitting down. But that's okay. I'm going to take off this jacket. And I'm going to roll up my sleeves. And I recommend each and every one of you roll up your sleeves because we're going to go some places that for some of you is going to be very interesting. For some of you, it may be a little uncomfortable. For some of you, you're going to get some aha moments. And some of you are going to say, I got to change the way I look at things if I want change to happen. Change is like a high-speed train. And you have three choices. Your first choice is some people, and you have to determine where you fit into this, will stand there on the track and say, you know what? I don't like change. I'm not going to change. This is who I am. This is how I've always been. And I don't care who you are, what you say. I'm going to do it my way. And this is it. Now, go kick rocks. And that high-speed train is coming down the track. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Trains don't move left. Trains don't move right. Trains don't avoid you because you decide you don't want to change. That train ends up running those people over. And they end up saying, oh, wow, I can't believe that happened to me. I can't believe you did that. I can't believe they did that to me. Because they weren't willing to change. They weren't willing to look inwardly to determine whether or not what they were doing was leading to their success. Now, if that's you, I don't want you to put it in the chat, but just think about it for a few minutes. I'm going to talk about the second person. The second person is that person who says, you know what? I'm not totally convinced that this is the way to go. And I'm not going to obstruct anything, but I'm going to stand here and watch. And if it's successful, good. But if it fails, that's my aha moment. I have the opportunity to say, see, I told you so. I told you that wasn't going to happen. You guys didn't listen to me. And a lot of times in our life, we get thrust into difficult situations and we decide not to make a move, not to make a change or an adjustment. And we just stand there and watch the situation happen. Now, if you've ever been in a situation like that, go ahead and put that in the chat. I know exactly what you're talking about. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt and the coffee mug. Look, it happened to me. I know in my life sometimes I've been that person who just didn't believe enough to make that change, to make that move or adjustment. And it's okay. As long as it doesn't become the rule, it's rather the exception. And then there's that third person. And this is the person you want to be. That third person looks at change as an opportunity. You've heard the saying, an opportunity dances with those already on the dance floor. So you got to be willing to get on that dance floor. And that person watches that train come. And when that train gets close, they hop on that train and they ride and they ride and they watch what's going on. They adjust to the changes that need to be made. They adjust to the circumstances. And eventually, because they are in tune with what's going on around them, they're in focus on the things that need to happen, they end up driving that train. They end up being the conductor first, and then they end up being the engineer, the person in charge, because they understand for anything good to happen, you've got to grow. But first and foremost, what we're going to talk about today is being the best you. You know, I had a boss who used to say to us when we came to work, he said, the only thing I ask you every day is to show up. But don't just show up. Don't just come here. Don't just be involved. Show up with your best self. And that's a reflection that I ask myself every day. Am I showing up every day with my best self? I could just show up. I can show up and stand on the track. I can show up, stand next to the track. I can even show up and jump on and get involved. But how am I showing up? Am I showing up with my best self? You have to ask yourself that question. And when you ask yourself that question, if the answer is no, that's not the end of the world. Because sometimes it's hard. You had a rough night the night before. You had a rough day yesterday. You had a rough morning because you woke up and your children were driving you crazy, or your spouse said something that ticked you off, or you could have even been driving to work and somebody cut you off and your whole day was in a downward spiral. But you got to step back and look at the circumstances. Am I going to carry this through the entire day? Am I going to carry this through to the week, the month, the year? Am I going to let this derail my situation? So what I'm going to do today is really take you through a situation that we call the success quotient. And it's really an internal reflection on who you are and how you show up every day. How you evaluate the circumstances around you and have an impact on those circumstances that drives you forward in life, in business, and in your relationships. And one thing I want to do before I get into it is let you know a little bit about me. They call me the leadershipologist because, yes, I do study leadership. But, there's a saying that says, before you can lead many, you must lead one. That's a John Maxwell quote. But here's the thing. When you're leading, you have to make sure that you understand that the minute you step into a circumstance, you're on stage. Everybody's watching you. When I talk, most of the time, I'm in corporate America and I'm talking to supervisors, middle managers, executives, all the way to the C-suite. And what I'm going to share with you is some of the things that I share with them to help them not only be a better them, but to create what I call a culture of champions, or a better environment for the people around you. Dr. George Fraser said something to me one day. He said, if you hang around with 5, he said broke people, but I'm going to say this, deplorable people or unmotivated people, you will find yourself being the 6. So your culture or your environment or the network that you establish has a very big pull on your road to success, your elevation to success. So you have to understand that going in. So the success quotient operates on 3 principles. We're going to touch on each of them. One of the things that I love to say, and I told you about my boss saying, show up with your best self every day. Consistency beats creativity every day, every time. But let's say it a little differently. Consistency eats creativity for breakfast. Because if I'm consistent, I'm going to get there. I could be creative, but there's so many creative things or creative people who don't finish. They leave things unfinished. They've got the mind to open the door, but they don't have the initiative to close the door and lock it behind them. So the question is, are you consistent? And a lot of times you're not consistent because you've got bad habits. We start out with ignorance and we have bad habits. And the issue becomes breaking those bad habits and developing a consistent process. So remember, consistency eats creativity for breakfast. I like that even more than I like consistency beats creativity every time. It's morning time here, so breakfast just happened. So hey, work with me here. Consistency. Ask yourself, have you shown up for the last project you were working on, for the last relationship that you had, for the last encounter that you had? Did you show up with your best self? Did you show up doing the best you could, the best version of you? Sometimes we can't show up with the best version of us because we got a big head. And why do we get a big head? Because we think, as people say, been there, done that, got the t-shirt and the coffee mug. I know. And a lot of times when we get into that situation, our ego, yes, Brenda, our ego tells us that we're more than we really are. And I say this, our head is bigger than our body of work. I'll say it another way. And Terrence has heard me refer to these people and these types of attitudes before. We're a legend in our own mind. You'll get that. Some of you'll get that on the way home. But you're a legend in your own mind because your head is bigger than your body of work. You got to get control of that beast they call ego. As I told you, I work with a lot of executives. A lot of times in companies, bad companies waste resources. If you're a small business owner, if you are an individual, are you utilizing the resources available to you in the best way? I have people say to me, well, I would do this, but I don't have the time or the money to invest in that process, to invest in that situation, to invest in what you're telling me I need to get involved with. But then they turn around and they go to Starbucks 5 times a week. They go to the club every other weekend. They go somewhere where they're not investing in their success. They're feeding that big head. They're feeding that monster that is keeping them from being the best they can be. They hang out in what we call a bad culture. We'll talk about that. Reciprocal is great companies maximize their resources. Great people maximize their resources. Think about it this way. The average cup of coffee at Starbucks is, before the pandemic and inflation, was at least $5. So if you're spending $5 a day for 5 days, and I used to be there at one time, that's $25 a week. If it's only 5 days. Times 4, that's $100 a month that you are spending in Starbucks for a cup of coffee that would probably cost you 25 cents if you made it at home. Go figure. But you can invest in what's important to your success. It's called realizing what's going to get you to where you want to go. So let's talk about it this way. Resources plus results is a culture of champions. If you utilize your resources and you generate results from those resources, that's a winning culture, or what I call a culture of champions. But if you have your resources and you don't generate the results, it's a culture deficit. It means that you're in a negative downward spiral, and you've got to make sure that you continue to lift yourself up. If you want to be successful, surround yourself with successful people in a successful environment. You want to be the best that you can be. You can't do the things that other people do that aren't going anywhere. Or guess what? You're not going to be going anywhere either. This is no matter what size you're dealing with. If it's a company, if it's an individual, great culture generates great results. Okay. So let's look at the last 7 days. I want you to get your pens out now. Let's look at you and your performance over the last 7 days. How have you shown up? No. The last week, just the last week, and then don't be shy, don't be bashful, don't be concerned if you're like this lady here. It's like, oh no, I'm getting ready to expose myself. We're all friends here. We're all family. We're here to help each other get better. We're not here to tear anybody down, but we need you to really focus on yourself. Have you performed at the highest level you could when called upon? You could be called upon by yourself, by your spouse, by your family, by your friends, at work. Have you performed your last project that you were working on at the highest level that you could? Did you give it all you had and develop systems? You know, one of the things about it is anything that you are doing in your life or in your business over and over and over again, you need to develop a system that will help alleviate the necessity of you touching it over and over and over and again. So how are you doing that moving forward? How are you coming up with those systems? Do you settle for good and just check the boxes? The greatest deterring, excuse me, I can't even talk this morning. I've only had one cup of coffee, so y'all have to excuse me. The greatest factor that deters you from being great is accepting good. Good is the greatest enemy of great. And most people will settle for good. What is good? Good is that C you got in high school. And there's some people who said, hey, I got a C. Those aren't the valedictorians. Those aren't the sigma cum laudes or the magna cum laudes. They're the thank the laudes. I did it, I made it, I'm done. They just checked the boxes. They just did enough to get by. If that's you, you need to check yourself. What kind of, and it really revolves around energy. What kind of energy do you bring to your circumstances, to your project, to the things that are important to you? Do you give it your all? Do you say, I'm going to do this no matter what? I'm going to get there no matter what. I'm going to make it happen no matter what. If that's you, say, that's me. I'm the one who's going to do everything necessary and possible to be successful, to get it done in a state of excellence. If that's not you, it's time to take an evaluation, to check and say, I need to write this down. This is something I need to focus on. I need to really understand where I need to be as it relates to this. Because energy is important in any situation. E equals MC squared, Albert Einstein. What is the E? It's energy. Energy. You've got to have the right energy. And there are components that build on that energy. Somebody else is going to talk a little bit today about taking care of yourself, taking care of your health, taking care of your wellness, taking care of who you are, making sure that you go to the doctors, making sure that you eat the right foods, making sure that you get some exercise, making sure that you don't overindulge in the things that deplete your energy. So what kind of energy do you show up with? And do you make sure that you can maintain that energy over time? Because you're going to have to perform at peak levels. And to perform at peak levels, you got to be in peak performance shape. Got to be there. Okay? I said this earlier. The enemy of great work is good work. And a lot of us will settle for the good work. We're just going to check those boxes. Here's another one. Initiative. Do you take the initiative or do you wait for somebody to tell you what to do? What do you do? Do you take the initiative or wait for somebody to say, hey, I need you to do this on this project? Hey, I know you've done this much, but I need you to take it a step further. Hey, I know that you got a good job. I know that you got a nice car. I know that you got a great apartment. But how about investing in yourself to not just be rich, but to be wealthy? Have you set up yourself by taking the initiative to do more, sometimes with less, over a longer stretch or longer period of time? Are you taking the initiative and action to change your circumstances, not just today, but over the long run, over the long haul? Are you self-motivated? Or does somebody have to keep prodding you to get the next thing done? Are you a visionary? Do you have a vision of where you want to go? Or are you just seeing things for where they are today? Helen Keller said, the only thing worse than being blind is having sight and no vision. So you have to ask yourself, and I have to ask myself the same question every day. What's your vision? Where are you going with this? Do you see the end before you begin? I'll tell you a little story. We'll move on because I don't want to not monopolize time. Michael Jordan, everybody calls him the GOAT. Michael Jordan retired from basketball to play baseball. And when he came back, remember, he didn't wear 23. He wore 45. So he showed up for a game against the Phoenix Suns. One of the Phoenix players said, Michael, I'm confused. He said, what's wrong, man? He said, I know you're not wearing 23, but you're wearing 45, but you wrote 54 on your sneakers. He said, I didn't think you were dyslexic. He said, no, I'm not dyslexic. He said, well, what's the significance of 54? He said, well, that's the number of points I'm going to score on you tonight. He saw the end before he began. He knew where he wanted to go before he stepped on to the hard court. And did he hit his goal? No, he didn't score 54 points that night. So sometimes you deviate from where you wanted to go. He scored 60 points that night, 63 points to be exact that night. But he saw his vision was a vision of excellence, of overachievement, of going where nobody else thought he could go. And he worked hard to get there because he really understood success never goes on sale. You got to put in the work. Here's a guy who got cut from his high school basketball team in the NBA as the GOAT, scoring 63 points. So are you self-motivated? Are you willing to do the things that other people won't so you can have the things that other people can't? You got to be self-driven. You got to want it so bad you can taste it, you can feel it, you can see it before you get out there. Are you self-directed? You got to be willing to do the practice. He went and shot 500 foul shots every night for a whole summer to get better. Are you willing to work that hard? Are you self-directed enough that nobody can tell you or has to tell you, you need to practice this, you need to work on that, you need to read more books, you need to study on this topic more, because that's the only way you're going to get to where you dream of being. It all comes down to being a self-starter. You got to be a self-starter. Initiative is all about starting it yourself. It's like starting a fire. You got to be the kindling wood. You can't be the blazing fire until the fire is started. And the fire is started with paper, kindling, and matches or a lighter. Which one are you? Are you the matches? Are you the paper? Are you the kindling? Or are you the fire starter? You have to make that decision for yourself. I can't do that. Nobody can do that. You can hire every coach in the world, but they can't make you a self-starter. You have to be the self-starter yourself. The next thing, after we understand that it's initiative, it's effort. There are a lot of people who are willing to start. And Zig Ziglar said it best. It doesn't matter where you start, it's where you finish. But to finish, you got to put in the effort. Are you doing the maximum effort or putting forth the maximum effort that you can with the resources, with everything that you have to make sure that you are successful? You have to basically have an unyielding desire, an unyielding effort for success. Now, I use this picture because some of you have gone to the food truck. Some of you have seen how hard these people in the food trucks work. And a lot of the people who have successful food trucks have put in that unyielding effort, not just to have one. Sometimes they have two or multiple. And some of them, that is the second part of the situation, because the food truck is an extension of their restaurant. Go figure. That takes unyielding effort. That takes unyielding desire. The question we have to ask ourselves every day, is that me? Is that you? Is that what you want to do? And if it's you, hallelujah, congratulations. I want to surround myself with you. If it's not you, we don't want to leave you behind. We want to help you develop that mindset of unyielding effort. It takes self-engagement. It takes commitment. It takes our commitment to you and your commitment to us of sticking and staying the course. Are you willing to make sure that you show up for self-engagement when it's necessary? It requires focus. It requires focus. You know, I just wrote a book recently. It's called Leadership Dynamics, The Principles of Leadership. And one of the chapters or one of the segments of the book says, there's no hocus pocus. It's not magic. It's all about your focus. What is it that you focus on? What is it that's important to you? Because it's the important things in your life that you focus on. So what are you focusing on? What are you concerned with getting better at? How do I get there? I got to focus on it. I got to read the things necessary. I got to study the things necessary. I got to reach out for the resources necessary to improve myself. That means I got to focus and find that stuff. What are you focused on? Are you focused on your success? Are you focused on your skills, your performance skills? Because a lot of people have gifts. Some of us, our gift is speaking. Some of our gift is writing. Some of us, our gift is networking. Some of us, our gift is being around other people. Some of us are just introverts. Believe it or not, I'm somewhat of an introvert. When I'm not on stage or I'm not teaching and I'm not training, a lot of times, and I refer to Terrence because he lives about 15 minutes from me, he'll tell you I'm sitting on my back deck by myself, listening to a book, listening to music, just thinking, writing, or something, because that's who I am. But who are you? Who are you is the question you have to ask yourself. Don't let anybody else tell you who you are. Who are you? Les Brown said to me many years ago, he said, there's only 3 things people want to know when they meet you. Who are you? What do you have? And why should they care? Or what's in it for them? So who are you? Do you know who you are? Because that's one of the keys to success. That's how you perform at the best level, is first looking internally before you look externally at other people. Experience. Some people say done is better than perfect. Well, you want to get things done. But here's the question that you have to ask yourself. Are you positioning yourself to get the experience necessary to do what it is you want to do? Brenda made a comment that I have studied leadership for 30 years. So half of that study was experiencing it myself. I was in corporate America for 27 years. I was in leadership or management roles for 25 and a half of those 27 years. Okay. So I was studying as I was going through it and getting and gaining the experience. The things that I talk about, teach, and train today, much of it's from experience. It's not something that somebody told me. It's not something that I had to read somewhere. It's things that I lived, and I took the time to document it. It's like the FBI, though. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. But some of the stories are there because that's experience. The second thing that people want to know when you're in a teaching, training, or coaching environment is, where were you? Let's start at the now. Where are you now? Where were you then? And how did you get there? Why do they want to know that? Because that is experience. And that experience, they're learning from your successes. They're even learning from your failures. Because ultimately what they want is for the road that they travel to be less bumpy, shifty, or slick than the road that you just traveled. They want to learn from you. So experience is extremely important when we evaluate ourselves and our performance. Experience develops habits. One of my favorite sayings is this from Lao Xing. It says, watch your thoughts, they become your words. Watch your words, they become your actions. Watch your actions, they become your habits. Watch your habits, they become your character. Watch your character, it becomes your destiny. That is so powerful. I'm going to leave it here for a minute while I say something else. A lot of people talk a good game. A lot of people tell a great story, but there's something that you have to understand. And this applies to everybody. I hear what you're saying. Your actions are speaking. You can tell me anything you want. I'm watching what you do. And what you do determines who you really are. And that determines your ultimate destiny. Because you've got to put in the work, you've got to take action, you've got to do great things to get great results. So for those of you who have never researched this quote is something that I read every day. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. If you want to perform at the highest level, you gotta have the knowledge. Well, I don't have the knowledge, Velton. How do I get it? Let me ask you a question. Does anybody know the strongest muscle in your body? Some of us are in great shape. I'm not as in great a shape as I'd like to be, but I'm getting there. My story is I've lost 53 pounds in the last year and a half. But what's the strongest muscle in your body? Does anybody know? If you know it, put it in chat. What's the strongest muscle in your body? It's not a trick question. I just want to see if you know. What's the strongest muscle in your body? I'm not going to take a lot of time here. Okay. Terrence says your mind. Brenda says your mind. Exactly. I'm going to break it down. It's your brain. Your brain is the strongest muscle in your body. Now, some of us make that New Year's resolution. We're getting into the fourth quarter. And we say, I'm going to the gym and I'm going to work out and I'm going to change my body. I'm going to get strong. I'm going to get in shape. And so we spend a lot of money with gym memberships. And a lot of us, after the first 90 days, that gym membership just goes awry. We ain't been back to the gym since, as my mama used to say, Hector was a puppy. But the question is, when I go to the gym, what am I doing? I'm tearing the muscles down. I'm ripping the muscles apart and reconstructing them as I'm working out. So the question that I ask myself, and a question I want you to ask yourself is, what are you doing to take care of the strongest muscle in your body? How are you exercising the strongest muscle in your body? Or let's be more simplistic. What are you feeding the strongest muscle in your body? Are you feeding it junk TV? Are you feeding it pornography? Are you feeding it silly TikTok? Now here, let me stop with TikTok for a minute. I want everybody to understand what's going on with TikTok. And I know this is off the subject, but I want to make sure, I read this the other day, and I want to make sure that we understand what TikTok is about, because everybody's enjoying TikTok. Do you understand that TikTok originated in China? The Chinese founded TikTok, and they run TikTok. TikTok in China is used in the school system to educate Chinese children on the content and information that they want them to master so that they can be successful in life. Let me ask you, when's the last time you saw something on TikTok that was educational, that was going to help you go from average to outstanding? If you have, please put it in the chat, because I want to know. Because most of the time, what they allow us as Americans to see is garbage. It's junk. It's BS. Why? Because they are filling our head with non-essential information. We're not stretching our minds. We're not learning what's going to help us go from good to great, or from average to outstanding. So what are you feeding your brain? How many books do you read? How many courses do you sign up for in a year? Do you put it in your budget to go to a course or a class to get better? It doesn't have to be at a university, but there's workshops and seminars everywhere. Do you have a mentor, or as some people call it, a coach? And how did you select them? Did you do your research, your homework, and your knowledge, or did you emotionally get tied to somebody in a conference somewhere and say, I need you to coach me? That's another story for another day. But knowledge is power. This is another thing that I learned from Les Brown. The reason that you need a mentor, reason that you need someone else, an accountability partner. My friend Terrence is an accountability coach. You can't see the picture if you're in the frame. Sometimes it's difficult to see your imperfections because they're normal to you. They're comfortable to you. They're what you've always surrounded yourself with. So you can't see the picture if you're in the frame. You need someone on the outside to take a look and say, maybe if you tweak this, maybe if you adjusted that, maybe if you did this, it would help you get to where it is you want to go. In corporate America, we would say, first you tweak it, then you kick it. But you don't want to get kicked. That's another story for another day. I keep coming up with these things. All right, here we go. Here's what I want to do. Take out your pens, your paper, and here's where the rubber meets the road. We've gone through the process. I've told you all the things that I look at when I look at myself first, and then when I look at the situation for helping people become a better them. Initiative. We talked about what initiative is. If in the last 7 days, in the last project, in the last thing that you had to give your effort on, how'd you show up? Rate yourself from 1 to 100. If you showed up in excellence, giving it everything you had from an initiative standpoint, then 99, 95, 100, 100%. Rate yourself. If you just check the boxes, that's a C. You're not in the 70s. If you didn't take any initiative and waited for people to tell you what to do next or how to get it done, you know what that is. That could be a D, or that could be that other letter. So let's talk. Okay? Effort. How much effort did you put in to the last project that you had? The last thing that was important on your plate? Did you give it 100% effort? What percentage did you give it? What is it that you did? How much? Rate yourself again from 1 to 100. 1 to 100. And the last thing I want you to rate yourself is on your performance. How did you perform? Was it all-star superstar, or was it something different? How did you perform? Did you perform at the best possible effort? Would they call you an all-star? Would they put you in a category with the GOAT? Would they put you in the category as the ultimate singer, trainer, speaker, coach, whatever? How'd you perform? So I'm going to give you a minute. Let's go back. Let's go I. If your initiative, put your rank for your initiative in the chat. We're all family here. We're not going to try to take anybody apart. But put what you scored yourself as an initiative in the chat. Want to see where you guys are. Make sure everybody understands where we're going. So initiative first. Put I and then your score. Then your effort. E and then your score. And then your performance, P, and then your score. How did you score yourself? Because we're going somewhere with this, and I want to make sure that everybody's in the ballpark, in sync with what we're doing. Score yourselves. And this is all for you. You're going to take this, and you're going to utilize this futuristically for yourself. Okay? All right. Do we got whoops. I skipped ahead on the wrong screen. All right. Any brave souls out there that want to put their stuff in there in the chat? If not, I'll give you a couple seconds. If I don't see any, I'm going to move on because I know time is of the essence. I don't want to overstep my boundaries on time. Okay. Everybody, that's all right. Don't worry about it. All right. Take All three. Okay. Some people said, okay, Terrence and Brenda, they're brave. They're family. That's my friends. So Brenda said 90, 75, 70. Terrence said 90, 75. Y'all echo. I got to pick on them now. They both put the same numbers in there. All right. Let's see. Well, somebody said 90% for I, 70% for I. Okay. Another 70% for I. Okay. All right. Put your E-score in there then. Put your E-score. Just put all three scores in there. I've given you I, E, and P. Want to see. All right. Because we're going somewhere with this. All right. Once you get your scores in there, once you've assembled your scores, you don't have to put them in the chat if you don't want to. Once you've assembled your scores, add the three scores together. Add the three scores together. The magic is about to show up. Okay. Once you've added these three scores together, divide them by 300. Add the three scores together and divide them by 300. Okay. Add the three scores together and divide them by 300. Once you've divided them by 300 and come up with that number, should be a decimal point. As you see in the example, it's 202 divided by 300. It's 67.33. Move the decimal over 2 places to give you the percentage. You see 67.33%. That is your IEP score. So Brenda's and Terrence did 78% IEP. Very good. Okay. All right. So once you have your IEP score, let's talk about what that means. And this is personal to you. It's nobody else. This is you. Okay. Initiative, effort, performance. Here's your IEP score. This is now. What I do in my program is each individual inside of my program evaluates themselves on a weekly basis, just like this. And once a month, they meet with me or one of my team, and we evaluate them based on the assignments they were given, the things that they've done, and the level of performance that they've achieved. And we give them a score for that 30-day period. Then we compare notes. Okay? Here's an example of 0 to 100. If your initiative is 60%, your effort is 60%, your performance is 50%, 60 plus 50 is 170. You divide 170 by 300. That's your score for the week. So we've already gone through that. Okay, everybody knows. The goal is with this IEP score never to be below 74% as an IEP score. You want to be north of 74%. If you are a business owner, if you're at 85% or more, you're on track to making $1 million, 7 figures in your business. If you're at 75 to 84%, you can probably look at 6 figures to 500K for the year in your business or over time. 74% is average, but you're less than 6 figures. You're not going to make more than 6 figures in your business. And this is the determining factor. 66% or below, you're in trouble. You need to do something different. You need to make some adjustments. And that's in life. That's in your life. If you're performing at the level of 60, think about being in school. 60, if you got a 66 on a test, you were not trying to take that home for your parents to see. 66 is, that's that big red letter with the big red flag. If you're averaging 50 to 59%, it's time to get a job. It's time to go back to work. You are not a real CEO. And this is what I tell small business owners all the time. Okay? If all parts of your IEP are bad, it means that you are going to lose between $1,000 and $20,000 a year. You don't have a business, you've got an expensive hobby. Go figure. You don't have a business, you have an expensive hobby. You don't have a good life. You got a tough, challenging road ahead of you. Okay? If all parts of your IEP are average, then you're going to lose. You're losing between $900,000 and $99,000 a year. Nobody wants to be in that situation. I'm going to let you see these slides because this is the essence of what entrepreneurs, and some of us are small business entrepreneurs, what we fight against every day. If your IEP scores between 75, look at these two young entrepreneurs. These boys are in the money. I love this slide because they're young. They are the future. Our youth may be 40% of the population, but they're 100% of our future. And we need to invest in their education and the way that they see the world so that we make sure that they're sitting there like these two young guys. It's all about the new mindset, because a new mindset will produce new results. A new mindset, you want to write this down, a new mindset will replace new results. And I'm going to leave you with this. The knowledge, the effort, and the resources that you have today may not be enough to take you to where you want to be. They've taken you this far, but you need more to get you across the finish line. So don't stop and be complacent with what you are experiencing today. If this has been helpful for you and you're interested in finding out more about how we do things in what I call the culture of champions, you can go to www.cultureofchampions.world, and it'll take you to a page where you can see what it is we do, how we do it. You can join our network and collaborate with us, because collaboration will take us from where we are to where we never dreamed of being, and beyond, because we are a result of the people in our network. So again, thank you so much for taking the time to spend with me today. I'm excited about being the best that I can be so that I can show up to help you be the best that you can be.
That was amazing. Mm-hmm.
Let's give it up for Velton Showell. Absolutely. Man, you know, I've gone through that success quotient with you before, Velton, but each and every time, what I love about it is it's a new experience. And especially since we're talking about becoming the best you. And each and every day we are in competition, not with anyone else on this feed, because everyone has their own success quotient. We're in competition with our own numbers. And I want to hear both you and Brenda's thoughts on this ideal. And it's called what gets measured gets managed. And I think that's key to what you were talking about in paying attention and always looking at your initiative, your effort, and your productivity. So I'll start with you, the leadershipologist. What does having an ideal of what's getting measured help you manage your success quotient?
Well, you know, it's funny because I guess I'll answer that in the way I look at competition. Because sometimes we get so caught up into competing with other people and where they are and what they've achieved, and we compare ourselves to and measure ourselves by somebody else's success. I'm going to give you a little exercise that I use every day. I only have one competitor. And I loved coming in to hear Brenda talk, because I was a director of sales and marketing for 20 years. And one of the things that we always looked at was, how do we compare to our competition? How do we compare to our competition? How are we performing based on our competition? So I'm going to simplify it for everybody the way I simplified it for myself. I only have one competitor, and that competitor is me. And my competition is this: I need to show up today as a better person than I was yesterday. And I want to show up tomorrow as a better person than I am today. So the question is, what do I need to do to achieve that goal, that objective, and to become a better me? That's my competition. And if you compete on that level, nobody can ever touch you because you're being you. And you were created as a unique instrument by God. He did not create another you. So nobody can duplicate you or be better at being you than you. My good friend, you talked about my good friend Ruben West. He's made a comment one day and I felt like I was in church. I had to stand up and put my hand up in the air. He said, you want to be a voice because you want to be an echo, because a voice has an echo, but an echo has no voice.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
Yes,
that's
yes.
a golden
That's the
nugget.
Matrix moment right there.
Mhm.
So Brenda, I want to flip it over to you. Same question. When you talk about what gets measured, gets managed, in terms of what the leadershipologist just shared with us about initiative, effort, and productivity, how does that resonate with you in your own life, in your journey towards becoming the best you?
Well, we only measure things that have value. If it doesn't have a value, we don't measure it. So we measure money, we measure time, we measure things, right? We tend to measure things that are bigger because bigger is going to be better, right? Not necessarily. But for me, measurement is a way to track things that are valuable.
Mhm.
So people are valuable. So we tend to measure people in what they know, in their experience, and what they can teach us, what they can do for us. And if they don't have a value, we tend to discard them. So
Yeah.
for me, I like to bring out everybody's got a value, but I like to bring out that they know they have a value and that we
Mhm.
can measure their value by their actions. So
Mhm.
that's my little take on it.
I love it. I love it. So, Velton, great information. I hope you guys really got value in that. If you did get value in that, if you now understand how you can create and understand your own success quotient, measure your own IEP each and every day, go ahead and put a 4 in the comments. Put a 4 in the comments if you understand it. And if you want to get more information, or if you want to have a session with the leadershipologist on really drilling down deep and understanding your own personal success quotient, then his link is on the screen: www.cultureofchampions.world. Cultureofchampions.world. You will not be mad that you checked it out.
That's
And
right.
and to our good friend Velton, we thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you on the stage in person in St. Louis in February 2023 at our actual Becoming the Best You live event. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Continue to do what you're doing. God bless. I will see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Give it up again for Velton Showell the third, the leadershipologist. We got a Facebook user that's saying it was an awesome presentation. And
He knows what he's doing.
we got another user that is just loving how Brenda is just lighting up the screen. She's bringing that glow to the Becoming the Best You Masterclass.
It was called a curling iron.
No, it's called walking in your purpose. It's called living your purpose on
right.
screen, and that's what we want for everybody, not just for you, Brenda. We want everybody here to have that glow because they are working on becoming the best version of themselves. And
you know why that glow is possible? Because
why?
I had to drop some baggage. I had to drop some things that were weighing me down. And when you're holding on to that stuff, it shows.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I think you dropped, not only did you drop some baggage, but like all the moisturizer commercials that you see on TV every day, you had to cleanse yourself of
Mhm.
some toxins. You had to get rid of, you had to exfoliate some dead skin. You had to get rid of some things that was
I did.
hiding your glow. You had to move the clouds out of the way so that we could see the sunny day that you're having right now. And that's possible for each and every one of us. Your face is glowing, my head is glowing. But that's a whole nother conversation. We won't go there. Keep your comments to yourself in the comments room. But it doesn't matter where the glow it emits from. Once you have that glow, you can't hide it. People see it.
Mhm.
And many times when they see it, they are happy because your glow makes other people smile. So hopefully you guys are working on your glow. You guys are working on the only competitor that you need to fight with, which is you. And now you have a tool that you can measure your success quotients with your initiative, your efforts, and your productivity. They all go together. You can't have one without the other, as Velton explained. And if you want to go deeper into how that can work in your own life, then make sure you check out his link, cultureofchampions.world. Now, before we move into our next speaker, again, you are not only getting tools, you're not only getting great information, but hopefully you are putting those things into action, because action is what's going to make the BTBY experience work for you. And do it with love, and do it with a little bit of heart. And Brenda, our next speaker, knows a little bit about heart, right?
And she does. And she's always, every time, and I meet with her quite a bit. We meet in person, we talk on the phone. She's always got something valuable. She's always got a measurement of something to say because it's usable. You know, when we're baking, we measure things out because when we're baking, those measurements have to be correct. Not necessarily so in cooking, but in baking, they do if you want it to rise properly. So she shares the right measurements to make sure that you can live the dream that you want. She calls herself the Dream Igniter.
Well, let's get ready to get our dreams ignited
Hello,
as we
everyone.
welcome to the stage Erin Page. Hey, Erin.
Can't hear
And
you.
you know, I have to share something before she speaks that Erin is one of our key contributors that has actually made the BTBY TV show possible. So I'd like to give her a round of applause for that because she's helped it both
Try. I
financially. She's
can't hear
she
you.
can't hear. Oh, we had somebody else that was saying that too.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. We can hear you. We can hear you. Can you hear
Hold
us?
on. Let me see if I can get my earbuds. Can you guys
Okay.
hear me?
Yes. We
Yeah,
hear
I
you
can't
loud.
hear you. So, well,
Okay.
regardless, we're going to do this, right? And we're going to do it with
Absolutely.
heart and we're going to do it with so much love.
That's right.
So
And that's
I am
what I
so
love
happy to
about
be
Erin.
here. And I can't, let me, okay, I have the screen. Am I ready to go? Okay, perfect. Hey, everyone. Oh my gosh. I am so happy to be here with you. And I have just been holding so much joy for this moment in time all week and just in joyful anticipation and heartful anticipation to be with you today. My name is Erin Page, and I have a heartful, FULL, and it is capitalized, connection. That is the name of my business. And I want to spend some time with you today to talk about the heart and coherence. And I want to talk about the science behind that and how when we are in coherence with our mind, body, and spirit, we can go out and ignite any dream that is possible. And, you know, I actually was going to tell Brenda that I saw her this morning and she kind of inspired the curl in my hair today. So you never know who's watching, you guys, because I was watching Brenda today and I saw her curls and I said, you know what? Curls it is. So let's get into it. The first and foremost, the thing that I do whenever I speak and whenever I share and whenever I am working with a client or a group of individuals is we breathe through heart space. And a lot of people are like, what do you mean? No, I'm breathing through my nose, I'm breathing through my mouth. And yes, that is true. In the physical sense, you are breathing in through your nose and through your mouth. But what I would love for you to do is to breathe in and imagine that that oxygen, that breath, that inhalation is coming in through your heart space. Because I like to remind everyone that there is love for you everywhere. And breathe in that love through your heart space. Then imagine, visualization is so powerful. Imagine that that oxygen and that love that you just breathed in is getting mixed up, and it's marinating, and it's just taking in all of that individual love, that unique love. I mean, Belton talked about how we are unique individuals. God only made one of us. So imagine that that oxygen is mixing in with all that individual goodness that only you possess. Hold it as long as you can. And then I want you to breathe out through that heart space, because now you have ignited the love to a much higher and deeper level, and you are sending it out into the universe. So let's give that a shot. Everyone, put your feet flat on the floor, hands uncrossed. And I just want you to close your eyes, and I just want you to breathe in love, hold space for love, and breathe out love. And just do that for about 3 breaths, please, and just center yourself. And another one. And one last one. Okay. Does everyone feel a little more centered? Does everyone feel a little more in alignment, in coherence? So coherence is all about the mind, body, and spirit being in alignment. We live in a world where incoherence is very prevalent. We go sideways sometimes when someone throws something, an opinion towards us, which ultimately is only their perception. And sometimes we need to get in alignment. And that tool, that breath work that we just did, is a tool that you can use at any time. You can use it whether you want to share it with someone else, or if you want to hold it close to your heart and just do it maybe in a business meeting. Maybe it's before a business meeting, and I'll give an example of that in just a minute. So being in that heart space, I just want to spend a little bit of time with the science behind the heart. There are studies that indicate and prove that the heart communicates more with the brain than the brain communicates with the heart. Belton talked about the brain and our thoughts and our mind being the largest, I believe it was muscle, or I can't remember exactly, and that may be true. And it is true. However, they have found that the heart actually has an individual nervous system. So technically, it has its own little brain in itself. And when you think about it, isn't it a magnificent moment in time when those scientists, if you think about them discovering that the heart, where we should be spending most of our time, is communicating more with this guy up here than it is with the heart. The other aspect too is that they measure the vibration. How many of us, well, let's back up a little bit. How many of us have listened and tuned into a radio station? If you believe in the frequencies, the radio frequencies, and the vibrations that come from some satellite out in the universe, and how when you are in total alignment with that and the the radio station, those vibrations and that frequency comes all the way down. And so you hear the music that you are wanting to hear. So imagine if you could be in heart coherence, and it's called heart variability. If you can be in alignment with your heart center more often and be in alignment, what would that do to the people around you? Not only to yourself, but the people around you. So the science behind it is this, that the scientists said and proved that the vibration of the heart vibrates outward to 9 feet. So if you think about those radio waves and the ripple effect, they're emitting from that heart center up to 9 feet. So anyone that you are standing close to is sharing your heart vibration, wherever that is. So if you're in a good mood, people will feel it, whether they know it or not. And if you're in a not so good mood, they're going to feel that as well. The interesting question is this, and it was posed to the scientists. Well, how do you know it's 9 feet? The scientists said, aha, we believe that it's infinite. It's only our man-made instruments that measure up to 9 feet. So all of this on this all of us on this platform today are sharing our heart frequency and our vibration. So I don't know about you, but wouldn't you want to be in the best vibration possible? Wouldn't you want to omit? I mean, there is so much chaos going on in the world today, and we are so in need of a connection with someone. And it starts with us. Our biggest critic, Belton talked about that, and I'm a firm believer. We have to be in total alignment with ourselves. And if we can be heart-centered within ourselves, then we are omitting a positive, uplifting vibration to others around the world. That's why that tool of breathing in through heart space and centering ourselves, I think, in my opinion, is imperative for us to be in deliberate mastery of. Be in practice. Be in practice. All of the speakers today have given from financial, from the IEP, for all of the goodness that is coming out today is important. It all creates the vibration that we are putting out there. When we are in the higher percentage, what was it, 70%, Belton said? That means that we are in coherence with who we are and what we were brought here to do and to be. Here's an example, and I recently thought of this. Who out there has seen Dirty Dancing with Patrick Swayze and Jennifer Grey? There is a scene in there where Patrick Swayze, Jennifer is like out of balance. She's out of sync. She can't quite get the dance moves, right? Patrick Swayze takes her hand, puts it on where? His heart. And he goes, cocoon, cocoon, cocoon. When we can be in that cocoon vibration, we can feel the beat of the music. We can feel the beat of life. We can feel what areas need to shift in our lives. Brenda said earlier that, we don't always need to keep everyone in our life. Sometimes that imbalance and that out of step, out of life stance that's transpiring comes from the people that we hang out with. Jim Rohn says that we are the average sum of the 5 people we hang out with most. I want you to really think about that. Who are you hanging out with? Are they giving you positives or are they giving you negatives? Is their vibration something that you want to keep around? Or do you want to shed the baggage. Terrence said that at the intro, excuse me. And just to give you an idea, I have this little graphic here. So imagine if these rings of vibration are infinite. Just imagine it, because ultimately, in my world, it's reality. So there is that breathing technique. And I said I was going to talk about, in your professional life. Do you know that 70% of work-related problems is communication? So what are we omitting when we're going up to an employee, or maybe we're going up to a boss? Are we in alignment? Are we standing in our honest and most coherent truth? Or are we still a little wonky? Here's an example. In my past life, I was a West Region sales manager for a manufacturer, and I traveled all states west of the Mississippi. And when I took the job, I started hearing some kind of like snickers, oh, great, now we've got you in the territory. And I said, what exactly are you talking about? Well, I guess my predecessor was not in alignment with the company. Obviously, he probably would still be there, but he did not give honest information, false deadlines. He gave false promises. He overpromised and underdelivered. So needless to say, when I took over the territory and was making my rounds for the first time, I had some disgruntled customers, and rightfully so. So I was in Southern California working with one of my sales reps, and as we were driving towards the hotel, I was in the hospitality market. He's giving me the backstory of this buffet setup and how this was cracked, and the manager was absolutely furious. She didn't want to do business with us anymore, and et cetera, et cetera. And I thought, okay, all right, let's see how I can be in alignment with myself first before I go in there. So we parked the car in the garage, or maybe just the parking lot. And I told the rep, I said, listen, hold on just a second. So I sat in the seat of my rep's car. I closed my eyes and I did that heart coherence and alignment breath work. And I just imagined that I was in total alignment with myself, because again, opinions and perceptions are just on the other person. She didn't know me from anyone else. She only knew the person that gave her false information. So I needed to make sure that I was in complete heart coherence before I walked in there. So I did, walked in, shook her hand. She barely wanted to shake my hand. And I just listened. I mean, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I just listened. And then afterwards, I explained to her that there was a line in the sand and that gentleman was gone, and I apologized, and we talked through it. And by the end, she had my catalog and she was buying new product. When we left, my rep said, oh my gosh, that was so fun to watch. She melted in your hands. Well, I have to believe that if I had shown up in incoherence and out of alignment, it would have been a totally different conversation. So whether you are in a professional situation or, many of us out there are parents and our kids can take us out of alignment real fast, real fast. So I'm here to tell you that adult timeouts is a thing, and take them often when your kids or someone else is trying to take you out of alignment, because this is real. It is real. So that is something that I wanted to share with you with the heart-focused breathing. And then ultimately, all we're doing here, actually with all of the speakers today, and with all of the people that are involved in the BTBY movement, we're just creating intelligent energy management. Management of our money, that's energy. It's vibration. The way we think about ourselves, the way that we sell ourselves, like Brenda said, it's all intelligent energy management. When we can have coherence and alignment with that energetic within ourselves, nothing can stop us. And if our percentage rates with Felton's IEP are low, I guarantee if you spend time with yourself and get in alignment with your heart center, those percentages will go up. Because you're taking the time to step into your fullness, and every dream that you've ever wanted to ignite is there waiting for you just to be in alignment. Remember the radio waves? It's just waiting for you to be in alignment. And that heart is so important. Cocoon, cocoon, cocoon. I guarantee if you are stumbling through life, just make it part of the dance. And put your hand into your heart and start feeling the beat of what life is bringing you. Shed what isn't serving you. Find people that will bring forth goodness into your life. And I know with the BTBY movement, we have grown so much, and we are bringing in the right people, the right vibration, that if you don't find it on your own, reach out to one of us. The speakers here are here for a reason. We want to help you. We want to see you grow. We want to see you elevate and ignite every dream possible. We want to see you step into the best version of you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. Because we all are in alignment with each other with the same mission. That's how important this movement is. And we are so excited for you to be a part of it. And a lot of times I will paint if I'm speaking on stage, and I'll paint. You know, this is one of my paintings. And I always end with this. I show the painting and I said, you know what? If you don't like what you see, the best part about it is you can paint over it. Think about the monks doing mandalas. They spend all of that time sprinkling sand in just the right places to create something absolutely amazing and beautiful. But they're not attached to the outcome. That's why they sweep it away. Because it's only a moment in time. If you get out of alignment, it's okay. You have the right to your pity party. You do. No one can take that away from you. It's how long you stay at the party that matters. Years ago, I remember I talked about being in a deliberate state of mastery and practice. Years ago, I've spent years in a pity party. Years. And then one day I just decided I didn't want to do that because I was taking the gifts, the God-given gifts, the heartful gifts that I was given that are uniquely mine, and sitting in a bed all day, crying my eyes out because someone had had this perception of me, didn't work for me anymore. I cracked that shell and I decided that I wasn't going to be in that pity party anymore because I have a ripple unlike anybody else. And if I don't show up, no one else is going to be able to be affected by it. And if you don't wake up every morning and shed the last day, actually, you should do it before you go to bed. Before you go to bed, tell yourself that you did the best that you could do in that moment in time and that day. Because the way we go to bed, talk about being in alignment, wherever we are before we go to bed, talk about the brain and rewiring itself and resetting itself. Sleep during that time of sleep is absolutely imperative for resetting for the next day. So make sure before you go to bed that you get in alignment with who you are. Because they say that because of the way the brain, has reset, and it really is a blank slate, just like the canvas I show on stage, the best time to meditate and to be in alignment with yourself is within the first 30 minutes of waking up. So if you are one that prays, if you are one that meditates, if you are one that is in need of either, the best time is within the first 30 minutes of when you wake up. So that's another tool that you can use. Think about the heart. It's an organ that never gives up on us. Except, I know that sometimes we have complications with the heart, but in general, all of us are walking around with an organ that loves us so much that it doesn't give up on us. It pumps the love and oxygen, the nutrients, everything throughout our body. It never gives up on us. It continues to beat throughout the night when we aren't even thinking. So don't give up on yourself, because your heart isn't. Feed your heart, your brain, your body, your mind, your spirit, all of the proper nutrients. And I'm not talking just good food. I'm talking your thoughts. I'm talking the people that you hang out with. That is nourishment. I don't know about you, but when I've had stressful weeks, that brings the immune system down. And I have a tendency of eating out more often and eating unhealthy foods. Well, what's going into my body is unwanted nourishment. And what happens is that our immune system goes down and we become sick. The word disease in my world is dis-ease. It's two separate. When we are not in alignment, we are in a state of dis-ease. And that heart breath work can bring us back, because there is great love for you here. Not only in this BTBY platform, but out in the world. And if you need assistance, you are welcome to reach out to me. You are welcome to reach out to anyone in this platform, because we are here to be of service to you. I want to also mention two things. So dream, okay, well, let's back up a little bit. So love, I mentioned love a lot. I love acronyms. And love stands for let optimal vibrations enter. Let optimal vibrations enter. Feel that? That's good stuff. Let optimal vibrations enter, because there is great love for you here. And dream, if you're ready to ignite those dreams, stands for dare radiantly every day and moment. Dare yourself. Dare yourself to get out of the pity party sooner than later. Dare yourself to wake up every morning and challenge yourself, and dare yourself to do something, one thing that you've never done before. And do it radiantly. The sun shines radiantly. Your heart shines radiantly. Share that gift. Share that with other people radiantly, and do it every day and moment. And if the moment passes and you haven't, you've got a new moment right ahead of you. So make that change and dare radiantly every day and moment, and let those optimal vibrations enter. I have two things. One of my favorite quotes ever is if one advances confidently, in alignment, in coherence, confidently in the direction of his or her dreams and endeavors. That's a very powerful word. Look it up. To live the life which he has imagined. When this and this work together, amazing dreams can happen. A life which he has imagined, he will meet a success unexpected in common hours. Who wants to be common? In common hours, you can dream and you can have the most uncommon experiences. And when you can do that, people are watching. Remember my hair? People are watching. Make minor changes every day. Show up. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. And that's a quote, if one advances confidently in the direction of his or her dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, there's no ceiling, you guys. There isn't. He will meet with a success in unexpected and common hours. And that's Henry David Thoreau, one of my favorite quotes. And then lastly, if you are so inclined, if you are ready to ignite your dreams, if you want to be in heart coherence and you need a little bit of assistance, I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Reach out to me, erinpage.com. I have a book, I Release You to Become Who You Came Here to Be. It's actually 18 momisms. It's like a guidebook journal. And number 3 is actually my son's favorite one. I was texting him all throughout high school, way more than 18. And if you're a parent, you'll chuckle at this. He only responded to one, and that was number 3. When you feel good, you can go out and do good. So go out there and feel good. Be in alignment with who you are, because there is nobody else like you. And we are waiting for you, because only you can create your unique ripple. And if you also are interested, I have a wallet card and it's on my website under the boutique and in the gifts under $25. This is actually free. You can download my wallet card. The story behind this is I was roughly 19 years old. I was going through a really rough time. I actually had been raped at 19 and just stuffing a lot of that pain down. Spending time with people I shouldn't have been spending time with. Ingesting, talk about nourishment. I was not ingesting the proper things. And I was in the downtown area of the university, and I picked up an inspirational card. I read it and it spoke to me. And I've kept it in my wallet all of these years. And I just turned 49. So what is that? 30 years? And I've had a lot of wallets. So when I was when I had just turned, I was 39, actually about 10 years ago, I had written something and I thought, I'm going to write this as a wallet card and I'm going to gift it to everyone that I know. So this is my gift to you and I'm going to read it and then I'll close. There will be times when loving on your life will be tough and you will simply not want to deal with finding love in the situation. I get it. It is in this moment I am here for you. I am the inner light that never dims or goes out. All that I am and represent is part of you always. We are not separate. Come inside and sit with me for a bit. I love you too much not to say, you got this. Life is happening now. Let's love on it together and dream bigger than we've ever could have imagined. And that's a note to self. Thank you so much for being present today. Thank you for being the person that you are. I'm holding great love space for all of you watching. And if there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. I am sending so much love, and I can never end anything that I do without doing the big heart shape. And you guys all have an awesome, awesome, blessed day. Terrence, Brenda,
Can
I
you
am
hear
so
us?
grateful for this moment in time. Thank you so much for having me. And I don't think I can hear you, but
Look down.
I am just thrilled.
Look down.
Oh, I see. Okay. See, I can't see comments, but I see Terrence. Oh, well, I was going to wait until the next mastermind to say that, talk about the little girl, but I'll tell you. All right. So maybe next time, the next mastermind, as a follow-up, I'll film with the little girl in the background. But I'm here to tell you one of the additional techniques is this, and it has transformed and enlightened my life and created more alignment than I've ever felt before in the last few weeks. So I have this little picture of myself. I'm about 17 months old, and I am in a white jacket with a soldier on it, and I've got this little hat on, and I am just like, ah! And they've captured this. Well, I had this little picture from the 70s. It had fallen out of one of the photo albums, and I set it on one of the shelves in my office. And for years, I always would walk by it. And there was something that called to me, and it kind of made me sad, actually, because she was so joyful and so heartful. And I was like, where did you go? Because I've had some really dark times. Where did you go? Actually, it's kind of welling up in me to imagine me walking past. Where did you go? And then one day I walked past and I picked her up, the little whatever 3x5. I held her close to my heart and I said, I don't know where you went, but honey, I'm coming after you. So the next step that I did was I had that picture printed on the largest, on metal, the largest that it would, that was available. I think it's like a 36x48. And they messed up my order, you guys, which actually was a benefit for me because I have two of her now and they are one on top of the other. And I use that as motivation because whatever I do to myself at 49 is ultimately what I'm doing to that little girl. And all I want to do is find her and be her. And I'm coming for her. And I've become her. And now I look at her before I walk out the door. And she's my deciding factor. Hey, little one, is this in the highest and greatest good for you? And if the answer is not a hard yes, then I don't go. I don't go. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you need to, grab a picture of yourself when you were little, use that as your inspiration, put them everywhere. Put them everywhere because it will be your guide. Because I guarantee some of the decisions that you make when you ask the question of that picture of yourself will shift your life and you will become more in alignment with who you are. Thank you for reminding me of that. Love you guys. Be well.
Thank you, Erin Page. Make sure you check her out at erinpage.com. It's right there. Get heartful, get heart-centered, and recognize that your heart, she said it earlier, your heart doesn't give up on you. So don't give up on yourself. Thank you so much, Erin. All right, Brenda, that was just fabulous, fabulous. What did you think about the presentation from Erin?
Well, every time I hear her, I always hear something different. You know, it's like so sometimes you can watch the same movie again and again and actually hear the same exact words and still hear something different in that movie or see something different. But with Erin, she tells the story, but it's even told from a different viewpoint sometimes. So I'm always learning how to just accept things for what they are and to move on from it. And that everything we do is a ripple. And that ripple reaches many. And that ripple can be good or bad.
Yeah,
So you have
absolutely.
to watch what that ripple's doing in the world. And she teaches us that.
Yeah, and I really love it. You guys. You got to join us in February when she's with us live, because what she talked about with the doing, taking the blank canvas and creating a presentation, creating a picture within the presentation, that is just something that you have to experience. There's only so much that you can experience, and we do the best we can in this virtual platform. You really have to have your face in the place in February 2023 when we do this live and in person. But we thank Erin. We thank all of the people who have been here today. And hopefully, you are getting a lot out of these presentations that we are giving you today. Hopefully, you're putting in some work today. You're not just passively listening, you're taking notes and you're letting it marinate and you're letting it get into your heart and your mind where the magic happens, so that you can start going into action, because that's what we're here to do today. That was the whole point of the masterclass session today. But we're not done yet.
No, we're not.
We've
I,
got
I, got, I got to spoil something for you.
you spoiled me.
We're doing this again on the 19th of November.
Wow.
Mhm.
You heard it here.
Different speakers. Some of them will be the same, completely different lessons. Yeah.
Well, that's something to give thanks for. Boom,
Yeah.
ching. Thanksgiving. We'll be doing this again. So stick and stay. The masterclass series continues.
Mhm.
And speaking of things that are going to continue, we want to see you. We want to see you be a part of the movement. This BTBY movement, even though it was started by a few, the movement needs many. The work is huge, but the workers are few. So if you're seeing something, if you're hearing something that resonates with you about becoming the best you, and you want to be a part of the movement, then we want to have a conversation with you. So we
Mhm.
welcome you to join the BTBY movement. Let's just take a little peek at what that looks like. Yeah, change your life by joining the movement. I was already working on my own self discovery. I was working on being a better version of myself each and every day. But sometimes you need a catalyst. Sometimes you need a stimulus. Sometimes you need something that's just going to get you up and get you moving, even with more intention. One of our movement members, Isabel Camacho, she talks about being intentional. And sometimes we move, but we don't move with intention until we get that catalyst that sparks us to move in a direction. We move into productivity instead of activity. And for me, it's when I met this woman, this professor of change,
Mhm.
and she started talking about this ideal. And one of my other mentors says, wherever you are in life, your mind got there first. So her mind was already there on focusing on becoming the best version of herself and helping others do the same. And before you can have a movement, you got to have a message. And
You
what's the
do.
message? The message is you, with a little help from some friends, can actually become the best version of you. Now, I didn't say become the best version of Brenda. I didn't say become the best
Right.
version of Terrence. I didn't say become the best version of Michael Jackson. I didn't say become the best version of Barack Obama or whoever you may come to mind. I said the best version of you. Everyone who's spoken to you today, they haven't been speaking about themselves as much as they've been thinking about speaking of their vision.
That's right.
For you. Because this isn't about us. It's about you. Because we know that if we can help you, then you in turn help us. And we all become better versions of ourselves.
What's that thing you always say?
Good, better, best. We can't let it rest until our good becomes our better and our better becomes our best. It's not my phrase. It's not my phrase, but the beauty of it is that it's a phrase that everybody can tap into. Everybody can go from good to better to best. There are no restrictions. There are no limitations. Everybody can be a part of the good, better, best club. There is no entry fee other than you, like Velton said earlier, taking the initiative to want to go from good to better to best, and then putting in the effort to make that happen. And then not judging your progress based upon somebody else's success quotient, but basing it upon your own.
You have to want it, though. That's the key.
Yes. They say in sports all the time, how bad do you want it? How bad do you want to become the best version of yourself? Andrea is saying she's letting that marinate. Yeah, let it marinate. You have the opportunity right now, like Aaron said, to create your own blank canvas. Everything that happened up to this point right now is in the past. Everything that's going to happen in the future, you may not be a part of it. All you have right now, right this second, is the present opportunity. Or, as I like to say, the opportunity to be present.
You know, that's a good lead into our next speaker, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Because he is known for certain things, and I've always enjoyed hearing him. He actually makes sense when it comes to some of the stuff he talks about. And, you know, he likes to introduce you to yourself. And I can so relate because there was a period of time I didn't know who I was.
Yeah.
Didn't know what I wanted to be, what I wanted to do. I was just living, surviving.
Existing. Yeah. Well, our man that's coming up next, he's a phenomenal speaker. He's a phenomenal coach. He's a phenomenal person because he has the insight that allows you to introduce you to yourself. He's an international motivational speaker, award-winning author, and a personal development strategist that helps people take an objective look at themselves. He's got the personal motivation program called Making Motivational Personal by Introducing You to Yourself. And amongst the many things, his associate degree, his bachelor's degree in engineering, Mr. Ciccone Prince has used his love of learning to continue to educate himself. And as a result, he gets to educate you each and every day. He's the host of the annual Next Level Leadership Summit, and he's the chief editor of the Next Generation Speakers magazine. And more importantly, he is a friend to the Becoming the Best You movement. So let's welcome to the stage our good friend, Mr. Ciccone Prince. Mike.
Good morning or good afternoon, good day, wherever you are. I am so excited to be here.
You know, Ciccone, I just want to say something. Well, yes. I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can. I can.
Take it away, Ciccone.
I have to say something first.
Okay.
Ready? Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Can you hear us, Ciccone?
I think he's having
can hear us.
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. I wanted to tell you thank you for your friendship. It means the world to me. It means the world to Terrence. You've really stepped up and helped us out when we needed it. And I just wanted to say thank you. We need people like you in our circle.
Well, you are quite welcome. And one of the things I've learned by working with Dr. West and people like you is the importance of knowing someone who's passionate about what they're doing. And actually, I use this example all the time. If you see somebody sitting on the side of the road, with their hood up and they just sitting in their car on their phone, I'm probably not gonna stop and help them. But if you see them trying to push the car out of the way and it's just them, you're going to get out and help. You can ride behind it with your flashers on. You can stop and direct traffic. You'll help somebody who's trying to help themselves. And that's one of the things that I see with this Become the Best You event is that people are trying to help other people to become the best version of themselves. And so I don't have a problem stepping up and helping those type of people, because I know for a fact that's a part of who I am. Because I love. We can look at everybody else, but when it comes to ourselves, are we truly able to say that there's more in me? So that's why I'm grateful for your friendship as well, Terrence and everybody else who's a part of that Become the Best You, because it really helps to solidify how important it is for us to give back and for us to pour into the lives of other people. They've oftentimes said that the rent that we pay for living on earth is service to each other. And so I'm just grateful and happy to serve each and everybody, even through this Become the Best You event.
Well, we thank you for it. With that, I think we're going to let you take it away.
Take it away.
Well, thank you. All right. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how excited I am. If you've been watching this, you know that there are people who care about your betterment. They care about you getting to your next level. And what I want you to do is, if you haven't done so already, get you a notepad and a pen, because there's some things I'm going to be sharing with you that I want you to write down. Okay? So get your notepad and a pen, because there's some things I'm going to be sharing with you that I want you to write down. Now, actually, I had a challenging day yesterday because I was really trying to get a promo, just a quick video of what I was going to talk about today. And my computer kept giving me issues, just left and right. And I was so upset because I wanted to kind of put a little teaser out there to kind of whet your appetite about what we're going to be talking about today. But today we're going to be talking about knowing yourself. Now, I know a lot of people say, Sakoni, how can you claim that you're going to introduce me to myself? Well, give me about, 45 minutes. And I'll be able to show you that there's some things about you that you have yet to truly discover. So the first thing I want you to write down is, do I know myself? And don't answer it, because some of y'all are going to write, do I know myself? Yes. No. I want you to just write that down. The question, do I know myself? Now, here's how I'm going to prove that you don't. You don't truly know your potential because you haven't explored it. You haven't pushed yourself. You haven't done new things, whether it's because of fear, of finances, family, whatever it is. You have not truly gone beyond your current potential. And so because of that, you really don't know what it is you're capable of. So the question, do I know myself? You may know yourself under your current circumstances. But what if things changed? What if you were able to live the life that you envisioned, to live the life that you dreamed about? And for those of us who have a, in fact, religious background, to live the life that God intended for you to live. What would that life look like? How many people would you be able to bless? How many things would you be able to do to better the world around you? And I'm not just talking about always blessing other people. Sometimes we need to bless ourselves. We need to show grace and love to ourselves, but it's hard for us to do that if we haven't taken the time to get to know who we are. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to actually share a message on a national radio show. I had a 2-day segment. The first day I talked about waking up in your power. The second day I talked about walking in your purpose. Now, in order for you to wake up in your power, that means you need to know what your power is. A lot of people say, well, Sakoni, I don't have a gift, I don't have a talent, I don't have a calling. I can't say what that is. Well, let me ask you this. What is the thing that you do better than anybody else that you know? What is the thing that you do that serves humanity? What is the thing that you do that people are glad when you show up because you are going to do it and give it your best? What is that thing? I want you to write that down. The question is, what is the thing that I do best? Write that question down, and then I want you to answer that. What is that thing that you do that really it sets the world afire? Now, of course, there may be other people that do it better than you, but nobody can do it like you. So what is that thing? What is that one thing that you do? And there may be several, because a lot of us are gifted in so many different areas. But what is the thing that we do that serves humanity? And it can't be self-serving. It can't always be what benefits us. Miles Monroe said the fruit isn't for the tree. And your gift, your talent, your ability is not just for you. I mean, yeah, you may benefit from it, but it's meant to serve humanity. And just in case you're wondering, Sakona, what's your gift? Well, mine is speaking, it's communicating, it's sharing, it's encouraging, it's motivating. That's what mine is. And once I found that out, I realized that, listen, there's more that I can do with this than just sell a product or service. Back in 2012, I was attending a national conference. And while I was at the conference, I got a telephone call. And the call was from the conference organizers. And they said, Sakoni, your business has been selected to be a part of our Quick Pitch Business Olympics. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the Crystal Ballroom at 9 o'clock. I hung the phone up. I was like, okay, so what is this Quick Pitch Business Olympics? I'm trying to figure out what I've just gotten drafted into. And I found out in the program that the Quick Pitch Business Olympics was an opportunity for you to pitch your business in front of 3 selective judges and the listening audience. So once I read that, I was like, man, I got to make sure that my elevator pitch, my elevator speech, because I only had 3 minutes, was tight, and I said everything I needed to say. So I immediately started practicing it. And at the time, I had a company called 3D Solution Providers. We did 3D animation and illustration. And our slogan was helping small business look big. Because we created animations that explain stuff that actually, in fact, whether it was your logo, whether it was in addition to a hospital, a restaurant, a condo, a new subdivision, we created out of it in 3D. Well, I started practicing my elevator pitch because I wanted to make sure that I had it tight and I was down. I had everything ready to go. So what I wound up doing is that morning I got up and I got there early. I got there early. See, when you have a gift and when you have an ability, you don't drag on it. You're excited to share it and give it to the world. You're excited to be, you wind up being there early. I was there early. I got there early just so I could actually see what the landscape looked like. I could get in the room. I could get all of my jitters out. I could find out who my competition was. I could see where I was going to be talking, where I was going to be standing, who I was going to be looking at. I had a chance to do some recon, some reconnaissance to find out what the battlefield was going to look like. Because it was truly a battle, because there were some amazing companies that were there. Well, while I was there, I noticed in the back of the room, there was an AVI guy. And he actually had a projector, and they projected the time, because, I mean, this wasn't like in some church services where people just go on and on and on and on. They had a timer. And at the end of 3 minutes, they cut your mic. I mean, they just turned it off. So if you weren't finished, you were finished. You were done. So I was like, hey, can you play a MPEG file? The guy said, sure. So I actually had my file on my cell phone. I asked him, I said, look, can you copy it over to your system? So he copied it over. He pulled it up. He made sure that it played. The sound and stuff was good. I said, okay, cool. I said, when they call me up, I'm going to get up and I'm going to start talking. But about halfway through, about 1 minute and 30 seconds in, I'm going to cue you to play a portion of the video. He said, okay, cool. Now, so I guess if I give you some more notes, show up early, like I did, but also use what's there. Because when I talked to the guy, he already had the system set up. I didn't go and demand and just tell him you're going to play it. I asked him, cooperation, working with other people. So I was able to actually have him take my video, put it on his system, play it through their speakers, but for my presentation. So let's not be too long telling about this story. I got called up and I was nervous. See, when something's important to you, you're nervous. I don't care what it is. If it's important, if you're not nervous, it's not important enough. If you don't care whether or not it fails, care whether or not it goes strong, then it's not important to you. But I got up there and I was nervous. But I started sharing because I had actually done the work to get my elevator pitch down pat. So I started sharing my story. And while I was up there, I had an epiphany. And my epiphany was my words can be used for more than selling a product or service, but to help uplift and change people's lives. Well, long story short, I wound up winning that contest. And I won a $1,500 top of the line Dell laptop, which I'm actually using right now to stream to you. Now, the funny part about that was because my business was in a financial tight at the time, I had to do a micro loan, $1,000 just to go to the event. But I went to the event and I got $1,500 worth of computer equipment just because I was able to pitch. But that incident, it helped me understand the importance of my gifting, of sharing my words, being able to communicate and talk to people, and not only just show them how great I am, but to show them how great they are. And so you too can do the same. You can understand that your gifting has a purpose. It has a plan. Later on, I wrote a book entitled, Are You Climbing the Wrong Mountain? About finding your true purpose. And in that book, I talked about there are 3 things that you can learn even by being on the wrong mountain. The first thing you can learn, okay, look, this is not it. This is not where I'm supposed to be. I can scratch this off my list. This is not the mountain. But even being halfway up or even at the top of the wrong mountain, you can see the right one. And that's what happened to me. While I was there pitching my 3D animation company, I realized this is not where I'm supposed to be. There's my mountain. That's where I'm supposed to be, encouraging, motivating people. So the third thing I tell people, well, the first thing is you learn this is the wrong mountain, this is not where I'm supposed to be. Even being on that one, you can see the right one. But the third thing is once you've identified the right mountain, it's not going to take you that long to get up it because you have mountain climbing skills. There were things I learned doing my 3D animation company, which I brought to my motivational speaking and my coaching. Things like integrity, things like being a man of your word, things like helping when you can, things like making the world a better place. I learned that through my 3D animation company, but I transferred that. I had skills that were transferable. And a lot of you right now, you have skills that are transferable to the dream job, to the dream career, to the dream calling that you have. So my question to you is, have you done an inventory of the skills that you have that can transfer into that person that you want to be? There's things you've learned dealing with people, dealing with difficulties, dealing with setbacks that you can take with you and actually use those to help put you in a better place and a better space. So with that being said, have you considered your power? Have you considered waking up in the thing that you do? Have you considered the impact that you can make in the lives of the people around you? I was telling somebody the other day, look, if God didn't need you here, you wouldn't be here. So there's a purpose for you being here. There's something that you're supposed to do. And you know what? I tell people all the time, when I show up, some people, they just tune me out. They turn me off. They don't hear what I got to say because I don't look like them. I don't have as much money as they do. I don't come from, in fact, the side of the track they do. But when you show up, they'll listen to you because they can identify, they can relate. They can understand where it is you're coming from. So I'm encouraging you to go to those people. In fact, the people that don't hear my voice, I wasn't sent to serve them. But the ones who do, my voice resonates with them. The message that I have resonates with them. And if I knew who they were, if I knew the individuals I was supposed to impact, I would call them up, we grab some coffee, grab lunch, I would talk to them, and then I would go do something else. But since I don't know who they are, here I am. Actually putting my gift out there, casting my seeds, throwing them out because somebody needs to hear that they can be a better version of themselves. That where they are right now, it's not the end of the story. It's not the end of the story. I don't care how bad things are right now. I don't care how much you're struggling, how many challenges you have. There are so many things that you have yet to do. So don't give up now because there's a better version of you. Can you imagine the child you were seeing who you are now and how proud they would be of you? As a child, I had a stuttering problem. I had a hard time speaking. And if you would have said anything to me that made any remote reference to me doing public speaking, I would have laughed you under the table. But looking at myself now and thinking about where I came from, I didn't stop just because I had a stuttering problem. I had the opportunity to actually co-author a book with my coach, Dr. Ruben West, and it was called Live Your Best Life, The Advantage of Disadvantage. And my chapter in the book was entitled Stop Stuttering at Life. Stop stuttering at life. And I used my story of me having a speech impediment, of me having a hard time getting my words out as a backdrop to help people understand that you too can slow down, be methodical, and get to where it is you want to be. When I was younger, I used to have to go to speech therapy. And I was in middle school, and you know how middle school kids can be. And I really hated it. I asked him and said, listen, can I just go to the speech therapy class? No. You have to go to social studies class first. They have to call the roll, and then we'll send somebody to come and get you. So, of course, I'm sitting there. They call my name. And then, of course, the person comes to the door. Hey, look, we're here to get Sakona for speech therapy. And, of course, you know how kids are. They're like, bye, Sakona. And I mean, it was horrible. But I didn't let that stop me. I didn't let what other people said or think stop me from going after being a better speaker, a better communicator. But the most help that I got, even though I put myself in positions where I read more, I had to speak more, the most help I got was from my uncle when he said, Sakona, the problem is your brain is on sentence 2, your mouth is on sentence 1. And you're trying to get everything out. He said, all you have to do is help me. Understand that I had control over what it is I said and how I delivered my message. So who in your life has given you some advice that you've heeded? Now, a lot of us, we get stuff we don't do anything with. But who has poured into you to the point where you're like, you know what? If I did what they said, if I took their advice, because they want to see you succeed, that your life would be better. You'll get closer to your goals and your dreams. You have to have people in your life that care about you, that are willing to help you along the way. Because none of us are an island, which makes me think of when I was in high school. And I don't know about y'all, but back in the mid 80s, you know, there was this little fad in our community where, you know, teenagers, they would put like names across the front of their car on the windshield. Some people, they would put song titles or their nickname. I came up with something that a lot of people will call an oxymoron. And that is a phrase or statement that really doesn't make that much sense. Because on the front of my windshield, I had one man posse. Now, of course, when you think of a posse, you think of a group of people. But for me, it was just me. I was my own posse. I was a one-man posse. But I realized something. The more I grew, the more I realized I wasn't an island. I couldn't do stuff by myself. I needed help. And that's what I want you to understand, that there are people that truly want to see you succeed, myself included. A lot of the people on the Become the Best You virtual event and the ones that are going to be there in February, the live event, want to see you succeed. That's why we're pouring into you even today, making sure that you understand and know that there's more in you than you really understand. There's more in you than you really know. Because if you've yet to achieve that place to where you know you've squeezed all of the juice out of the orange, you got some more squeezing to do. And that may mean going back to school. That may mean getting a coach. That may mean going to some training, buying a book, going to seminar, whatever it is, to actually put you in that place to where you want to be better, to where you know you have to be. They said the number one fear in the world is public speaking. I tell people all the time, I'm afraid not to. Because I realize the gift that I've been given is not just for me. Yeah, I could spend all day in the bathroom looking in the mirror, talking to myself. What is that going to do? But I need to make sure that I'm pouring into the lives of the people who really want and need to hear me. That's why I realized, Sakona, there's more that you can do. There's more in you than you've done up to this point. And believe me, I am nowhere close to being finished, and neither are you. There are so many lives that are waiting to be impacted by you. They're waiting to hear your voice, to hear your testimony. They're waiting to experience you. So don't leave them. I tell people all the time, there's somebody hungry for what you have. Don't leave them starving. So once you realize that you have something valuable within you, you should also realize that there's a responsibility that comes with that. That reminds me of a scripture that I hold near and dear to my heart. To whom much is given, much is required. But I learned the principle of that scripture, not from Sunday school, not from church, but from Spider-Man. Uncle Ben told him, with great power comes great responsibility. And oftentimes people don't realize how much power they truly have. And because you don't realize the power, you don't see the value and you don't see the responsibility. Once I realized what I had, once I realized how valuable it was, I also realized I'm responsible to do something with it. To whom much is given, much is required. But my biggest thing is a lot of people haven't taken inventory of what they have. They haven't looked at themselves and saw the greatness that's within them. We spend so much time beating ourselves up, putting ourselves down, comparing ourselves to other people. Your only competition is who you were yesterday. Write that down. My only competition is who I was yesterday. So are you better than that person? Are you doing more than that person did? Are you learning more? Are you impacting more? Are you affecting more people than that person? Because if you're not, you got some work to do. There's more squeezing you have to do. There's more juice in the orange. You have to squeeze yourself, and that takes work. It's not easy. It's easy to do nothing. It's easy to lay around. It's easy to not try to make impact. It's hard when you're trying to make a difference. You're going to run into so many obstacles, so many challenges, so many things are just going to get in your way. But if your why is strong enough, the how doesn't matter. You may want to write that down too. If your why is strong enough, the how doesn't matter. So what is your why? What is the reason that you want to be a better version of yourself? Is it for your family? Is it for your spouse? Is it for your job? Is it for your community? For your organization? Why do you want to be a better version of yourself? You're tuned into this because you want to be better than you are right now. But why? Is it so you can make a name for yourself so people can sing your praises? Or is it because you want to make a difference? Is it because you want to pour into the lives of people that are less fortunate than you? And I'm not saying just financially. There's some people that are less fortunate than you from an emotional standpoint. They need your calmness. They need your listening ear. They need your loving arms. You have an opportunity to point. They may make 10 times what you make, but they need a hug from you. See, once you understand what you have, once you understand what you can give and what you can deliver, you won't just fall short. You won't just stop. What you'll do is you'll find a way to make a difference. I want to share this story with you because it's so important. There was a retiree. He and his wife wanted to make their retirement home on the beach because every morning they wanted to wake up and they wanted to see the sunrise. So they retired to a coastal community. And every morning they would get up and they would go out and they would watch the sunrise. Unfortunately, his wife passed, but he still kept that tradition of getting up every morning, watching the sunrise. Well, one night there was this huge tidal wave that washed, thousands of starfish up on the seashore. The man came out right before dawn and he noticed, as far as he looked, there were starfish laid all over the shore. So what he did was he stooped down, picked one up, threw it in the ocean. Stooped down, picked another one up, threw it in the ocean. Took a step, stooped down, picked one up, threw it in the ocean. Well, just so happened that there was this couple. They were newlyweds. They had just got married. They were on their honeymoon. They actually stayed at a condo in the same area, and they wanted to have their first morning as husband and wife. They wanted to watch the sunrise. So they got up. And they walked out on the shore, and they saw the same thing he saw. In the distance, They saw this figure stooping down, picking up, throwing something in the ocean, stooping down, picking up, throwing something in the ocean. They walked up to him and they just looked around and said, what kind of difference are you making with all of these starfish? The wise man stooped down, picked one up, and threw it in the ocean. He looked at them and said, I made a difference to that one. I made a difference to that one. I know sometimes we find ourselves in situations that seem overwhelming. It's like, what difference am I making? How am I helping? To the person that you've been sent to serve, you are the world. You make the difference. Just like that man with the starfish. The ones he threw back into the ocean, he made a difference to them. And you know what that young couple did? They started picking up starfish and throwing them in the ocean as well. My point is that by your example, you can encourage and motivate somebody else. Once you become the best version of yourself, you give somebody else permission to do the same. And so understand that you have more in you than you're putting out right now. It's the first step for you to actually start that journey. And it's a journey. It's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. I didn't get where I am today overnight. But I know that time has allowed me an opportunity to work on myself, to grow and to stretch, and to get to a place where I can actually be who I am now. But again, I know I'm nowhere near the end. There's so much more in me. But that's why I'm here to help make sure that you understand that there's more in you. What is it that you can do to make the world a better place? What impact that you can do? What is your gifting? What is your calling? What is your purpose? What's your talent? What is that thing that you can do that actually will set the world afire, that will make a difference, that will leave a trail for other people to follow? In my latest book, Leadership That Lasts, Passing on 10 Solid Principles to Ensuring and Enduring Legacy, I talk about that, about the legacy that we can leave. But you can't leave a legacy without having success. You can't have success without being consistent. But you can't be consistent until you make a commitment. I was sharing with the National Men's Prayer Call several months ago about consistency. But I told them, I said, listen, consistency is the second leg. It's the second leg of a four-leg race. So they were like, wait, what do you mean? I said, before you can find anybody that's consistent, they have to have made a commitment. Because without commitment, there is no consistency. Because if you're not committed, you're not going to be consistent. But once you made a commitment, you'll be consistent because of the commitment. Now that consistency over time, you can't help but be successful. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's frying chicken, cutting grass, putting on roofs. I don't care what it is. Over time, if you're committed to something and you're consistent at it, you can't help but get better. That's why I say this is a journey. It's a process. It's not an overnight success. But after you've had success, after success, after success, that's where your legacy comes in. You become legendary. You become known for something. I talked about this. Michael Jordan, he was known for being one of the greatest basketball players ever. And in my book, he is, but that's up for debate. But my point is that his commitment to basketball, his consistency to basketball, and his success at basketball made him legendary. Michael Jackson, he was committed to music. He was consistent at music. He was successful at music. So successful that he became legendary. So what about you? What are you committed to? Write that down. What am I committed to? And I want you to answer that on your own, because that commitment is going to be the catalyst for everything else. The catalyst for your consistency. Are you committed to being a better version of yourself? Okay, well, that means you're going to invest in yourself. You're going to buy books. You're going to go to seminars. You're going to go to classes. You're going to get educated in the area that you've been called to serve. So what are you committed to? What's your commitment? If your commitment is cooking, you're going to cook. You're going to learn how to cook. You're going to get around people that know more than you and be quiet long enough to learn something. You may even go to school for it. What are you committed to? Because that commitment is going to be the catalyst for you being able to make a difference. And that's all that we're able to do to help make the world a better place. So I want you to know that you have an opportunity to bless some people around you, to pour into some people around you, to make a difference in the lives of people around you. You can also leave a trail for them to follow. You can become legendary. You can leave a legacy, but that doesn't come unless you're successful. And whatever it is you do, and that doesn't come unless you are consistent. And that consistency doesn't come unless you are committed. So I want to challenge you to commit yourself to being a better version of yourself. The Sakona you see today, you probably won't see him anymore. Because the next time you see me, guess what? I'm going to be better than I was, more passionate, more engaging. There are just so many areas that I'm working on, but I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for you, for that person that needs to hear this, for that person who knows that I have more to offer the world. I want to encourage you, to motivate you, to put you on a path to where you, like my slogan said, I want to make motivation personal by introducing you to yourself. Because once you truly understand who you are, nothing can stop you. But until you understand who you are, anything can. So again, I want to encourage you. You have more in you than you even know, than you can imagine. You just have to put it in the work to bring it out. And it is work, but the results will change somebody's life. Be the reason that somebody doesn't give up. Be the reason that somebody doesn't throw in the towel. Be the reason that somebody actually becomes not a carbon copy of you, but they pattern themselves after your tenacity, after your gentleness, after your gracefulness, after your willingness to help other people, where they see it to the point they're like, you know what? I know how to encourage somebody because I saw him do it. I know how to love somebody because I saw her do it. Be that person. Be the person that's the example that other people look to so that they can see, hey, if they did it, I can surely do it myself. Listen, I want you to know that you have so much in you that you have to, and it's so valuable. And that value should make you want to actually do something about it. And listen, I believe that is my time, but I am so excited to share this with you. And I can't wait to see you in person in February at the Become the Best You event, Overcoming Challenges, because we all have those. And I know for myself that without the encouragement and the help of people like Terrence and people like Brenda and even the other people that are part of the Becoming the Best You event, even the attendees, I wouldn't be where I am today. And I know that you have some people that are dependent on you to become the best version of yourself. So again, don't leave them starving for what you have. Put in the work, become the best version of yourself, and you'll find out that somebody was looking for you to show up. With that being said, I want to turn it back over to Terrence and Brenda. Unless y'all want me to keep talking, because y'all know I can do that. Come on now. Come on, give me.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Can you hear us,
Yes,
Coney?
As always,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Always delivering.
Absolutely. So there's a little bit of a delay, but Sakoni, we do still want to speak to you. So tell us, first of all, how can they reach out to you? And what kind of programs are you offering for them at SakoniPrince.com?
Okay. Well, you already said it. SakoniPrince.com is my official website, SakoniPrince.com. I can also be reached on all social media. Just search Sakoni Prince. And believe me, I've done that. I've Googled myself. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. So you can find me on all of those platforms. As far as the program, in fact, that I have a coaching program introducing you to yourself, and it actually walks you through a process. I mean, I gave you a little bit of it today, but it walks you through a process of truly learning and understanding your own giftedness, your own potential, and seeing how that is needed in the world and where to navigate and place that. So that's what I have.
I love it. I love it. Brenda, what takeaways did you get from Sacconi's presentation today?
Well, he gives you the encouragement that you can do it if you want it. And sometimes we have to reevaluate where we are so we know who we are. And when you do that, you're going to open up doors that's going to get you through where you need to be.
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I love his 3C message that
Mhm.
he shared throughout this: commitment, consistency, and you if you don't have those two, you don't have that ultimate success. And a lot of people fail to become the best version of themselves because they want it right then and there. They think it's instantaneously. And if it doesn't happen instantaneous, then it's not supposed to happen for them. There's no such thing, no matter how many people you believe, how many people that are making more money than me, how many people have more stage time with me. I'm going to tell you, there is no such thing as an overnight success. All three of us know that it's not an overnight success. It's
Right.
success that happens night, overnight, overnight, overnight. So
Mhm.
that's what I love that Saccone
Exactly.
was driving home. But
Yes,
now,
and even
Saccone,
when you reach it, even when you reach success, you can also lose it. So you got to keep spending the overnight trying to become the best version of yourself so that you can keep becoming.
and absolutely, and Saccone chime in
Correct.
on this again, like you said, even when you reach success, there's another level, there's another mountain of success waiting for you to conquer. Expound upon that some more.
Right. Well, in fact, somebody once said, at the top of one mountain is the bottom of the next. And that means just because you've achieved a certain level of success doesn't mean that that's the end of the journey. If you're going to continue to go and to continue to grow, that means you have to, there are some things that you have to learn and share in order for you to help somebody else. You have enough knowledge and experience, you can teach the next generation. And that's what my book entitled Passing on 10 Silent Principles to Ensuring and Enduring Legacy, it helps you to understand that you are setting up the next generation for success. Just
Mhm.
because you had a hard time going, you can make it easier for them so they can go further. Let them stand on your shoulders. But understanding that success doesn't just end with you, it should actually be passed on to the next generation. And that's what we all need.
Absolutely.
I love it. And you know what? We clearly have known each other way too long, because you just touched on what I was going to ask you to expound upon in your last thoughts. You are the founder, the publisher, and the editor in chief of this phenomenal online magazine called Next Generation Speakers. Tell our audience a little bit about that and how they can become someone that can be featured in your magazine.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Yes, I am the chief editor of Next Generation Speakers magazine, where we are showcasing the next generation of speakers. There are so many speakers now that are household names. I mean, you think of the Tony Robbins, you think of the Les Browns, you think of the like Lisa Nichols, and think of the Eric Thomases. There are so many household names. But what about the next generation? Those that are coming up, those like you and I who are still in the grind. We are making a name for ourselves, but we have yet to fully make that. Well, this magazine showcases the next generation of speakers. And for those that want to read the magazine, you can go to CiconePrince.com/NGS magazine. That's CiconePrince.com/NGS magazine. And there you can actually read the magazine. And we've recently added to where you can, if you want to purchase printed copies, you can do that just beneath. But in order to be featured in the magazine, there are opportunities. And actually on that page, there's a button that says click here to be in the magazine. And you can do that. You can go to SiconePrince.com/NGS magazine -2. That's where you can find out how you can be featured in the magazine. And I'm telling you, it's an opportunity for you to truly have a artists, because our magazine has been read in Australia, in Ireland, in the Philippines, in London. I mean, it's been read in Africa because it's digital and it's online. It's free to read the magazine, and especially if you're in it, if you're featured on the cover, you get more exposure than you would just around the corner or just in your region. So NGS Magazine is a great opportunity for you to showcase your business, even if you have an online business. And what I love about the platform is you can put links in the magazine. So let's say you have a Facebook group, or let's say you have a landing page, or okay, let's say you have a book on Amazon. All of that can be put in the magazine and linked. So while they're reading the magazine, they can click on it and go straight to Amazon and purchase your book. They can click on it, go straight to your landing page and sign up for your program. They can click on it and go to your online store. So opportunities for you to actually get your particular brand, or your particular item, the things that you're doing out into the world. And this is another opportunity. So I'm excited. We're going into, I can't believe this, we're going into our 4th year. This past year was our 3rd year. And if you go back to March of 2022, I put all of the covers of the previous magazine, of the previous issues on that cover. But March of next year, it's going to be our 4th year in publication. Although it's digital, it's still publication. So there's an opportunity. We are growing in our readership. There's an opportunity for you to share what it is you're doing and your story. I tell people all the time, the magazine is like a platform, a stage, a microphone, and some speakers. So you can share what's near and dear to your heart. And I'm telling you, you want to actually take advantage of that opportunity.
Well, we thank you for providing that platform and that opportunity for people who are ready to share their message, and for people who are ready to continue to become the best version of themselves. We appreciate that. If you guys want to be in the magazine, or if you want to read the magazine, then just go to the link, saconiprince.com/NGS, Next Generation Speakers magazine.com, and you can get more information. Sakoni, thank you for sharing your time with the BTBY Masterclass. You are a master, and you are simply full of class as well. And we thank you for being part of the BTBY experience. Thank you, my brother.
Bye, Sakoni.
You're so welcome. And I'm glad you said full of class.
Take it easy. That's Sakoni Prince, you guys. Go again, check out his information at saconiprince.com/NGS magazine. And hey, if you are picking up what we've been putting down today, we want you to go ahead and put a number 5 in the comments. If you've stuck and stayed with us this long, then you probably have created your own book full of notes, because that's just how many nuggets that have been shared today. What's been some of your takeaways from just the speakers we've had so far?
You know, for me, we have had a consistent theme of love. We've had a consistent theme of how to do things to become the best version of yourself. And we have had some repeats. So if it's worth repeating, it's worth doing, right?
Yeah.
So listen up, because you've had several things come out of different speakers' mouths that were the same but said differently. And that's huge.
Absolutely. I couldn't say it better myself. There's been common themes that have come across today, and I hope you guys have been picking up on those things, picking up on the consistency, picking up on the commitment, picking up on, what is it going to take for you to become the best version of you, and recognizing there's only one person that you're really competing with out of the thousands and millions of people that will watch this live and the rebroadcast. You're not competing with them. You're just competing with the best version of yourself that you can be. So we always want to keep that top of mind. Again, we want to give you another opportunity to join the movement. We want to give you an opportunity to participate in some of the things that we are doing. And again, one of the things we're doing is helping you become the best speaker you can be, just like all of these speakers that you've seen today. So here's another promo for becoming the best speaker. Hey, it is an unstoppable day. You know, preachers preach, teachers teach, and speakers speak. And whether I am speaking from my office doing videos like this virtually, or whether I am speaking at resorts doing retreats, whether I am speaking at family events, or whether I am speaking in front of large audiences. Speakers speak, and that's what we do. But depending on those situations, you may not have the confidence, you may not have the skills, or you may not have those necessary tools to be able to speak effectively in each one of those different arenas. Well, we've got you covered here at the Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. Yes, Becoming the Best Speaker Academy. We have an 8-week speaker course where we will help you get the tools, the tips, and the strategies to not only become a better speaker, but to learn the business of speaking so that you can be effective in all those different arenas that I just told you about. I'm blessed to be able to be a speaker. I'm blessed to be able to be an MC, but I didn't learn those skills overnight. I had to get the training. I had to get the strategies. I had to get the tools to make me a more effective speaker. And we want to share those tools with you as well. So if you are a new speaker, if you are a new author, or if you're a new entrepreneur and you're looking to add speakers into your toolkit to make you a more effective entrepreneur, speaker, or author, then we invite you to come on over to www.btbspeakers.com www.btbspeakers.com and sign up for our next course, which is starting soon. Who knows, in 8 weeks, you could become the best speaker that you were created to be.
Well, get out there and sign up for the speaking class. If you're wanting to be a speaker, it's the perfect opportunity. The price is only $500 and it's packed full. But you know, we speak on so many different levels. It's not just about the stage. We speak when we are communicating, if we are presenting to a board, if we are teaching a class, just in regular communication. Learn how to do it better. That's what a speaking class can do for you. So, you know, we've been sitting here pretty much all day learning from some great people that have experienced and worked through what they're teaching you. And because of that, we're able to learn from it. My question to you is, what are you doing right now in your life that you can help others go through? Do you have a story? Because, you know, we have a great TV show. Becoming the Best You, #BTBY TV talk show is about ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And we are soon to be on multiple platforms. Do you have a story? Connect with us. Connect with myself, with Terrence, with Isabel, with Aaron, anybody, Saccone, anybody that you resonate with, connect with them. They'll get you in touch with us. Let's hear your story. Let's get it out there because I'm sure it can encourage others. And, you know, speaking of stories, Terrence, man, he's been my mentor for a few years now. He's been a great friend. He's an awesome speaker, great MC. Virtual, he's amazing. But when you see him in person, man, you just want to get up on the stage and dance with him. He just is that energetic. And he has a passion for empowering people, for showing people that they can do the things that they want in life, that they can have a better life. Not only that, he utilizes his information in a show that he has, the Unstoppable Story Show. It's an internet show, and he brings amazing guests on, and he shares his wisdom. He's also a coach. He teaches you how to be accountable, and he lives the life that he preaches. And see, that's the thing. When we go after our speakers here, we want people that are walking the walk, talking the talk, and that everything matches up. So their life on the stage is the life in their home. Because you can have a different life at work, and you come home and your wife might, or your spouse, your husband might say that you're completely different. That's not the person who they are. That's not real. Don't let people say that about you. Terrence walks the walk. He talks the talk. He talks the walk. He walks the talk. However you want to say it. He is a man of value and principle, and he truly wants to see you become the best version of yourself. So let's bring up Terrence Lethbridge, Coach T, Mr. Unstoppable himself.
Wow. Hey, hey, hey. It is an unstoppable day. You know, Brenda, if God forbid I leave this earth before you do, you got to come do my eulogy, because that was perfect. I mean, I felt like I was like, wow, okay, yeah, all right. You're hired. You're booked. So just keep the calendar open for whenever that might happen. Hey, thank you guys. I hope you have continue to have your pen and your paper, because we scheduled this master class not just to speak at you or even to speak to you, but to work with you. Because here's the one thing we know: in order for us to become the best version of ourselves, we have to do the things that we do best, and that's share our information with you so that you can recognize a couple of things. I want you to write this down first and foremost. Write this down. I'm putting it on the screen so you have a second to recognize this unstoppable thought. I had to learn it myself, and I want to share it with you. Number one, you are farther along than you think. I want you to put that in the comments. Write that message. I want to see you say, I am further along than I think. And then I want you to marinate on this second message. The second message is, it's easier than you think. Because I want to talk to you for the last segment of our masterclass today.
With that, I'm going to let you have the stage.
Go ahead. You were really bringing up the beauty factor in my presentation, but that's fine. I want you guys to speak. I wanted to speak to you for the last couple of minutes on this ideal of being accountable to your story. Being accountable to your story. I'm going to type that in the feed real quick, just so you can also let that resonate for a moment. Being accountable for your story, because it's important, and I'm going to tell you why it's important in just a second. My mind goes faster than my fingers, so here we go. Being accountable for your story. What I'm going to talk to you about in this masterclass is how you can be accountable for your story. And why is that so important? It's so important because your story matters. What you have been through to this point, the culmination of every experience, every adventure, every adversity that you have been through in your life prepared you for this moment in time. It has been preparing you to become the best version of yourself. Now, I know you're saying, but how can this adversity, how can the trials, how can the obstacles, how can all the bad things that have happened in my life prepare me to become the best version of me? Well, I had to ask myself that very same question. It was back in 2008. If you followed me for any period of time, you know that 2008 was a hell of a year in my life. And it culminated in the loss of my good government job. And up to that point, I was living a life based upon what I did versus who I was. And we talked about that earlier. Because what I did was that I worked for the local county government. And what I did paid my bills. And what I did allowed me to buy my midlife crisis car. And what I did allowed me to, along with my wife, purchase our first home. And what I did allowed me to pay for our wedding ceremony. So what I did up to that point is what was defining me. But it was the adversity. It was the trials. It was the tribulations. It was the adventures, and it was the experiences that happened in my life that prepared me for who I was and for who I am, and for me to ultimately tell my story. And I submit to you that it's going to be those same experiences, adventures, trials, tribulations, and adversities that are going to prepare you now or very soon to tell your own story. And I want to give you the tools, tips, and strategies to be able to tell your story when you're ready to tell your story. Now, as accountability coach, I work with many people, helping them get their message out to the masses through my Unstoppable coaching program. And the number one thing that we encounter when we start working with our clients is that they think it's too hard, or they think they don't have enough of a story to tell their story. And I thought that too for a very long time. For a very long time, I thought nobody wanted to hear my story. I'm just a short, fat kid from the south side of Chicago that, lived in the hood, but was never affected by the hood. I didn't go outside of the fence that lined the house that my mom lived in, except to go to school and except to come back home. So I didn't have a story. I didn't go through any trials or tribulations. I didn't have any tragedies up to that point in my life. I didn't have anything that I thought would impact someone to the point where they would want to listen to my story. But then as I got older, and now that I've been blessed to have 5 decades of life on this planet, I've recognized that everybody's story isn't a tragic story. Most people's story is an average story. Most people are living an average life, not knowing that they were created to live an unstoppable life. Most people are settling for the average when they were made to be exceptional. Most people are living average, fitting in when they were meant to stand out. Why? Because we're afraid to tell our story. You've listened to 7 different speakers now during this masterclass, and each one of them told you a little bit of their story. Why? Because their story prepared them for what they do today. Velton Shaw told you he studied leadershipology for 30 years. Well, he wasn't in school, university, high school, studying leadershipology. He was in the school of hard knocks. He was in the school of corporate America. He was in the school of private practice. He learned all of this over time to be prepared for what he does now as the leadershipologist. Brenda told you her story of being incarcerated. She told you her story of being an entrepreneur. She told you her story of all the things that she had done in her past that prepared her to tell her story right now. She didn't say she told her story then because she was still in preparation to tell her story now. If you're listening to this or you're watching this right now, maybe you are at your preparation point where now you are ready to tell your story. Maybe you've gone through all the adversity, the trials, the tribulations that you needed to go to prepare you for this point in time where now, if you decide to tell your story, it's going to make a difference in the lives of one or in the lives of many. Well, if you are at that point right now, I am saying congratulations to you right now. And I'm also saying to you, it's about time. We started off this segment with Arcavius J. Armstrong, and his presentation was "The time is now." And that is apropos because the time is now for you to tell your story. The time wasn't yesterday. Yesterday's gone. The time may not be tomorrow because you may not make it past this presentation. You may not make it past this video podcast. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, there was over 600 million people that thought they had another day, thought they had another hour, thought they had another minute, thought they had another second to tell their story. Oh, I got time. I'll do it later. Oh, I'm not ready yet. And now their time has washed out. In the words of one of the friends to the BTBY movement, Jeff Martinet Jr., instead of making the time count, they sat back counting the time. Well, the time is now for you to tell your story. But you might be saying, Coach T, it's too hard. I don't know where to start. Well, you're in the right place at the right time, because I'm going to tell you now 4 proven ways by which you can tell your story. And here's the kicker. If you get this in your spirit and you get this in your notes and you put it into practice right now, you can start telling your story as soon as right now. Watch, stick and stay a little while. I'm going to give you the 4 proven ways that you can start telling your story. And when I say proven ways, how do I know it's true? Because I've done all 4 of these ways myself. And here's the kicker. If I can do it, then you can do it too. So let's jump right into it. I'm going to make it real quick, and we're going to get back to finishing up today, the masterclass, so you can start taking your own class and master the things that you've learned today. Yes, yes, yes. Get it in your spirit, Aaron. Number 1. You probably have already been doing one of these 3 things and you don't even recognize it. But the number 1 way, and these are in no particular orders, that you can start telling your story today is by using the simple 3 ideals: blogs, books, or articles. Blogs, books, or articles. You know, we just had some Saucony Prince on. He just told you about his magazine, NGS magazine, NGS Speakers. And he solicits people who want to tell their story to help you, and the reader, get some insight, to help you get to the next generation, to help you get to the next level of your greatness. That's a magazine. And within that magazine, there are articles by everyday people. I've been in that magazine. Brenda's been in that magazine. A couple other people that you saw on the masterclass today. We've written articles in that magazine. Why? Because we recognize that everybody isn't a speaker right out the box. But as sure as you have a pen, as sure as you have a piece of paper, you can write your story. How do I know you can write your story? Well, I said it right there in the sentence. It's your story. Nobody knows your story better than you. Therefore, nobody can write your story better than you. And your story doesn't have to be a full-fledged 455-page book. It can be as simple as a 3-page article telling people who you are, what you do, what you went through, why we should care, and how we can get in contact with you for some more information about you. 5 simple things. You can put that in an article, or you can put that in a blog. Blogging is the online version of writing an article. There are many free blogging tools out there. You can simply Google it, but here, I'm going to help you out. I'm going to give you 3 that I know of. I'm going to give you 4 that I know of, 1 that I use personally, and 3 that you can find and get more information on your own. The number 1 thing I like to use in terms of blogs is a website called Blogger.com. You can't miss it. You can't not get it. It's the word is right there in the website. Blogger.com. It's a free website. You can set up a free account and you can go to that website and you can literally blog about anything that's on your mind. But you can utilize that to really tell your story. And you can get people to subscribe to your blog and invite them to be a part of your story and hear your story and read your story. Because when they start reading your story, they may see from reading your story that there's something about your story that resonates with their story. It's an easy, free, carefree way by which you can start telling your story, start building an audience, and start getting your message out to the masses. Now, blogger.com is one of them, but there are some others. Some others I'm just going to mention to you. WordPress. If you already have an existing website, it's probably been created on some form of WordPress platform. You can go to wordpress.org and get more information on that. Or you can use social media to create a blog. A great social media website that you can use to start blogging on is the business social media website called LinkedIn. LinkedIn is where professionals go to play. It's the professional version of Facebook. So if you are looking to get in front of professionals that may have platforms where you can share your message even more intimately, then you want to start sharing your information on LinkedIn, telling bits and pieces about your story. And again, letting them know how they can connect with you so that you can build a better relationship and move forward in getting your message out to the masses. So blogs are a very easy way. I started out blogging on blogger.com. And then when I got enough content, somebody introduced me to the ideal of, you know what, these blogs aren't just for the people on this platform. You can put this into a wider audience if you decided to take what you put in these blogs and turn it into a book. And that's the next elevation of telling your story, because it's so simple to simply copy and paste what you've already put in those blogs and put it into a manuscript that now you can publish. You know, my platform is being unstoppable, focusing more on what you're able to do and less on what's stopping you. And I blogged about it for months. How and I put in other people's stories. I found other articles about people who were doing unstoppable things at older ages in life. Like I said, I'm in my fifth decade of life, but there are people that are even older than I am that are doing things for the first time or doing things that you never thought someone their age would do, and they're being unstoppable. And that just gave me the ideal. Well, you know what? There are other people that need to know that it's never too late to be unstoppable. And that turned into a book. And again, with this book, I was able to tell my story, but I was able to give other people a platform where they could tell bits and pieces about their story. So now I not only created a platform for myself, but using the book ideal, I created a platform for others. And like I said, I'm just a short, fat kid from the south side of Chicago. And if I can do it, you can utilize this tool to do it too. The important thing is to do it. So having blogs, having books, having articles in magazines. This is another magazine that I'm a contributing author to called She Exists Magazine. And we talked about Saucony Princess Magazine, NGS Magazine. All of those are free or low cost ways where you can start telling your story little by little by little, especially if speaking isn't something for you. But if speaking is something for you, then these next couple of ways are a great way for you to get your story out to the masses as well. So now we're going to talk about strictly using your voice to share your message. And a great way of just using strictly your voice is this great phenomenon called the audio podcast. The audio podcast. Now, I told you I work with clients, help them getting their message out to the masses, and how I love this platform that we're on right now. And I'm going to talk a little bit about it towards the end. Many of my clients, especially some of my female clients, are scared to death about getting in front of the camera. They're always looking to see, well, is my makeup right? Is my head shiny? Is my hair messed up? Is my glow not there? I can't do this. I can't get in front of a video. I can't get in front of a camera and just start speaking. Well, that's the beauty of the podcast, because the beauty of the podcast means you never have to get in front of a camera if you don't want to. All you need is a microphone and some kind of platform to record your information to. A microphone and a platform is all you need. No mic, no video camera required. No, you can do it in 3 o'clock in the morning. You can do it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You can do it suited and booted, or you can do it in your pajamas. But all you need is your voice and your ability to tell your story. And the platform that I love to use is a platform called Anchor.fm. Anchor.fm. Hopefully, you guys are writing this down because there's going to be a quiz at the end. Anchor.fm is a free podcasting platform that you can sign up for on your phone. You can sign up on your computer. You can sign up on your iPad, and you simply create your own show. You can create, it's perfect for speakers if you just want to create a platform where you share your presentations. Or if you love interviewing other people like I do, you can actually turn it into a talk show based upon any topic that you can dream of. There are podcasts for sports. There are podcasts for politics. There are podcasts for news. There are podcasts for animals. There are podcasts for animal lovers. There are podcasts for anime. There are podcasts for DC Comics, Marvel TV, anything you can think of that where there is a desire to consume information in the speaking industry, you can create it with the podcast. I have a podcast on Anchor called Talking Small Business with Terrence, where we talk to small business owners to have them share their trials, tribulations, and mistakes to help other future businesses avoid those pitfalls in the future. It's a great podcast. Go to anchor.fm. I'm on Spotify. I'm on Apple. I'm on Google Podcasts. I'm on all the different streaming platforms. And that all happened just by being a part of Anchor. But there are other podcast hosting platforms like Podbean and like Spreaker, and there's many others out there. Just Google one that works for you. Some are free, some are you have a minimal monthly fee, but whatever works for you, that's what you do. The point is, there are platforms that will allow you to share your story just by talking. And that is something that is phenomenal, especially in this day and age. 10 years ago, didn't exist. 15 years ago, wasn't even a thought. But because of the internet and because of the access that we now have in 2022, you can do far more things far quicker than you ever imagined. And remember those thoughts I said, it's easier than you think. And because of the internet and all of the great technology out there, you are actually farther along than you think just by utilizing these tools and strategies. So, speaking of tools and strategies, maybe, just maybe, you're not a writer. Okay, so maybe the blogs, the books, the articles aren't for you. And maybe you haven't really developed yourself as a speaker yet so that you can start putting it out there in the metaverse, out there in the universe, out there in the podcast world. Maybe you don't feel like you're seasoned enough for that yet. Well, we got you covered, because the way I started and the way you can start your speaker career is just by recording yourself. Recording yourself, as simple as that. I remember the first speech I ever did, I pulled out my phone, and every smartphone has this app called a voice recorder built in to the phone. I use the voice recorder more than I use the phone to make phone calls. So I don't even know why they call it a phone anymore. They need to come up with something else, because rarely am I using the phone to make phone calls, but I use it for everything else. But you can simply hit that voice recorder and just start talking. You can use the voice recorder to create an outline for yourself of what you want to say about your story. You can use the voice recorder to actually take that outline and create your 5-minute, your 7-minute, your 20-minute, your 45-minute presentation based upon that topic that you want to talk about. And then you get to go back and you get to listen to yourself. You get to say, did I say everything I wanted to say? Did I say too much? Did I go off track? Did I say too little? All of that before you put it out to the universe. And then if you like what you put out, then you can take that same recording that you put on your voice recorder and you can upload it to your podcast, or you can transcribe it. And then now you can upload it as a blog post or as one of the chapters in your books or as one of the articles you submit to that magazine, all from that recording that you did on your phone where you just took the time to tell your story. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now. There are no excuses why you can't do what I do each and every day, what Brenda does, what Saccone does, what Velton does, what Arcavius does, what Aaron does, what all of our speakers at some point do to get their message out to the masses. Yes, yes, yes. I see you. I see you. This is what I have been doing in recording myself. Yes, absolutely. Then you are, like I said, you are further along than you think, and it's easier than you think. It all just comes back to doing it, being committed to doing it consistently, and just utilizing the tools that you have in front of you. And this is a tool, I tell you, if you walk outside right now, every person you pass by, they're going to have two things in their hand. They're going to have the keys to their house and they're going to have their phone. So it's something that you always have with you. So you always have the opportunity to put down one thought or write or talk about a number of different thoughts that you might have rolling around inside that head between the two ears. So that's recordings. And then last but not least is the live stream. The live stream is what I call the creme de la creme of getting your message out to the masses right now. When we used to think of live stream before this internet sensation occurred, the only way you saw people speaking live was if they were on your traditional TV. The TV before there was cable, the TV where there was maybe only 5 channels, ABC, CBS, NBC, and some of the independent channels. That's the only place you got to see somebody speak live without having to shell out hundreds or thousands of dollars to hear what they had to say. But with the advent of the internet and with all the advances that we've had in technology, now any Joe Blow can do a live stream. You can go to a internet platform, you can set up an account, you can purchase a camera, you can purchase a microphone. You don't even have to purchase a camera and a microphone because most laptops today come with a built-in camera and microphone, and you can just click record and start sharing your message. Amazing, unbelievable, incredible, but yes, so true. I started doing video live stream back in 2017. Started with a company called My Video Talk. It was a multi-level marketing company. So not only was I able to share my message, but I was able to get residual by showing people how to share their message using that platform as well. So again, you can utilize these tools to get your message out, but you can also utilize these tools to get paid while you help other people do the very same thing. The tool we're using right now is called StreamYard, and I have a course that you can learn how to utilize StreamYard and do your own live streaming. If you want more information about that, I'll give you my website at the end. We can set up a call and we can show you how you can get started live streaming too. But StreamYard ain't the only player in the ballpark. There are other platforms. You can simply get an account with YouTube and build up your sponsorships by taking those, watch me, those recordings that you did on your cell phone and upload them to YouTube and ask people to start subscribing to your channel. And once you get over 100 subscribers watching your content that you already did through the recordings on or your podcast, once they start watching them, your live streams on YouTube, then YouTube will allow you to start live streaming directly from YouTube. Some of you are watching this broadcast live on YouTube as we speak right now, on Brenda's channel and on my channel. That's because we have put in the work. That's because we have moved from blogging and books and articles into podcasting, and we've gone from podcastings by doing our recordings, and we've elevated ourselves to where now we can do live streams where we can continue to help you become the best version of you. And we can do that effortlessly, seamlessly, sometimes practically just by putting the thought and clicking the button. We can do it because we've learned how to use these tools. We've learned how to use those tips, and we've learned how to combine them with strategies as speakers, as thought leaders, as coaches, as trainers, to help get this message out to you so that you in turn can become the best version of you. Now, I know I've just given you a Cliff Notes kind of version. I'm dating myself by saying Cliff Notes, a kind of Cliff Notes version of all these different platforms. And you might think, you might be sitting there saying, man, that's a lot of stuff. That sounds hard as hell. Well, remember what I said. It's easier than you think. And you are farther along than you think simply because you showed up today. Because you showed up today, because you had a why that was greater than not showing up. As Saucony said earlier, once you know your why, the how doesn't matter. But here's the other thing. Once you walk in your why, the how starts showing up on your path. Somebody's got to write that down because you're going to get that later. Once you determine that you know where you're going and why you're going, the how shows up. Because you decided today that you wanted to become the best version of yourself, and maybe you've even decided further that you're ready to start telling your story. You've got that why in your head right now. You are here, and we're providing you with a glimpse of how you can make that happen. You can make that happen with your recordings. You can make that happen with your podcast. You can make that happen through writing articles in books or in magazines. And you can make that happen sharing your why by doing live streaming. And guess what? We're here to help you. We are here at Becoming the Best You movement to help you get your message out to the masses. And we do it selfishly. Why? Because we know your story matters. And we know your story is going to make a difference in the lives of one or in the lives of many. So we want to help you get that story out to the one person that needs it the most or the many people that need to hear it. So come along with us on the journey. Be a part of the BTBY movement, and you can do it in a couple of ways. You can reach out to me individually if you want to learn how to create the blogs, if you want to learn how to create the recordings, if you want to learn how to turn those into audio podcasts, or if you want to learn how to turn those into live streaming events like the event you're seeing right now, you can reach out to me one or two ways. You can reach out to me at the movement. We've been talking about it all day. Becoming the best you. Becoming the best you, BTBY. You can join our speaker academy. Our speaker academy, btbspeaker.com. We got a speaker academy coming up, so we can help you how to formulate your message so that you can put it on these podcasts, so that you can put it on these recordings, so you can put them on these live streams. We can do that for you. Or you can reach out to me at unstoppablecoaching.com. Unstoppablecoaching.com. I have private courses, classes, and coaching programs to help you get your message out to the masses. Now, however you decide to do it, here's what I want to leave you with today. Just do it. Fight the fear and do it anyway. Be committed to sharing your message because only you can. You may even have a twin, but nobody is like you. Your twin cannot tell your story. Only you can. And we are holding you accountable to telling your story. I'm Terrence, the Unstoppable Coach Leffridge. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
And it's a great story.
And well, thank you. I think it's a pretty damn good story
It's
myself
a
now.
good story.
So with that, that's a wrap, y'all. We've given you all we got. We've given you masters that have come to the classroom to share with you their tools, their tips and strategies. And we got one more thing we want to share with you. We want to see your face in the place, live and in person, in St. Louis, February 17th through the 19th. We're running a special right now. We never want price to be the reason why you can't get this experience and you can't start the process or continue the process of becoming the best version of yourself. So for a limited time, the event is only $179.
Low
$179.
cost.
Oh, very low for 3 days of information, infotainment, and food. We're going to feed your mind. We're going to feed your soul.
We're going to make you laugh. We're going to have you singing and dancing.
Absolutely. And you can't beat that with a stick for the low price of $179. But look.
But wait, there's more. No.
Oh, tell them, Brenda.
If you get in there right now, you're going to get some free books.
Ooh.
Those of you who order right now, get some free books.
Absolutely. You see, you get something right now just for taking action. And the universe rewards those who take massive action. When? Not now, but right now. So go on over to comechangeyourlife.com. We'll probably be putting the replay up over the next couple of hours here over the weekend so you can watch it again. But hey, this is a limited time offer. So jump on it right now. If you got value off of what we did virtual, just imagine what you're going to experience live and in person. We're going to be in the Mo, y'all.
Times hours and hours of stuff. And somebody asked me, why you guys got so many speakers? That's exactly why. Because we want you to walk out with resonation with something that somebody said, and not just one. If you are not grasping what some of these speakers are telling you, you're just not ready for change, because it's going to be speaker after speaker, and you're going to walk out of there changed. And we have testimonies on that. Go on over there on the website, comechangeyourlife.com. Testimonies, there's pictures, things that have transpired because of our events. People have changed. Lives have changed.
Absolutely. We don't guarantee a lot because there are no guarantees in this world, but we do guarantee this, that if you, like Melton said, take the initiative to sign up right now and put in the effort to have your face in the place February 17th through the 19th, you are going to produce something that you cannot even imagine right now. We guarantee that you will never walk out of our event the same way you walked in.
Yes. Talk to Isabel Black, talk to Heather Davis, talk to some of our speakers that even walked out changed.
Right.
They
Absolutely.
came to present and walked out with a different mindset. I learn something every time I hear one of you guys speak. Every time. Because we can all learn from each other. There is nobody that doesn't have something that they can share that somebody won't learn from. Whether it's a success story or whether it's a tragic situation, there's always something that we can learn from if we put ourselves, as Aaron said, in a heartful atmosphere to receive
that information.
That's right. And again, you have to want it. If you don't want change, like I say, don't come. Don't watch our
Absolutely.
stuff. Stay stuck. That's on you.
Right. And if you don't want it, you may know somebody who needs it. So if this isn't for you, that's fine. But go ahead and share it with somebody else, because guess what? There's somebody that you know that needs to become the best version of themselves. And it may be you, but
That's
it may
right.
be someone else you know too. So
And if you want to get on a stage, hit Terrence up about that speaking class.
absolutely.
BTBSpeaker.com. It's going to start November 7th. It's $500, $499. It's $500. Get it. It's worth it.
Yes.
It's worth it. And if you can't make a class, you get to see the replays. You just won't get the interaction. Monday nights, we'll get the start time out to you, but we teach you the business of speaking. See, there's more to just getting on a stage.
Yeah.
Anybody can get on a stage.
And even further, anyone can get a certification. There's many speaker academies out there that's giving people a piece of paper and say, okay, you are this certified. You are this certified. But are they taking you to the next step? Are they showing you the business of speaking? Are they giving you platforms where you can now actually practice what you have already learned on legitimate stages, some free stages, some paid stages? Are they giving you referrals to other people's platforms where you can now take what you've learned and put it into action?
Are they sending you to lead generation websites?
Yes.
Are they giving you memberships to things that, you got to go pay for them, obviously, but still things that get you in the speaker world?
Right.
And then we teach you how to balance the budget for speaking, because balance is huge. And it's not just about money.
Absolutely. Are they teaching you to repurpose your presentation so that one presentation turns into 5 different products? We're teaching that at the BTB Speaker Academy.
And we're teaching you how to have more than just one story.
Absolutely. So join the movement, the Becoming the Best You movement. You can join us as a speaker in our Speaker Academy. You can join us as an attendee at our upcoming live event. You can join us again in our virtual event that's going to be happening in November. Doesn't matter how you join us, but if you know your goal is to become the best version of yourself, then join us.
Yes.
The movement is moving. Come on, jump on board.
That's right. And if you want to experience what it's like to be a BTBY speaker, then get the ticket and come to the event.
Absolutely.
See the changes that you're going to see in yourself, and then watch minds transform at the same table with people that you're sitting at. Watch it, because it will.
Yes, and watch your mind expand and change as well. $179 is not a whole lot of money, but the information you're going to receive is...
It's worth thousands.
Yes.
Yeah, it's worth thousands. And each one of these speakers alone is worth the $179 just to come here.
Absolutely.
Every one of them.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So as we wrap it up, you got any final thoughts, Miss Professor of Change?
Change your mindset, change your actions, and that will change your life.
I love it. I love it. That's Brenda Ringwood. I'm Terrence, the Unstoppable Coach Leffers, reminding you, wherever you are in the world today, you know what I say. Don't make it a great day. Continue the journey of becoming the best version of you, and you can't help but to make it an unstoppable day. This has been the BTBY Presents the Masterclass series. Until next time, make it an unstoppable day, and we'll see you at one of our upcoming events, Becoming the Best You. Take care.